Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had the power of Venom, part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is We Are Venom by Deku Toga for life. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. On a starry night a comet was flying by Earth, but as it was doing some pieces of it began to come off and enter Earth's atmosphere, where it then began heading to the country of Japan. After a few short minutes the meteors landed in certain parts of Japan. One of them landed in a park and was still steaming due to the heat it just went through from the fall. But suddenly the meteor cracked open, some sort of black goo crawled out from the meteor and began moving on the ground. While I was doing it so, a stray dog soon came out of the bushes and saw the black goo, which it then approached. Curious what it was, the dog leaned in to sniff it, but from doing so the black goo then meet up and attached itself to the dog without harming. But from attaching itself to the dog it was now in control of it, but as all that was happening, inside of apartment complex was Izuku Midoriya, also known as Deku, as he was in the restroom trying to apply foundation over his right eye to hide a black eye he got from Bakugo in the afternoon. He suddenly drops it, which spills the content of the makeup all of the floor. Deku, oh no, he gets on the floor and tries to pick up. But from attempting to do so, the foundation just gets smeared on the ground and on his hands. He even looks over at the little case of the foundation and sees that it's broken. So not wanting to worry his mom from what he was trying to do, he cleans his mess and leave the restroom, where he then goes to his room and grabs his wallet, where he then proceeds to leave his apartment and head to the convenience store to buy the exact same makeup. A few minutes later Deku was in the convenience store and found the exact same makeup he dropped, so he purchases it and proceeds to leave the convenience store to head back home. But as he was making his way back home he suddenly saw two of Bakugo's friends ahead of him. Not wanting to run into them, Deku decided to take the long way back to his apartment, but before she could even take a step back one of saw Deku. Bully 1. Hey, is that Deku? The other bully turns around and sees Deku, who is staring at them. Bully 2. It is, and he looks like he got something there. As Deku clenched onto the plastic bag with the makeup inside, he looked at the two bullies ahead of him and knew if they found out he had this and he'll be further tormented by their bullies. So not wanting that, he jumped over a railing that leads into the park and runs through trees and bushes. As the police saw that, they went ahead and followed him in. From them doing so, Deku quickly noticed that they were right behind him. So he switches his running into a sprint, where she was running much faster than before. But as he was sprinting so fast his left foot gets caught on a root that is sticking from the ground, which caused him to fall to the ground and drop his bag. As Deku was picking himself up, he reaches for the plastic bag, but before he can grab it he was then stumped onto the ground from his back. He looks over his shoulder and sees the two bullies who caught up with him. Bully 1. We got you now, Deku. As one of them had their foot against his back to prevent him from getting up, the other goes over to the back and picks it up and reaches inside to pull out the makeup he bought. Bully 2. Look what we got here, some makeup. Bully 1. Makeup? Wow, you really are a freak, Deku. Deku, it's not for me, it's for my mom. Bully 2. Yeah right, like we'll believe a quirkless freak like you. The bully with the bag tosses it into the bushes and goes over to Deku, where you then kicks him in his face. Bully 2. You shouldn't have left home, freak. The two bullies then begin beating him so bad that he was having trouble moving. As he was on the brinks of passing out, a stray dog for me comes out of the bushes and barks at the two bullies, which alerts them. Bully 1. Whoa, easy there, boy. As the stray dog began growling at them, it also began approaching them slowly. From it doing so, they get scared and begin to run off, leaving Deku, who was about to pass out. With the bullies gone, the dog then approaches Deku, and the black dude that attached itself to the dog suddenly leaps out of it and attaches itself to Deku instead. From that happening, the dog then whimpers and runs away. As the black goo was beginning to enter Deku's body, his eyes opened widely, revealing some sort of black substance in his eyes. But as all that just happened, the bullies who ran away would now catching their breath. Bully 1. Panting. Man, it was a good thing we got out of the just in time. That dog looked like he had rabies or something. Bully 2. Yeah, but what about Deku? Bully 1. Forget him, he's a lost cause. Bully 2. You're right, let's just go home. Bully 1. Right behind you. As the two bullies were about to leave, they suddenly heard branch break from where they came from. So they turn towards that direction and see a large black figure staring right at them. Seeing this, the bullies got so scared that they began to run. But from doing so, they hear loud footsteps running from right behind them. But as they were running, one of them gets wrapped with some sort of black substance that pulls him away. From that happening, the believing lets out a loud scream until he was then put to silent. After that happened, the other bully stopped running and looked behind him. From doing so, he did not see the large black figure or even his friend. As he was beginning to look around, his fear grew even higher and higher as he couldn't hear those footsteps anymore. Bully 1. What the hell is going on? Suddenly something big landing right behind him. So you quickly turn around and jumped back so he can use his quirk, but before you can get far, he was then grabbed by the neck and pulled in close, where he sees face to face a monster that he has never seen before. So you like preying on the weak, huh? Well, it's not so fun when it's the other way around. Bully 1. Who are you? There's no point of telling you, since you're going to be alive too long to remember it. The monster opened his mouth widely, revealing all of its sharp teeth and its very long tongue. Wait, then begin to get closer to the bully's head. From that happening, the bully lets out a loud scream. But suddenly after that, Deku opened his eyes and jerked up from his bed. From doing so, he sees that he's in his bedroom. He goes ahead and grabs his phone and sees that it's the next day, but also sees that he's almost going to be late for school. So he gets out of bed and begins to change into his school uniform. After doing so, he runs out of his room and heads into the kitchen, where he sees his mom sitting at the table with breakfast ready. Inko. Look who is finally awake. Deku. Sorry mom, I must have overslept. Inko. It's okay sweetie, quickly eat something and head to school right away. Deku. Right. Deku took his seat at the table and began eating right away, but I see was doing so, Inko noticed that he was eating way more than he usually does. Inko. You must be really hungry. Deku. Why yeah, I guess so. In a matter of minutes, Deku soon finished eating and headed to the front door, where he then puts his shoes on and grabs his yellow backpack. But before he stepped through the door, his mom gave him his bento, where he then placed into his backpack and began to leave afterwards. On his way to school, he was beginning to run faster than before, but didn't notice since he was in a rush. Shortly he arrived at school and made it to his classroom right before the school bell rang. As the day went on, Deku began to slightly notice that he felt a bit different than yesterday. But he doesn't pay it too much mind and continues the day with no worry. But during school, he couldn't help but to notice that two of Bakugo's friends weren't with him today, which was quite odd since they usually never miss the day of school together. Seeing this, Deku wanted to go up to Bakugo and ask where his friends were, but was too afraid to ask him. So throughout the entire school day, Bakugo did not have his two friends with him. Once the end of school came, Deku got his stuff and headed home. But on his way home, he was walking under a bridge, which suddenly a sludge villain suddenly burst out of the sewers. Deku quickly turned around and saw the slug feeling, which scared him. Sludge villain. Well, it looks like I found myself a little hiding place. As the sludge villain lunged itself right at Deku, black goo suddenly comes from Deku's chest and slices the sludge villain in half. From that happening, Deku was completely shocked from what he just saw. But what was even more shocking is when that black goo suddenly began covering his entire body until he was some sort of monster. Sorry, but this body here is occupied. The sludge villain puts himself back together and sees the monster in front of him, but it's not scared of it at all, so it attempts to attack. But as soon as they are close, the monster grabbed it, suddenly starting consuming it by biting its head off and eating his body until there wasn't even a drop of the sludge left. After that happened, the black goo then went back into Deku's body, who is still shocked from what he saw. Deku. What just happened? We just saved your butt. From hearing that voice, Deku looks around to see the person who said. Deku. Who said that? ? I did, but there isn't time for me to tell you who we are. For now I need you to keep your cool because someone is coming. Deku. Who's coming? Suddenly after he said, the number one hero, All Might, suddenly popped out of the sewers. From doing so, he doesn't see the sludge villain who he was chasing earlier, that he sees Deku just standing there stiff as a board, so he approaches him to ask him some. All Might. Excuse me young man, did you see a sludge villain just now? Without speaking a word, he shakes his head no, which All Might believes. All Might. I was certain that he came this way, but it seems not. Well, better go back in the sewers to look for that villain. Thank you for your cooperation young man. All Might then went back into a sewers, leaving Deku alone, but due to that he then ran to a cove where he then looked into the water and saw the monster's face in his reflection. Deku. What are you? Venom. We are Venom and you and I are now one. After finding out about Venom, Deku was completely shocked, especially when Venom told Deku that he ate those two bullies last night, which was even more shocking to hear. At first Deku thought to go to the police tell him about what happened, but Venom convinced him that if he did that he will be charged as a murderer as well, so not wanting that he kept his mouth shut, about which pleased Venom. After that they continued walking home while Venom was talking to Deku in his head. Venom. So tell me a little bit about your world? Deku. Well, it has a lot of people with unique abilities. Venom. By abilities you mean those quirks? Deku. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people are born with unique quirks, but some people are not. Venom. Which includes you as well? Deku. Why yeah it does, but how did you know? I don't remember telling you that I was quirkless? Venom. Well, it's because I'm in your head, and I know everything about you, Izuku Midoriya, your favorite food, your hobbies, and even the type of women you like. From hearing that last part Deku felt so embarrassed to know that someone now knows that. Deku. Please don't mention that part again. Venom. Hee I won't. By the way, who was that old man you talked to? Deku. Oh, you mean All Might. Venom? All Might? Deku. Yeah, he's the #1 hero of Japan and also the symbol of peace. Venom. Then if that is true, then answer me this. Why did he look so weak? Deku. What do you mean? All Might isn't weak, he's the most strongest person in the world. Venom. You may believe that, but I know when someone is weak. Deku. But that can't be true. Before Deku and Venom could continue talking about All Might, they suddenly sense a familiar presence walking right towards them. Deku looks ahead and see, but it's his mom who hasn't noticed them due to her being on her phone. Deku. Mom. From him saying that, Inko looked away from her phone and saw her son, who she then approached. Inko. Hello sweetie. Deku. Hi mom, where are you going? Inko. Well, I just got a call from one of my coworkers telling me that she can't make it in, so I'll be covering her shift tonight. Deku. Oh okay. Inko. I made some curry for you to have dinner, so I hope you enjoy. Deku. Thanks mom. Deku then hugs his mom, which she also then hugged him back. After that Inko went ahead and headed to work as Deku waved her goodbye. Venom. Your mother is very kind. Deku. Yeah she is. After waving her goodbye, Deku and Venom then proceeded head back home. Once they arrived, they headed to the kitchen and saw a huge pot on the stove. Deku goes over to it and opens the lid ready, then sees a pot filled with curry. Venom. Smells delicious. Deku. Yeah it sure does. Goes ahead and begins serving himself a plate of curry with a side of rice. Afterwards he then goes over with the table where he then begins eating, but after just a few short minutes he soon finished, but he wasn't full at all. So he went ahead and got seconds, but again he finished in no time and was still not full yet, which caused him to get third, fourth, and many more servings until he emptied the pot, but he was then finally full. Deku. That curry was really delicious. Venom. It sure was. After that Deku started to head to his room to get started on his homework, but Venom had other plans. As Deku was approaching his door, his body suddenly stopped moving completely. Deku. Why can I move my body? Venom. Well, it's because of me of course, and we're not going to your room just yet. Deku. But I need to get some homework done. Venom. Oh no, you'll do that later, for now right now we're going to do something fun. Deku. Like what? Venom. Oh you'll see. Suddenly Deku's body turns completely around and then begins moving one step at a time. Deku. Venom, what are you doing? Venom. Like I said, you'll see. As Deku's body was still taking one step at a time, Deku soon realized that Venom was taking him to the balcony. Once they reached it, Deku's right arms suddenly raised up and slid the door open. After that Venom took Deku onto the balcony where he was really close to the railing. Deku. Venom, what are we doing out here? Venom. Hee. Well, I think it's time I show you. Suddenly a black tentacle came out of Deku's back, which then pushed him over the railing, which caused him to fall. As he was falling he was screaming the entire time, but as soon as Deku was beginning to reach the ground, Venom suddenly came out and covered Deku's entire body and landed on the ground on his feet, which cracked beneath his feet. Deku. Venom. Venom. I'm here, Izuku. As Deku was catching his breath, he noticed that he was covered in that black goo from earlier, but this time looking at it closely he notices that he is taller and much bigger. Deku. Venom, what is this? Venom. It's us, of course, and as you can see we are one now and we can do what we want. After Venom said that, Event even leaped up into the air and jumped all the way to the park. We then begin running until he leapt up into the air once more and landed on top of a roof of a house, where he then began jumping to others, but as he was continued jumping onto rooftops of houses he soon wished the city, where he then began climbing up buildings until he reached the top and began looking at the nightly city. Venom. The city is a lot nicer when it's night. Deku. Yeah, I guess so. Venom, but it is still too loud. As Venom continued looking around he soon spotted a tall skyscraper which he then smiled at, and without wasting any more time he jumped onto the next rooftop and began heading towards the skyscraper. As he leaped onto building to get there, soon enough they reached the skyscraper and saw that it was very tall, so Venom leapt up onto the side of the building and began climbing it until he reached the very top of the skyscraper and stood on the ledge. Venom. Now this spot is a lot more nicer. After saying that, Venom soon went back into Deku's body, allowing him to look out to the limited city. Deku. Wow, never have I imagined looking out at the city like this. Suddenly Venom comes out of Deku's back and looks out to the city next to him. Venom. Tell me, Izuku, you always wanted to be a hero, am I right? Deku. Yeah. Venom. Then it's your lucky day. With you and I together we will make that dream of yours come true. Deku. Really? Venom. Of course, so we don't need a quirk, all we need is each other. Say so, what do you say, Izuku? Deku. I'm in, but we have to set some ground rules first. Venom. All right then, if it means we'll be working together then I'm willing to listen to your rules. Deku. Okay, first rule, we can't eat people. Venom. What? After having a long discussion over the rules, Deku and Venom came to agreement. With a little catch, that Venom is only allowed to eat very bad people, so with all that settled Deku and Venom immediately begin training together. But as they were training, Deku began to know a little bit more about Venom and what his species is. Knowing this, they both knew that they had to keep this secret between them or else they'll be running into problems. So after a few months Deku and Venom finished their training and were ready to become heroes, but instead of being a vigilante like how Venom wanted to be, Deku decides to enroll into UA High, so as they arrived at the front gates of UA, Deku began walking up to the school building. Venom. I can't believe we're actually doing this. Deku. Hey, we have to, plus being a vigilant is against the law, it's best to come here and get a hero license like all the other pro heroes. Venom. Whatever, but if we don't get into this school then we're going to do my plan, got it? Deku. Okay, I got. Let's just not try to bring a lot of attention to us. Venom. All right, if you need me then just call out my name. Deku. Okay, I hear you. As Deku was walking up to the school he soon tripped over his own leg and began to fall, but before Venom could even stop him from falling, Deku soon realized he stopped falling but instead was floating, which kind of freaked him out. Hey, you okay? Deku looks over to his right and sees a girl with brown hair and pink rosy cheeks, who he can guess was the one to stop him from falling. She then helps him get right side up. After that she pressed her fingers together on each hand, making Deku stop floating. Uraraka. Sorry for using my quirk on you without asking, but I hope you were right. Oh, by the way, the name is Ochako Uraraka, what's yours? As Deku was about to tell her, the school bell suddenly goes off, which makes all the other students begin to rush inside. Uraraka. Oh, the bell. Sorry, but I better head inside, bye. Uraraka then begin running straight to the school building, but Deku just watches her from where he stands. Venom. Ah, do you have a crush already? Deku. No, not at all. Venom. Whatever you say, now I think you should hurry up inside before they close the doors. Deku. Oh right. So Deku quickly ran to the building and went inside. After doing so he then entered the room where all the students were and sat down next to Bakugo, who he earlier saw entering the school as well. After just a single minute the pro hero present Mike appeared on stage. Present Mike. Hello boys and girls. Welcome to UA High, where heroes are made. So not to waste any more time, let me explain how you can get into this fantastic school. As present Mike was explaining how to get into UA, Deku began writing down in his notebook as he was mumbling as well. But I see what he was doing, so he didn't notice a little Venom head popping out from his shoulder. Venom. Destroying some robots, huh? This would be a piece of cake for us, right Izuku? As Venom looked over at Deku, he noticed that Deku it wasn't even listening at all but instead was writing in his notebook while mumbling. Venom. Sigh. Not listening like always. Suddenly in the middle of Present Mike's explanation, a student with glasses stood up which caused everyone to look at him. Question mark. Sorry for the interruption, sir. Present Mike. Oh, no worries, and you are? Iida, Tenya Iida, and I have a complaint which involves that student in the back. As he said that he turned around and pointed straight at Deku, who is not expecting this at all. Iida, you've been muttering very loudly which is distracting everyone else here. If you're not going to take this seriously then I suggest you should leave. Deku, I'm Venom. How about you shut your own mouth 4 eyes and mind your own damn business? From hearing that out loud caused everyone in the room to look right at Deku and gasp from thinking that he was the one to say that. Iida, how dare you speak to me that way? I demand the apology right now. Right when Deku opened his mouth, Venom soon spoke once more. Venom, apology? You must be stupider than you look. Everyone in the room is surprised from hearing all this, but Deku it's completely uncomfortable from everyone's eyes on him. So he looks over towards his left shoulder and sees the little head of Venom where you then immediately covers it with his hands. After doing so Deku looks back at Iida, sees that he's even more angrier than before and was also going to speak as well, but present Mike they made me jumps between the conversation before teens can get really intense. Present Mike, alright that's enough you two, save your energy for the test. Right after Present Mike said that, Iida immediately turned his back to Deku and sat back down in his chair. Once that happened everyone stopped looking at Deku and focused on Present Mike who was just finishing his explanation. After that was done many of the students went into the dressing room and changed their clothes. Once they were changed they were then all separated in groups and were put on a bus which took them to where the exam is, but during the bus right there Deku noticed Iida glaring at Deku. Right after that long and uncomfortable bus ride, all the students soon arrived at where the exam is. As Deku was looking at the other students there he noticed Uraraka standing amongst them and was about to go over to her, but Iida soon stood in his way and looked at him. Deku, look Iida, don't bother speaking, let's just see if your bite is stronger than your bark in this exam. Iida soon walked away to go stand in front of the giant gates where he then began stretching his legs. Venom, I'll show him my bite. Deku, Venom stop it, what you did back there was wrong. You shouldn't have said those things. Venom, hey if he was going to be a jerk, then I went ahead and returned this favor to him. Deku, yeah but you shouldn't have said that, and now I think he has it out for us. Venom, if he does then he's going to be fighting a losing fight. Right after Venom said that suddenly turned on and Present Mike's voice was then heard. Present Mike, all right future heroes, the time has come. Right after he said that last word, the gates soon then open and the students begin running inside, but Deku was behind all the other students, but as he was running Venom covered Deku's legs with his own, and instead of continuing running, Venom leapt Deku into the air which had him jump over all of the other students and land on top of a robot which he then crushed from the impact. The students that were running saw this and was surprised to know that he was the first one to destroy a robot. Venom, alright, let's go destroy ourselves some more of these toys. Deku, right. Deku jumped off the destroyed robot and began running for the next one. As he was getting close Venom retracted himself back into Deku's legs. But as he did that he then covered both of Deku's arms with Venom's own arms. And began destroying the robots one by one. He continued this until he had enough points and was on the top of the leaderboard. But the other students were having trouble keeping up with him. Since Deku destroyed the robots easily and quickly moved on to the next. But while he was destroying the robot he suddenly stopped when Venom began to sense something coming. So Deku turns around and sees a building collapse which then makes all the other students turn around. And as we all looked straight at the direction they saw a giant robot called the Zero Pointer. Seeing that it's coming their way, the students began running away from it. Deku was going to do the same but Venom stopped him from doing so. Deku, Venom we have to get out of here. Venom, no not yet, look. Deku looks below the robot and sees Uraraka whose legs are trapped under some debris. Venom, I think it's time for us to return the favor. Deku, right. So Deku began running straight towards Uraraka. While doing so Venom began full coming out, covering Deku's entire body. As soon as he reached Uraraka, she noticed a large shadow covering her, so she looks up and sees Venom. Venom, hello there, Uraraka. From hearing Venom say her name, she guesses that it's Deku since he was the only person to tell him her name. Uraraka, is that you? Venom doesn't respond to her. Instead he raises his left arm up and swipe down, which makes her close her eyes, but as soon as she opened them she noticed that her legs felt no pressure as there anymore, so she looks over her shoulder and sees that all the rubles that was on her legs were gone. After doing so she then looks back at Venom. Venom, can you move your legs? Uraraka, why yes. As Uraraka gets up from the ground she done looks up at Venom who was looking back at her. As she was about to thank him, a large shadow soon covered the both of them. They look up and see that it's the foot of the zero-pointer coming down onto them. But as the foot was about to stop me then I'm too raised both of his arms up and stopped it from moving any further down. Uraraka is shocked to see this. Venom, get out of here now. Uraraka, right. So Uraraka began running out from under the foot, but as she looked over her shoulder she noticed that the weight of the robot was too much for Venom as he was struggling to hold it up. Venom, I don't think we can hold it for much longer. Deku, then we have to get out of here or we're both dead. Venom, you don't think I know that. As the weight was beginning to be too much for Venom to handle. He then fell onto knees and began to feel the foot pressing down on him even further. Thinking that this was the end for them, they certainly noticed that the foot got lighter. As they looked up they then saw that their hands wasn't even touching it anymore, instead they saw it rising up, which gave the opportunity for Venom to get out under from the zero-pointer. As they were running they saw Uraraka, and noticed that she was using her quirk. Seeing that they looked over their shoulders saw the foot other zero-pointer rising up into the air. Uraraka, now, release. As she touched her fingers together, the zero-pointer then fell to the ground and was destroyed. As the dust cleared from the fall of the zero-pointer Uraraka turned her head to the left and saw Deku standing right next to her. Uraraka, it's you. Deku turns his head towards her and smile. Deku, it looks like we did it. Uraraka, we. She was confused at first from him saying that but soon realized that monster-like creature was actually Deku. Uraraka, then that was you saved me. Deku, yeah, and you saved me too. Hearing that she was so excited, and raised her right hand up for a high five which made Deku his left hand up to high five her, but before their hands to touch, Uraraka soon threw up which made Deku back away from the throw up. A few days after the entrance exam Deku received a letter from Ua which he then opened and revealed to be a hologram message of All Might telling him that he has been accepted to Ua High. Which he and Venom were quite thrilled to hear about. After telling his mom about the good news she immediately started crying out of joy for him. Once the day finally came to go to Ua, Deku was in his room standing in front of the mirror adjusting his tie on his new Ua uniform, but as he was doing so a tentacle from Venom came out from his back and began helping him adjust it. Venom, okay, tie is straight, jacket and pants are well ironed, and the zipper of your pants is up. Deku, thanks Venom, but you didn't have to mention that last part. Venom, oh yes I did, we need to look presentable on our first day, so everything has to be perfect. Deku, it's funny that you care so much about going to Ua, since you didn't really want to go there. Venom, well I changed my mind, plus it will be a good cover for us in our secret after all. Deku, whatever you say Venom. After they finished their conversation, Deku grabbed his backpack and stepped out the room where he then went to the front door and began putting his shoes on. After doing so his mom wished them a good day to his new school as he then left to the train station. Once arriving he immediately got on his train which was very packed. After a cramped train ride Deku soon arrived at his destination where he then began to make his way to Ua. Once arriving at the front gates he looked ahead and smiled with confidence. As Deku was inside the school walking the halls he began to wonder where his classroom was. Deku, I wonder where class 1A is. Suddenly he then felt something tap his right shoulder, so he looked to his right and saw that it was Venom's tentacle which then pointed ahead. Which made Deku look that direction to see the classroom he was looking for, so he quickly made his way to the door. but before he can open it he hoped that Bakugo or that Iida guy he met back at the entrance exam is not in his class, so he took a deep breath and slid the door all the way open. From doing so he then sees Bakugo and Iida arguing with each other. Venom: well, it looks like Boom Boy and Four Eyes is in our class. Deku: yeah, I guess they are. Venom: want me to eat them? Deku: what? No. After saying that loudly, Bakugo and Iida looked over at the doorway and saw Deku standing there. Iida: it's him. As Iida began walking towards Deku, Bakugo remained sitting in his chair staring at Deku very angrily. Iida: I am Tenya Iida and I. Deku: I know who you are, and I'm very sorry for what I said back at the ancient exam. Iida: oh, it is fine, and I should be the one apologizing to you since I misjudged you after all. The way you ran in to save that girl was very heroic of you. Deku: thank you, but did you see anything else after I ran in? Iida: no, I didn't. When I decided to turn back to lend my assistance, you and that girl destroyed the zero-pointer. Deku: oh, you mean Uraraka? Suddenly, after saying her name, he then hears a familiar voice right behind him. Uraraka: hey, it's you again. From hearing that, Deku then turns around and sees Uraraka, who is very happy to see him. Uraraka: it's great to see you again, and I can't believe we're going to be in the same class. Deku: why, yeah, likewise. But before their conversation can continue any further, they then hear another voice interrupt them. Question mark, question mark, question mark. If you're just going to make friends. Deku looks past Uraraka and sees a man inside of a yellow sleeping bag on the ground, which he is shocked to see. Uraraka goes ahead and turns around and is also shocked to see the man as well. Question mark, question mark, question mark. I suggest that you three should go take your seats right away. They do as they are told and begin heading to their seats. As they were doing so, the man goes ahead and gets out of the sleeping bag and steps into the classroom and tells all the students to take a seat, which they all do. Aizawa: all right students, I'm your teacher Mr. Aizawa, and for your first lesson is to go to the locker room and change into your PE clothes and meet me in the school field. Iida: but Mr. Aizawa, are we supposed to attend the entrance ceremony? Iida: listen, this is my class, and if any of you want to stay in the hero course program, then I suggest you hurry to the locker rooms right away. Hearing that, all the students begin making their way to the locker room. After everyone was fully changed, they then headed to the field where Aizawa was waiting for them. Aizawa: all right students, today I'll be testing you on your abilities, which I will be taking score of, and if anyone has the lowest score, then they will be suspended for the entire year. After he said that, all the students were shocked, so when the test started they begin to push themselves to get the highest score. Eventually Deku was the person with the highest score and Bakugo was the second. The last test was a ball throw, which Bakugo was first up to attempt. As he threw the ball using his quirk, he managed to get a higher score to pass Deku's. So after he went more, the students began throwing the ball and getting very high scores. As soon as it was Deku's turn, all eyes were on him, which made him very nervous, but its nervousness soon went away as he then heard that little voice in his head. Venom: it's all right Izuku, we got this. Deku: right. So as Deku pulled back his right arm, Venom then began covering the palm of his hand. As he then threw the ball up into the air, Aizawa announced that Deku has just broke Bakugo's score, making him pop up at first again. But hearing this, Bakugo grew angry and began running right at Deku to get answers from him on how he threw the ball with so much power. Bakugo: Deku. Before Bakugo could get any closer to Deku, he was then stopped by Aizawa's scarf, which pulled him back. After seeing him do that, Deku goggles hanging around his neck, which he finds out that Aizawa is the pro hero Eraserhead. Aizawa: all right, that's enough for today. Everyone go to the locker rooms and change back into your uniforms. After that, head back to class, but that doesn't go for you Bakugo, you stay here until you cool down. So all the students begin heading back to the locker rooms, but as they were doing so, Aizawa looked back at Deku and was suspicious of him. Aizawa's mind: I wonder why my quirk didn't work on him. After a few days of attending UA, Deku got to know his classmates and about their quirks. They even asked him about his quirk, which he called Symbiote, to hide the truth about Venom. And from hiding the truth from everyone wasn't really that hard to do, since Venom is usually inside of his body and only talks to Deku in his head. But a few days ago Venom had the feeling that someone was observing them from a distance, so instead of warning Deku about this he kept quiet and waited for the perfect opportunity for the person that is observing them shows themselves, so until then they will continue their school days like normal. 3. Cafeteria. As many students of UA were at the cafeteria so were Class 1A, which were all sitting in separate groups. Deku sat with a small group which were Uraraka and Iida. As they all sat together Uraraka and Iida noticed that Deku eats a lot of food, more than anyone in their class. Uraraka. Wow Deku, you do eat a lot of food. 2. Deku. Why you think so? Iida. Yes we do, is the reason you eat so much to build up muscle. Deku. No not really. Uraraka. Oh then you must have a really big appetite then. Deku. I guess you can say that. 1. Venom. If only they knew the truth, haha. Deku ignores Venom's voice to act normal in front of Uraraka and Iida so they wouldn't expect anything. Uraraka. So what are you guys think we're going to do today in school? Iida. Well if I had to guess, I have to say we'll be continuing on our studying that we left off on yesterday. Venom. Studying, that's all we've been doing. When is the real fun going to start? As Venom said that, Deku was also feeling the same as he does, since he has been eager to do some hero training. Izuku. Maybe we'll do something new instead of studying. Uraraka. I hope so, I'm so tired of studying already. Iida. Studying is good and all but you are correct that we should do something, perhaps we can ask Mr. Aizawa during class. Uraraka. Good idea Iida, right Deku? Deku. Yeah. After that conversation they finished their lunch and began heading back to the classroom. Once they made it back they saw that nearly everyone has came back from lunch. A few short minutes later the rest of the students arrived back at the classroom and took their seats as the bell rang. Once the bell finished ringing Aizawa walked into the classroom free then walked over to the front of the class. Aizawa. All right everyone, today we're having a guest come in, so behave in. Before Aizawa can finish what he was about to say, the front door to the classroom slides open and All Might makes an entrance. All Might. I am here. From everyone seeing All Might they began getting really excited, but Venom wasn't the slightest interested of seeing him again. Venom. Great, this guy again. From hearing Venom say that in a harsh tone, Deku wanted to ask him why he said that harshly, but chose not to since he was in class, so he stayed quiet and looked at All Might like everyone else. All Might. Today is your lucky day students, you'll be having a very first hero training. Everyone grew excited from hearing this, which includes Venom as well since he has been waiting for his opportunity for some action. Venom. Finally. As Venom said that, he made Deku's arms raise up into the air out of excitement, which All Might saw and pointed at him. All Might. I like being enthusiasm over there young man. Now before I explain to you what your hero training is, you need your hero uniforms first. As All Might said that he then pulls out a control from his pocket and presses the big red button in the middle which makes numbered briefcases come out of the wall. All Might. In these briefcases are your hero suits that you had personally designed, and don't worry about getting someone else's briefcase, each one is numbered to the desk you sit at, so go ahead and grab your briefcase and head to the locker rooms to change into your new hero suits. After All Might said that, the heroes went ahead and grabbed their briefcases and began heading to the locker rooms, where they then got changed right away, but as the others began leaving the locker rooms, Deku was the last one in there, and was finishing tying his shoes. Once done he headed over to mirror to see how it looked on him. As he stood in front of the mirror he began to appreciate the outfit his mom bought him. Deku. It's not bad. As Deku said that Venom's head comes out from his back and looks up the outfit head to toe. Venom. Couldn't your mom buy you something a bit cooler? Deku. Hey, don't make fun of it. My mom thought of me when she bought this. Venom. I'm not making fun of it, I'm just saying that it could have been a bit cooler, like something like this. Right as Venom said that he soon covered the entire suit with himself, have Deku take another look in the mirror and saw that the green suit he was wearing was now all black and the eye holes of the suit were now Venom's eyes. Seeing that Venom covered his suit with his own body was something fascinating he didn't know about. Deku. I didn't know that you were able to cover only my clothes like this. Venom. Well, there are many things I can do, you just don't ask about them, but enough talking, we have to go now. Deku. Right, let's go. Deku then leaves the locker room and catches up with the others. From doing so they then arrive at a fake city where their training will be. All Might soon arrives and begins telling the students about today's training, which is about teamwork. He explained that two people would be put on a team together and will either be heroes or villains. He further explained that the villains will be guarding a bomb and the heroes will have to stop them. After explaining that, he then made the teams and put them against one another. The first teams going up against each other were Deku and Uraraka, who were the hero team, and against them were Bakugo and Iida, who were the villain team. So as both sides got ready, All Might and the other students went in a room where they are able to see what happens from the camera set up in the buildings. Uraraka: all right Deku, how should we do this? Deku: well, it's best that we don't go in the front entrance since they will be expecting that. Uraraka: then what about the back? Deku: no, they'll be expecting that too. We need to find an entrance that they won't be expecting. As Deku began looking at the entire building, he noticed the alleyway off to the left side, so he went over towards there while Uraraka followed him from behind. Once they were in the alleyway, they saw a window which Deku pried it open with Venom strength. After doing so, they both climbed through the window and were now inside the building, so they slowly began making their way through the building, making sure they don't bump into Iida or especially Bakugo. Uraraka: so Deku, where do you think the bomb is? Deku: well, looking around in these rooms, I have to say that it's not down here since each room is very small, so my guess is that it's on one of the upper floors. Uraraka: great, then let's head there. Deku: wait, I hear something. From Deku saying that, Uraraka stays quiet and begins listening to see what he hears, but she doesn't hear a thing. Uraraka: I don't hear a thing. Deku: well, I do, and it seems to be footsteps heading right towards us. Uraraka: what should we do then? Deku: hide quickly. Deku and Uraraka went inside one of the empty rooms and had their back against the wall that was close to the doorway. As the footsteps begin getting closer, Uraraka began hearing them as well. Bakugo: oi Deku, where the hell are you? I have a bone to pick with you. As Bakugo began to walk down the corridor, he was beginning to get closer to the doorway that led into the room that Deku and Uraraka were in. But as he was getting closer, he's doing past the door and turns the corner to a next corridor. After that, Deku and Uraraka made their way out of the room and began heading to the stairs while avoiding Bakugo. Once they reached the stairs, Deku knew if he went further up with Uraraka and made it to the bomb, which is most likely being guarded by Iida, he knew that Iida will most likely call out for Bakugo for some help, so to prevent that, Deku came up with the plan. Deku: Uraraka, I want you to capture the bomb without me. Uraraka: but why? Deku: because if we go together, then Iida will call out for Kachan for backup, and that's something we can't let happen. So I need you to go get the bomb by yourself while I stay down here and deal with Kachan. Uraraka: are you sure? Deku: yes, you heard him earlier, he has a bone to pick with me, so you won't go after the bomb, or you? I believe you can do this. Uraraka: okay, if you say so, be careful dealing with him. Deku: I will. After that was said, Uraraka then ran up the stairs, leaving Deku. As soon as she left, Venom begins speaking to Deku. Venom: what's the plan, Izuku? Deku: like I said, we're going to deal Kachan. Venom: all right, but let me tell, if I get hit by his explosions, I'll get her real bad and retreat back into your body, which means that you'll be on your own. Deku: all right, we'll try not to get hit. Venom: that's better said than done. So without wasting any more time, Deku went off looking for Bakugo. Using Venom's hearing, Deku was able to locate where Bakugo was heading to. So he ran through the corridor and soon walked to the next corridor, where he then saw Bakugo on the other side. Deku: Kachan. From hearing that, Bakugo quickly turned around and saw Deku standing alone. Bakugo: so you came to face me alone, huh? Well, that's about goddamn time. Bakugo then raised both of his hands and put them together, where he then began charging up an explosion. As soon as I finished charging it, then last night a giant explosion straight towards Deku. But Venom quickly reacts and raises Deku's right hand up and shoot and extends it out to the ceiling, where he even grabs onto and pulls Deku up without Bakugo knowing, avoiding the explosion. After avoiding it, the smoke from the explosion began to blow away and Bakugo didn't see Deku anyway. Deku: looking for me? From hearing Deku's voice, Bakugo looks up and sees Deku swinging right towards him. As he raised his right hand to try to use his explosion on him, he was too late. Deku kicks Bakugo in the face, which sends him flying back to a wall, which he then breaks through. After that Deku lands back on the ground and Venom retracts the hands back to Deku arm. Venom, we got them. Deku, yeah we did, but that's not going to keep him down for long. Deku quickly made his way to the room that Bakugo was sent into. From entering inside he didn't see Bakugo on the ground. Venom, duck down now. Without any question Deku ducks down. From doing so Bakugo comes out from the cloud of dust on Deku's right. And shoots out an explosion that flies over his head. After the explosion Bakugo saw that he missed again and attempted to shoot out another, but Deku moves faster than him and grabbed him by his left wrist and slammed into the ground with one arm. From slamming Bakugo's back onto the ground all the air in his lungs blew out of him and had trouble breathing, but as he was trying to regain his breath he looked up and saw Deku standing over him which angered him. Deku, Kachan, stay down. Bakugo, screw you Deku, just because you have a quirk now, you think you can just stand over me. As Bakugo yelled that out, he managed to raise his right arm up and even his left he then grabs the pin of his grenade gauntlet. Bakugo, try this on for size you damn nerd. Bakugo then pulled the pin of the grenade which sent out a large upwards, but from the plastic explosion it pushes Deku back and injured Venom. After the explosion Bakugo managed to get himself back up on his. From doing so he looked towards the direction where Deku was blown back to but couldn't see him due to the dust in the way. Bakugo, I hope that nerd now knows his place. Venom, I wouldn't say that you bastard. Before Bakugo could react to that familiar sounding voice, Venom's head soon burst out from the dust with his mouth wide open and ready to bite off Bakugo's head. But before Venom could even try to bite him, he was then being pulled back into the dust until eventually he was fully pulled back, from seeing that Bakugo fell onto the ground with shock from what he just saw trying to attack him. As soon as the dust cleared Bakugo looked over at Deku who was standing on his own 2 feet and looked like he was holding something against his chest with both of his hands. Deku looks at Bakugo and knew that he saw Venom. Bakugo, Deku. Before they can get into a conversation a loud buzzer then goes off and All Might voice is then heard from the intercom. All Might, the hero team has captured the bomb and has won, meaning the villain team has been defeated. From hearing that announcement Bakugo didn't really care about losing but was in shock from seeing Venom for the very first time. Before you can even ask Deku what that was, Deku ran out of there as quick as you can without saying a word, leaving Bakugo to wonder if that thing really is a quirk. After what happened in the hero training, Bakugo tried to confront Deku of that thing that almost bit off his head. When he went to the surveillance room where all the other students are, he didn't see Deku anywhere so he began asking where he was. From asking that All Might stepped up and told him that Deku wasn't feeling well so he was sent home. Hearing this angers him which makes everyone think that he's taking the loss very seriously and wants a rematch. But as all that was happening Deku was on his way to the train station to head home, but on the way there Venom was trying to talk to Deku. Venom, come on Izuku, I only did it out of self-defense, so you can't blame me for that. Deku, oh yes I can, you nearly killed Kachan. Venom, hey he had it coming to him, he hurts me and you, so he deserved to die. Deku, no he doesn't, and we agreed upon that you're only supposed to eat very, very bad people, and Kachan isn't one of those people. Venom, oh yeah. Then tell me why he was hunting you down in the beginning of that training, and let's not forget when he tried to harm you back in the beginning of school, answer me back. Deku, well when we were growing up I was completely quirkless, but seeing that I have a quirk all of a sudden raises some eyebrows, which Kachan found suspicious of me, but what you did today, he definitely knows something is going on which means. Venom, which means he can be a problem to us. Deku, yeah maybe, but we can't make that assumption yet. Venom, then what shall we do? Deku, well it's best that we avoid him, and I also think that he won't confront us when we're with other people. Venom, alright then we'll do that. But if he tries anything against us, then I will personally put him in his rightfully place. Deku doesn't say anything back to Venom from hearing him say that, instead he continues walking to the train station until he eventually arrives. The next day, as soon as school began the very next day, Bakugo kept his eyes on Deku in the entire class time. But as he did so Deku didn't really acknowledge this. Instead he continued his normal school day. But even after class Bakugo will sometime begin to follow Deku from a distance. From doing so, Bakugo saw Deku going up some stairs by himself. So he ran over to the stairs and began heading up, but as he did that he didn't see Deku cleaning on to the corner of the wall with Venom. After that, Bakugo shortly lost sight of Deku, but after a few minutes or so he saw him again, but this time entering the boys' bathroom, so Bakugo went ahead and followed him inside. Once in there he saw the middle stall door shut and made his way over there until he stood right in front of the door. Bakugo, all right, enough running, get out here now, you damn nerd. From yelling that out, he then hears the toilet flush and the stall door beginning to unlock. As the door began to slowly open, Bakugo began to clench his fist, but once the door opened he didn't see Deku around his eye level. Mineta, okay, I'm out, can't a guy just use the toilet in peace? Bakugo looked down and saw Mineta standing in front of him instead, which further angered him. Bakugo, damn it. Bakugo storms out of the bathroom without saying another word, leaving Mineta quite confused on why he even told him to get out of the bathroom, but after that he washed his hands and left as well. Once the bathroom was fully empty, Deku was revealed to be sticking to the ceiling with Venom. He gets lowered to the ground where he then walks up to the sink and looks into the mirror and sees Venom. Venom, well, he's quite persistent. Deku, yeah he is, but avoiding him is a lot easier than I thought. Venom, yes it is, but how long do you think we can keep doing this? Sooner or later he might catch us with our guard down, so it's best that we deal with him soon. Deku, no, we're not going to harm Kachan in any way. Venom, then what are we going to do? Deku, just let me think. As Deku began thinking of ways to deal with this Bakugo situation, he soon thought of something right away. Deku, okay, I got it. Mr. Aizawa mentioned in class that there'll be another hero training in a special facility on campus, so during that training you'll reveal yourself to be part of my quirk when I call out your name. Venom, alright, sounds like a decent plan that we can do, but what if the others start asking questions? Deku, don't worry, I'll handle that if that happens, so until then let's keep avoiding Kachan the best we can. Venom, alright, I can do that. Deku, good, then let's head back to class. So after leaving the restroom, Deku makes it back to class where you then sits down back at his desk. From doing so, class then starts and Aizawa begins his teachings. After an hour, class and school ended, which allowed the students to leave the campus. At this time Bakugo tried confronting Deku since they usually take the same train back home, but before he could even get close to him, he was then stopped by Kirishima, who then stood in his way. Kirishima, hey there Bakugo, want to head to the train station together? Bakugo, get out of my way, shitty hair. As Bakugo moved Kirishima out of his way, he didn't see Deku anymore, so he stormed out of there to try to look for her, but there was no luck as he reached the entrance of UA. Bakugo, damn, as the day came for the students of Class 1A to train in the special facility. They arrived at the USJ by bus. As they stepped inside they were greeted by the Pro Hero 13, who talked about each area of the USJ. But right after her explanation a black mist soon appeared down the stairs and in the center of the USJ. As the students and the two teachers saw this, they began to see large amounts of villains walking out of the mist. But as Aizawa was seeing this, he noticed a man with hands gripped onto his body walking out of. But right after that man did, a giant monster-like creature with a bird beak came out of the mist as well and stood right next to the man with the hands. 3. Aizawa, 13, alert the other teachers and get the students out of here at once. 13. I'm sorry Eraser, but I cannot connect to the school, and the students say that the doors have been blocked off from the other side. Aizawa, well, you stay here and keep on trying to contact the school and protecting the students as well. 13. Okay, I will, but what are you going to do? Aizawa, I'm going to hold off those damn villains as long as I could. So without any hesitation Aizawa ran down the stairs and began fighting the ones that were walking up. As he did this, some of the other students want to go down there and help him, but 13 prevented them to do so. But suddenly multiple portals of mist appeared on each side of the students and were being sucked in. Somehow a few were sucked in and transported somewhere else in the USJ. Deku was one of the ones who was sucked into one of the portals and appeared falling from above and into a pool of water. As he was underwater he opens his eyes and saw a villain swimming right towards him, so as he was about to use venom, a tongue suddenly wraps around his waist and he was pulled right out of the water. From that happening he looks over his shoulder and sees his classmate Tsuyu Asui, who is jumping through the air and onto a boat. From doing so she puts Deku on the deck of the boat, where he then sees his other classmate Minoru Mineta on the deck as well. Mineta: Midoriya, are you alright? Deku: coughing, why yeah I am, thanks to Asui. Tsuyu: no problem, but call me Su, Ribbit. Deku: oh alright. Deku manages to get back on his feet and go over to the railing, where he then sees some villains emerging from the water and surrounding the book that the three are on. Mineta: we're really in big trouble, aren't we? Deku: yeah, I guess we kind of are. Tsuyu: there's 3 of us and a lot of them, so it won't be easy fighting them off, especially since they're in the water. Mineta: then what are we going to do? As Mineta was panicking, Venom suddenly started speaking to Deku in his head. Venom: Izuku, don't speak, just listen. That frog girl and that shorty can't take these many villains on, but we can, so jump in and we'll take them all out together. As Deku heard of Venom say that, he was a bit hesitant of jumping into the water, but he knew it would be the only way to help the others escape, so he jumped over the railing on the boat, shocking Tsuyu and Mineta. At the splashed into the water, some villains dove down after him. Mineta: why the hell did he do that? He's going to get himself killed. Tsuyu: then if that's the case I better dive in as well. Mineta: no way, you can't leave me here. As Mineta was pulling onto Tsuyu's ankle to prevent her from leaving, they've been here, someone call out to them. Deku: hey. Asui, Mineta. From hearing Deku call out their names, they look back at the water and see that there is no villains around. Deku: it's clear now, come on, let's get to the shore and regroup with the others. Hearing that, they went ahead and jumped into the water as well and began swimming to the shore, but as soon as they reached the shore they suddenly saw Aizawa being beaten by that monster they saw earlier. Seeing this, they lowered themselves halfway into the water so not to get spotted by that monster or that other man with the hands. Aizawa: you won't get away with this, Shigaraki. Shigaraki: oh yes I will, and once All Might shows up he'll be taking your place, but before that, bear witness to your failure as a teacher and a hero. Suddenly Shigaraki moves so fast that he was right in front of Tsuyu and extending his hand out to grab her face. Deku sees this and thinks of the worst, so right when he was about to grab her face, he was then stopped by a black goo that wrapped around his wrist, preventing him from moving any further. He turned his head over to the left and saw Deku, who was the one to grab him with that black goo. Deku: don't touch her. Right as he yelled that out, the black goo extended back to Deku. Venom began covering his entire body, and before anyone knew it, Venom appeared in front of everyone and was holding Shigaraki up by his wrist. Venom: you think you can try to harm our friends and get away with it? Well, you got another thing coming, handy man. As Venom begins opening his mouth widely, Shigaraki began to fear for his life. Shigaraki: Nomu. As he yelled out for the Nomu, and let go of Aizawa and appeared right behind Shigaraki, would you then launched its fist over his shoulder, punching Venom right in his face. From doing so, Venom lets go of Shigaraki's wrist and was sent flying back into the water. After that happened, Shigaraki grinned under the hand on his face. Shigaraki: haha, good riddance. But from saying that he spoke too soon, Venom bursted out the water and up into the air, where it then landed right in front of Aizawa, who looked up at him. Aizawa's mind: I knew there was something strange about Midoriya's quirk, but this wasn't what I was expecting. Venom then turned around to face the Nomu, who also turned around to face him. Venom: if you were trying to kill me with that pathetic punch of yours, then I guess you failed. Shigaraki went in front of the Nomu and stared at Venom very medically. Shigaraki: you damn brats, I'll have Nomu here rip you apart. Venom: ha 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 ha. You actually think that pathetic excuse of a monster can kill me? We'll bring him here, let's see if he can do the job. Hearing all this completely enrages Shigaraki, so much that he wants to personally kill Venom, but knew he didn't have a chance against him, so he left it up to the Nomu instead. Shigaraki: Nomu, go. The Nomu then began sprinting straight at Venom, who also began sprinting at the Nomu. As soon as they got close, they then locked each other's hands together and began pushing each other back with pure strength. Seeing this from a distance, everyone thought that they were evenly matched, but they were completely wrong about that. Suddenly Venom made his fingers into sharp claws, which he then sank deep into the Nomu's hand. From doing so, he pulled the Nomu close to him. From doing so, he then pivoted his left foot forward as he begins to turn his body to toss the Nomu to a wall. from doing so the Nomu hits the wall and was embedded into it as well. Venom. It looks like your little Nomu wasn't all that after all. Right after Venom said that, the Nomu suddenly came out of the wall and leapt up into the air where it then began heading down towards Venom. Seeing this, Venom went ahead and also leapt up into the air straight towards the Nomu. As soon as they both got close they grabbed each other and began exchanging blows to the head until eventually they landed back onto the ground making dust go up to the air. But during the same time that Venom and the Nomu landed back onto the ground, the other students that were separated soon arrived at the area where the fight is going on. Kirishima, we made it just in time. Bakugo, shut up shitty hair, I'm the one who made it on time, you just followed me. Todoroki, you two to stop fighting and focused on the target ahead. Bakugo, shut it half and half. As soon as they got close to the dust cloud they soon stopped as it began to clear up, but as they looked ahead they saw the Nomu. Kirishima, it's that monster, come on let's go get him. Todoroki, wait. It's already in a fight. Bakugo. With what? As the dust began to further clear out, they were able to see Venom facing off against the Nomu. Kirishima, who's that? Todoroki, I don't know. As those two wondered who Venom was, only Bakugo knew since he's seen his face before. Bakugo, that's Deku. Kirishima, wait a minute that's Midoriya. Kirishima and Todoroki were completely shocked to hear this, but Bakugo was enraged to see the thing that almost bit off his head was now trying to save the day. Bakugo, that damn bastard. As the three of them stood there they witnessed Venom and the Nomu exchanging blows left and right, but as they were doing so, the ceiling of the USJ within broken through. From that happening something lands onto the ground between Venom and the Nomu. All Might, I am here. All Might looked at Venom and the Nomu and could easily guess their sides, so he puts a thumbs up to Venom. All Might, you did a good job holding off this beast young man, but I'll take it from here on out. Hearing this Deku was relieved that All Might was here, but Venom wasn't the same. Venom, like hell I'll let you take my fight away from me. Everyone there was completely shocked to hear Venom speak to All Might like that. All Might, young man I know you want to defeat this creature on your own, but I know you must not be in the right condition to do. Venom, the right condition. Suddenly Venom began laughing hysterically as he begins to approach All Might. As soon as Venom got close to him, he turned his over to him as he looked into his eyes. Venom, I'm in perfect condition, unlike you. Hearing that All Might places his hand over his left side, as he did so Venom then began walking away from All Might as he begins to approach the Nomu. As Venom stopped meters apart from the Nomu, he looked at it and smiled. Venom, you don't know how long I've been waiting to fight a strong opponent like you, so thank you for giving me this chance. The Nomu responds back to Venom with a screech. After doing so it begins running straight towards Venom. Venom, fine let us finish this. As Venom stood his ground the Nomu continued running straight towards him. As soon as the Nomu got close it extended its arms out to grab Venom. But what's quick to think to duck down and move. As he got close he then got behind the Nomu and wrapped his arms around the Nanu's stomach. From doing so he then lifted the Nomu off of its feet and began bending his back as he performs a German suplex, which slams the Nomu's exposed brain onto the ground making it fall unconscious. After doing that Venom stood straight up and looked over at Shigaraki who couldn't believe what he just saw. Shigaraki, Nomu get up, get up. Venom, I don't think your pets will be getting up from that anytime soon. As Venom slowly began approaching Shigaraki, he began to lick his teeth which sent a shiver down his spine. Venom, you know with all that fighting I did, I think I deserve a little snack. Hearing this frightened Shigaraki, so it begins slowly backing away, but as he did so he tripped and fell on his butt. Shigaraki, Kurogiri, suddenly the black mist wrapped around Shigaraki. Seeing this Venom reached out his hand to try to stop him from leaving but as soon as he closed his hand onto the mist, he was already gone, upsetting Venom very much. Venom, damn it, my snack got away. Deku, well at least he's gone, now I think it's time for you to go back. Venom, yeah I know. Alright when Venom was going to go back into Deku, he was then surrounded by all the other pro heroes who arrived. Present Mike, is this another monster? Snipe, I don't know but we can't let this thing escape from us. Midnight, he's right who knows what this monster is capable of if released to the city. Vlad King, so let's stop him here and now. All Might, Wait, from hearing that all of the other pro heroes stop as All Might approached Venom. All Might, this isn't a monster, this is a student of UA, who just saved the day. As All Might said that, Venom then began to go back into Deku, which made all the pros. She was quite shocked to see a kid like him have such a monster-like quirk. All Might, this boy is the true hero here. Suddenly All Might picked Deku up and placed him onto his shoulder. All Might, tell me young man, what is your name? Deku, it's Aizuku Midoriya. All Might, free cheers for young Midoriya, hip hip. Pro heroes and students, hooray. As everyone else began cheering for Deku for what he did today, Bakugo was just looking at him out of anger from his jealousy of him. After what happened in the USJ, Deku was praised for being the true hero of that day. His classmates even declared him the strongest in the class, but since Deku was only getting praised, Venom began getting jealous of Deku since he didn't truly announce that Venom also was involved of saving the day. So while Deku was walking in the hallway on his own, he was then forcefully pulled under the stairs where no one can see him. Once he was pinned against the wall, Venom's head came out from his chest to confront Deku. Venom, you little brat. How dare you take all the credit and leave me out of it? I should tear out your heart and have it for lunch. Deku, Venom, calm down. I have a very good reason why I didn't mention you. Venom, well, you better hurry and explain yourself quickly, or else I'll have your heart cooked medium rare and served on a plate with a side of fries. 1. Deku, okay. The reason why I didn't mention you was because I wanted to keep you a secret still. Venom, that wasn't the plan. Deku, I know, but keeping you as a secret from what you were is the best option for us. Venom, oh yeah, and why is that? Deku, because if people found out that my quirk is actually an alien from outer space, then there will be problems for the both of us. Venom, damn it, I hate to admit it, but you're right about that. Deku, good, I'm glad you think so. Venom, but still, it wouldn't kill you if you give some credit. Deku, all right, I'll do that. After that was said, Venom then went back into Deku's chest. Once he did that, Deku then walked out from the stairs and continued his way through the hallway until he eventually made it to his class, where he continued his day like normal. But once class started, Aizawa arrived to the class a bit late as usual, but was kind of looking like a mummy with all the bandages he wrapped around his body since what happened at the USJ. As he stood in from the classroom though, he announced that the UA Sports Festival will start a week from now, which excited everyone in class to finally show off their quirks to the public. So throughout the entire class, Aizawa began telling everyone about the sports festival and what their roles are in the entire festival. Once he finished explaining, the school bell rung, which was the end of school, so everyone in class began packing their things to head home. Uraraka, hey Deku, do you want to walk to the train station with us? Hearing that, Deku looks over towards his right and sees Uraraka, Iida, Tsu, Denki, and even Mineta standing side by side looking over it. Seeing this, he couldn't help but to smile to know he has some friends. Deku, yes sir. Before Deku could finish his sentence, Aizawa soon in front of him. Aizawa, Midoriya, I need to have a word with you in private about something very important. Hearing how serious he sounded, Deku knew that it had to be something about the USJ. Deku, oh okay sir. After hearing that, the others who were waiting for Deku went ahead and left, since they knew whatever they were going to talk about was most likely going to take a long time. So once all the other students of Class 1A left, Deku then began following Aizawa out of the classroom and into the hallway, but as he was following behind him, Deku and Venom began to wonder what was so important that they needed to talk about, but before they can figure that out, they soon arrived at a door which Aizawa then slides open. From doing so, Deku looks inside and sees a very scrawny man sitting on a couch. Aizawa, head inside. Deku, yes sir. Deku heads inside the room and Aizawa follows behind him while shutting the door as well. Once inside, Deku takes a seat on the other couch across from the scrawny man. Aizawa goes ahead and sit right next to the scrawny man. Aizawa, all right, now that we're all here, let me introduce you to Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. Hearing that last part, Deku took a minute to understand what Aizawa just said. Deku, wait, what? All Might? I know it's kind of hard to believe, but I am really All Might. Deku, but All Might is big and strong, and you're All Might. The reason why I'm not like that now was because I attained an injury long ago in a big fight, so I have a limit for how long I can hold that form. Deku, oh I see, then is that the reason why I was called here? All Might, well yes and no, the reason why you're here was because that you knew about my injury already, and the only people that know of my injury are a handful of people and the teachers of UA, but for some reason you knew about it which left me curious of how you know it. Deku, well Aizawa, you didn't know about it did you? Hearing that shocked Deku as he then looked over at Aizawa who was staring at him with an intense look. Aizawa, that thing knew instead didn't it? Deku. Being stuck in this situation Deku didn't know what to say. Aizawa, come on Midoriya, tell us what that thing truly is. Deku then began to breathe heavily as he was struggling to figure out what to say back to Aizawa, but before he could even think of anything to say, Venom's head suddenly came out of Deku's chest and went straight over towards Aizawa with his jaws wide open, but right before he could get any closer he was then stopped by Deku who was trying to pull him back. Venom, let me go Izuku. They both know so I have to kill them now. Deku, and no. I won't let you do this Venom. Venom. Why not? They know too much already and could expose us to the world. All Might, we have no intentions of doing that. Deku, Venom, you don't. All Might, no we don't. I told the two of you my secrets so I think it's only fair that you tell me yours. Hearing that Deku and Venom looked at each other for a minute until eventually looking back at All Might and Aizawa. Venom, fine we'll tell you. So with that said Deku and Venom began explaining almost everything to them, not mentioning what Venom did to those two bullies. After explaining everything All Might and Aizawa you're fascinated to know that there is life in space similar to Venom. All Might, with both of us now knowing each other's secret, it's best that they should be cut that way and not be anyone. Aizawa, he's right so make sure not to cause any more trouble Venom. Venom, whatever. After Venom said that he then retreated back into Deku. Deku, sorry about that, he had a bit of a harsh attitude to him, but I know he's happy to know that there are trustworthy people to keep our secret. All Might, well you're welcome you too, not suggest that the both of you should head home now. Deku, right we should, thank you and goodbye. Deku then left the room and proceeded to leave the school, but as he was still inside, Momo Yaoyorozu was standing in front of the gates of UA waiting for her chauffeur to show up. Momo, where is he? He's late. As Momo stood there she suddenly felt brushing through her legs, she looked down and saw a cat. Momo, ah, so cute. Momo leaned down and began petting the cat on the head, but as she was doing this, she didn't notice something swirling inside the cat's eyes, and before she knew it something came out of the cat and leached onto her face. From that happening she passes out on the ground but wakes up minutes later not remembering what just happened. Momo, my head it hurts. As soon as she got back on her feet her chauffeur soon arrived, so as she was getting into her car, Deku saw her as she was getting into a car. Venom, wait, something's wrong. Deku, what? Before Venom could figure out what was wrong, Momo's chauffeur drives away. Deku, Venom what's wrong? Venom, I don't know but I did feel something wrong just a minute ago. Deku, well whatever it was I don't think problem to us. Venom, if you say so, now let's go home I'm starving. With that said Deku began to leave the campus, not knowing that they'll soon meet someone that they never expected to see. As of next week came, the students of Class 1A were preparing themselves for the sports festival. All of them but one which was Momo Yaoyorozu. She has not been to school for at least 2 days. Which was strange since she always came to school early. But the students just speculated that she must have caught a cold during the weekend. So they continued their days and waited for her to come back. On the third day in the afternoon all the students of Class 1A were gathered together in the classroom talking about the sports festival which is just a few days from now. But their talking was soon ended once Aizawa entered the room, making all the other students return to their desk and sit down. Once they were silenced Aizawa held up a clipboard in front of him. Aizawa, all right for this period we'll be heading to the gymnasium so you can prepare yourself for the sports festival, after that you'll. Aizawa was then cut off once the door to the classroom slid open, everyone looked over to the doorway and were shocked to see something unexpected. Momo, hey peeps, I'm back. Everyone was shocked to see Momo again but were even more shocked to see her appearance. her button-up shirt was untucked into a skirt and the top part of her shirt were unbuttoned showing a bit of cleavage, her tie was even loosened, and she had her jacket wrapped around her waist. Aizawa, you're late and it's bold of you to show up to school dressed like that. Momo, sorry teach, I guess you can say I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Aizawa, whatever, just go take your seat. Momo, will do tech. Momo walks over to the last row of desks. Once there she begins to walk towards her seat, but while approaching her desk she was beginning to walk past Deku's desk. And as she did so Deku and Venom suddenly felt a sense of danger. As Deku glanced up at Momo, she also glanced at him with a smile on her face. Once she walked past him, the sense of danger suddenly went away. Momo restarted desk and pulled up her chair where she then dropped her bag onto the ground and sat down on her chair where she then leaned back and kicked her feet up onto the desk. Everyone in the classroom were in lost of words to see Momo looking and acted this way now. Aizawa, all right, now that our absent is here now, I'll explain what we'll be doing on today's period from the beginning. So Aizawa began explaining their schedule today from the beginning. Once he finished, all the students got up from their seats and headed to the locker room to change into there, but on their way some of the girls went up to Momo to ask about her new appearance. Mina, hey Yaoyorozu, what's up with a new look? Momo, I figured someone might ask sooner or later, well let's just say I had a little change. Jiro, little? More like you're a whole different person. Momo, don't be ridiculous Jiro, I'm still the same Momo Yaoyorozu. Toru, yeah but cooler. Momo, hee, I guess so. As Momo chatted with those three, Deku was looking at her from a distance. I was curious about that strange sensation he felt once Momo walked past him. Deku, hey Venom, yes I know, something is strange about Yaoyorozu but I don't know what it is, so I think it's best that we keep a close eye on her. Deku, right after Deku said that, he suddenly felt a hand grab him on his left shoulder which surprises him, so he quickly looks over towards his left and sees Uraraka. Uraraka, hey Deku, who you talking to? Deku, oh I was just talking to myself that's all. Uraraka, oh okay then. As those two talked, Momo glanced over her shoulder and stared at Deku. Gymnasium. After everyone finished changing into their PE clothes, they all gathered in the gymnasium where they all begin training themselves for the sports festival. But during the training, Deku kept a close eye on Momo. From doing so he didn't notice anything strange about her. She was just using her quirk to make weapons that she uses to train with. So not seeing anything strange going on with her, Deku and Venom begin their training together. After an hour and a half the students of Class 1B soon showed up at the gymnasium as well, which meant the students of Class 1A had to leave. So the students headed back to their locker rooms and changed back into their uniforms where they then headed back into the school and into their classroom. During that class period Present Mike showed up to teach math, so Aizawa left the classroom and the students begun to learn from Present Mike, but during that entire class period, Momo was looking at Deku from her seat that was just one desk back from his. Once the school bell rang it was time for the students to head home now, so as Deku began packing his stuff into his backpack, a shadow soon covered in, he looked up and saw Momo looking down at him with a smile. Momo, hey there Midoriya. Deku, oh hi there Yaoyorozu, do you need something? Momo, no, but there's something I want to ask you if you don't mind answering. Deku, not at all. What do you want to ask? Momo, well I want to ask you, why were you staring at me during training in the gymnasium? Hearing her say, Deku was not expecting that at all, since back at the gymnasium he made sure she didn't see him. Deku, I was. Suddenly Momo reached out with her left hand and grabbed hold of Deku's tie which she then pulled, making him get real close to her face. Momo, if you wanted to know something of me just go ahead and ask me. At that very moment Deku and Venom felt that sense of danger again, but instead of reacting to it, Deku quickly made up a lie so he can hide the truth of why he was looking at her. Deku, well, I just wanted to know more about your quirk that's all. Hearing his response, Momo went ahead and let go of Deku's tie. Momo, well if that was just the case you should have just asked me about it back in the gymnasium. Deku, oh good to know. Momo, all right see ya tomorrow Midoriya. Deku, why yeah you too. Momo then began to leave the classroom, which Deku then let out a breath of relief, but after doing so he was then confronted by Denki and Mineta. Denki. Dude, what was that all about with Yaoyorozu? Deku. It was nothing, honest. Mineta. Oh cut the crap, Yaoyorozu pulled you by your tie, and was so close to your face, it looked like the two of you were going to start kissing or something. Deku. What? So as Deku began explaining everything to Denki and Mineta about what happened, Momo was walking to the train station instead of waiting for her chauffeur in front of the school. While doing so she suddenly bumped into 3 delinquent boys. Momo. Sorry about that, I didn't see you. Delinquent 1. Well, you see me now, and I think I need more than a stupid apology. Delinquent 2. Yeah, our buddy here likes his apologies in some sort of kind action. Do that for him and we'll take you out for some lunch. Momo. Lunch Delinquent 3. Yeah, shows that you're sorry and we'll take you out for a bite. Momo. Hee. Well, that is a kind offer you have for me boys, but I'm personally not hungry, but I have a friend that is really hungry today. Care to meet them? Delinquent 1. Yeah, sure. Show us your little hungry friend. Momo. All right then, just follow me. Momo then leads the 3 delinquents into a dark alleyway. Right when they're in deep into the alleyway, screaming began coming out of the alleyway as the sound of body is being teared in half also came out. One of the bullies runs out of the alleyway but trips over his own leg. From that happening he was suddenly dragged right back into the alleyway, and the sound from his scream was soon silent. Deep into the dark alleyway Momo stood standing around the alley walls, which were now covered in blood, and the bodies of the delinquents were nowhere to be seen. Momo. Well, how did you enjoy your meal? Scream. Right after she said that a yellow and black symbiote came out from her back and looked over at her and she also looked back at it. Scream. It was quite good but lacked in taste. Momo. I see, so there is some people that have a taste to them. Scream. Yes there is, but there's also a scent as well, and that Midoriya boy has 2 scent, which smell very delicious ss. Momo. So it's true as you said, Midoriya has one of your kind as well. Scream. That's right, and we'll see who is the more superior symbiote. Momo. Hee. Yes we will, and what better place to do it but in the UA Sports Festival. As the day of the sports festival soon came, the first years they gathered in the stadium where they begin preparing themselves for what's to come. Once everyone was ready they all gathered together in the center of the stadium where they heard applause and cheering from the people who were watching them, but all that applause and cheering soon stopped once the pro hero Midnight got on top of a podium and began speaking into a microphone. Midnight. Hello ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival. As Midnight said that, the entire crowd began cheering big and cheering throughout the stadium. Midnight. It sounds like all of you are very excited. Good, because we have one hell of a show for you. Our first years here will take part in 3 events that will decide who will be the winner of the sports festival. But before we get into the events, let's have some words from the young hero who protected his classmates and UA from those big bad villains, introducing Izuku Midoriya. The crowd cheered for Deku, who began to make his way over to the podium. Once he stood on top of the podium and looked out at his fellow students and the crowd of people, he couldn't help but to feel a bit nervous, but he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. How's he doing? So he looked at everyone with confidence. Deku. All I want to say is thank you for coming out. My classmates and all the other students appreciate your support as well, and we hope we give you one great show today. So with that said, let's Venom do this thing. As Venom spoke out of Deku's mouth, he immediately covered his mouth and looked at everyone, who was silent until they all let out a loud cheer for Deku. As they all did that, Deku removed his hand from over his mouth and awkwardly smiled at them. Midnight. Good job for hyping up the crowd, Midoriya. Deku. Thank you, Miss. Midnight. After saying that, he then walked off the podium and began making his way back to his classmates. He began talking to Venom. Deku. Venom. Why did you do that? Venom. I was just trying to hype everyone up. Wasn't that your intentions as well? Deku. Well yeah, but I wasn't going to yell that out. Venom. Yeah I know, you were going to say let's all have fun, which wasn't going to hype up the crowd at all, so it's a good thing that I stepped in to hype up the crowd. Deku. Yeah I guess, but you shouldn't do things like that all of a sudden without telling me. Venom. Ha Finn. I won't do that again unless I have your permission. Happy. Deku. Yeah whatever, now let's hurry before the events start. Venom. Right. As Deku made it back to his classmates. Midnight announced the first events that was chosen, which was an obstacle race. So all the students gathered in front of the starting entrance, which was a tunnel. As soon as the buzzer went off, the students began running straight into the cramped tunnel, but some of the students were smart enough not to run with the crowd. Among those students were Deku, who used a piece of venom on his legs and hands to jump side to side on the upper walls. He continued this until he was the first one out, but as he took a few steps away from the tunnel he came out of, some robots that were used in the entrance exam blocked his way. As he looked up at the robots, he then began to hear the sound of explosions coming from the tunnel behind him, so he turned around and saw Bakugo blast himself out of the tunnel and straight to the robot, where he then aimed to both hands straight at the zero-pointer's chest and shot a giant explosion which made the robot fall to the ground. After doing this, he made his way to first. Venom. Shit, we can't let that bastard take first from us, let's go Izuku. Deku. Right. Deku ran into the remaining robots. He leapt up into the air and jumped over all of them. After doing so, he then began chasing Bakugo, so you can take first place from him. But as he did this, all the other students made it out of the tunnel and had to deal with the robots. But luckily Todoroki stepped up and froze them all with just a single step of his right foot. After doing so, he then made an ice path for himself to reach Bakugo and Deku. A little did they know Momo Yaoyorozu was following the three of them in a quick pace. Momo. These guys are fast, but they're not faster than us. Scream. Right. Now catch up with them and leave them in the dust. Momo. You got it. As Momo was running very fast, she suddenly sensed something, so she stopped and turned around with a kick into the air. From doing so, she hits her classmate Mineta on the side of his face, which sends him flying. After doing so, she then continued on her way, leaving Mineta unconscious on the ground. 2. Second place. All the way up in second place, Deku was catching up to Bakugo. But as soon as he began to get closer to him, he suddenly blasted himself up into the air. As Deku reached where he blasted himself into the air, he soon saw a cavern with some platforms, which Bakugo was jumping onto with each blast he sent himself upwards with. Seeing this, Deku took a few steps back. As soon as he was far enough, he began sprinting straight to the edge. Once he got closer to the edge, venom wrapped around his legs as he then bent his legs downward and eventually launching himself up into the air and jumping the entire cavern, taking first place from Bakugo, who was standing on a platform. Bakugo. Damn it, Deku. As Bakugo rushed over to the other side, Todoroki and Momo right soon arrived at the cavern, which was a piece of cake for them to cross, but a few of the other students who then arrived with having trouble crossing the other side. First place. As Deku was now all the way up in first place, he was certain that he was going to win the race, but suddenly he stepped on something which then exploded, making him fly up into the air and hit the ground. Venom. What the hell was that? Suddenly Present Mic announces the minefield that Deku just ran into. As you begin to pick himself up, Bakugo soon caught up and took first place back again. But that wasn't all. Todoroki and Momo took second and third place, leaving Deku in fourth place. So you got himself back on his feet again and looked ahead at the minefield. Deku. Venom, I think I have an idea to get us back into first place. Venom. If it means we can beat that spiky-haired bastard, then I'm in. With that said, Deku grabbed a sheet of metal that was off to the side and began digging up the mines from the ground. As he did this, though, all the other students catched up and began running past him, which he didn't worry about at all. Once he gathered enough mines into a small ditch, he put the sheet of metal in front of him like a shield. Deku. Okay, here we go. Deku ran straight at the mines and leapt on top of them with the sheet of metal. From doing so, they then go off, sending him into the air and flying over all the other students. As he flew over all the other students' heads, he reached Bakugo and Todoroki, who would neck and neck in first place. But before you can get any closest, then the momentum he had was beginning to go away. So he thought of something quick which might work. So as he was close to Bakugo and Todoroki, he placed his feet onto each of their shoulders, where he then slammed the sheet of metal on the ground, making him lunge forward, and the two of them launched back. Doing this, he gains first place again and is nearing the finish line. But as he did this, Momo first out of the dust and takes second place, where she then begins sprinting straight towards Deku. Venom. We have some company, Izuku. Hearing Venom say that, Deku looks over his right shoulder and sees Momo catching up from behind him. So seeing this he then began sprinting as well. Doing this he reaches the tunnel which leads back into the stadium. As he ran through it he can feel Momo's presence right behind him. But as he continued sprinting he soon saw a light at the end of the tunnel. And before he knew it he crosses the finish line, place in first place, making in the stadium cheer for him. And right behind him was Momo, who takes second, but after her, Todoroki takes third and Bakugo takes fourth, which disappointing from being beaten by Deku. After that all the other students soon arrive but one, which was Mineta, who was still unconscious but still disqualified for being last, and was also taken to the infirmary as well. But all the remaining students who were still qualified approached the podium that Midnight was on to announce the next event, which was a cavalry battle. She even mentioned that since Deku was the first place winner of the race, he was given the most points out of everyone, which meant he was a prime target. Venom. Ah crap. After that announcement, Deku tried forming a group, but since he had the most points no one wanted to be in his group. Until Uraraka decided to ask him to be in a group with her, which made him so happy that he teared up. Once he finished he was then approached by a girl with pink hair who introduced herself as Mei Hatsume and was part of the support program. Which meant she had equipment they can use, so now that they had a team of 3 now all they needed was a 4th. So they decided to recruit Iida, but when they asked him to be on their team he denied them so he can be in a different team. After this Deku was having trouble deciding who should be in their team until eventually he decided on Tokoyami, his fellow classmate. Now that his group was formed they were all geared up with Mei's equipment, also known as her babies. As soon as the buzzer rang the battle began, everyone immediately went straight towards Deku group, but luckily with Mei's babies, they were easily able to dodge them, and also able to capture a few points from other students. But as they did this they soon encountered Todoroki's group, which Iida was a part of. Seeing this they also saw Denki and Momo. The two groups tried to steal each other's points but were unable to. Until Iida used an ultimate move that made him look so fast. Todoroki's entire group zoomed right past him and even stored Deku's points. As he did this, Deku and Venom wanted to get their points back right away but couldn't since there was no more time to do so. Once the buzzer rang once more the cavalry battle soon ended, which made Deku quite sad, from making his team lose in such a way. But suddenly Tokoyami managed to steal still a few points from Todoroki that he had wrapped around his neck, which meant they weren't disqualified at all and are able to move on to the third and final event. After the cavalry battle, Midnight announced the third and last event, which was a full-on battle against students, but a few students that were in a team together chose not to move on, due to not remembering the cavalry battle that they were just in. So Midnight announced their disqualification to the audience. After doing so she showed off the roster of who will be fighting each other. Midnight. Okay. Before the third and final event starts there will be a short break for the students and audience. After she announced that the students and audience were going to take their breaks, so as Deku was going to the others, he suddenly stopped when he heard a voice call out to him. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Hey you. Deku turns around and sees a boy with purple hair looking at him. Deku. Yes. Question mark, question mark, question mark. It looks like the two of us will be going ahead against one another. Hearing that, Deku looks back at the roster and sees his name next to Hitoshi Shinso, who is the same person he is talking to right now, so knowing that he looks back at him. Deku. Oh, I guess we are. Shinso. Yeah, you mind if I ask you a quick question? Deku. Huh, wah. Suddenly Deku's mouth was then covered. He looks to his right and sees his classmate, Masharao Ojiro, who was using his tail to cover Deku's mouth. Ojiro. Don't say anything to him, Midoriya. Deku was confused on why he said that, but once he looked back at Shinso, he saw him smirk over to them. Afterwards he then walked away without saying a word. Ojiro. Midoriya, I have to tell you this now, that Shinso guy. He said that as he begins to remove his tail from Deku's mouth. Deku. What do you mean? Ojiro. I was in that guy's team, or I was forced to be on his team. Deku. What? Ojiri. I don't know if I'm right or not, but I think his quirk has to be some sort of mind control, so whatever you do don't answer any of these questions. Deku. Okay. I won't. So now knowing that, Deku went towards to the others while Ojiro went to go take your seat in the stand. After a few minutes the break ended, and right away the third event started with Deku and Shinso facing off against each other on a rectangular platform where they will be fighting. As the buzzer rang to start their fight, they just stood there looking at each other, but suddenly Shinso began to speak to Deku. Shinso, Izuku Midoriya, the student that single-handedly drove away the villains, it must be nice to have a flashy quirk that could do that, unlike that tail guy. As he said that, Deku slowly began to get angry at him, as he begins speaking badly about Ojiro. Shinso, seriously a tail? That has to be one of the lamest quirks ever, and I think it was a way putting him in the hero course, don't you think so? Deku, you damn bastard, you don't know anything about Ojiro. Suddenly while Deku ran towards Shinso, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and had no control of his body at all. Deku's mind, I can't move. Shinso, well it seems that took the bait, now turn around and keep walking until you cross that line. After Shinso said that, Deku turned completely around until his back was facing Shinso. Afterwards he then began to walk back towards where he ran from, and with each step he took, he was beginning to get closer and closer to the line, but luckily Venom wasn't being controlled by Shinso's quirk. Venom, hey Izuku, what the hell are you doing? Stop right now. But even after Venom spoke, there was no response back from Deku, so as he was getting closer to the line, Venom took action. Venom wrapped a piece of himself around Deku's feet to prevent him from going any further, but even doing so he was still attempting to try to cross the line, so a tentacle came out of his chest and smacked Deku across the face very hard, which left a red mark across his left cheek. Venom, hey snap out of it. After doing this Deku was no longer in Shinso's control, but still felt a stinging pain across his face. Deku, whoa, that hurt. Venom, good. Then that means you're not in this controlled anymore, and also means we can kick his butt. Deku, right, let's do this Venom. Deku turned around back at Shinso and began running at him once again. Shinso's mind, how the hell did he break out for my mind control? Whatever, there's no time for me to think about it, I need to beat him or else everything I did here today will be a waste. So Shinso began running towards Deku, as they were about to clash. Shinso reached out with his left hand to grab Deku by his jacket. But before his hand can get any closer, Deku suddenly leapt into the air out of Shinso's grasp. He lands back down on the ground, but this time behind Shinso, who takes a glance over his shoulder and sees him, but before he can react, Deku wrapped his left arm around Shinso's neck. Afterwards he then kicked his right foot, making him lose his balance as Deku pulls him down to the ground with him. As Deku had his back onto the ground, he kept hold of Shinso tightly. He even wrapped his own legs around his so he wouldn't struggle so much to break free. Deku, just give up already, you can't break free from this. Shinso, and no, if I give up now then, I won't be able to join the hero course. Hearing that, Deku grip around his neck loosens a bit, but Venom quickly take control of his arm and tighten the grip once again. Deku, do you want to join the hero course? Shinso, yes I do, it's always been my dream to be a hero, that's why I enrolled in UA, but instead of them putting me in this year of course they put me in this general department because of my quirk. I've been told so many times that I couldn't be here with this type of quirk, but I want to prove them wrong and so that I can be a hero. 3. Hearing this, Deku couldn't help but to think about how he used to be before he had Venom. Deku, I understand how you feel. Shinso, no you don't. Deku, yes I do, back then I felt completely powerless and weak, but one day that all changed due to a new friend helping me. He gave me the strength I needed to fight and he still gives me that strength. I appreciate everything he does for me, and I know he wouldn't want me to lose this fight with you, so please just give up, I beg you. Hearing all that from Deku, Shinso goes ahead and taps out on Deku's left arm. From him doing this, Deku takes his arm off of his neck and lets him get back on his feet. Afterwards he raised both of his hands up. Shinso, I give up. Saying those 3 words, present mic announced Shinso throwing in the flag, but even after this Shinso looked down at Deku and put out his right hand towards him, which Deku grabs and will then helped up by Shinso. Afterwards they both look towards the audience and bow their heads to show their appreciation towards them for coming and cheer them on. After that they then looked back at one another and shook hands. Deku, I'm sorry that you lost. Shinso, it's all right, I'll try to get into the hero course another way. Deku, Well, if there's another way I'll be gladly to help you. Shinso. Thanks Midoriya. I really appreciate that, now go win. Deku. I will. They then let go of each other's hands and begin walking back towards where they came from, but as they did this, Momo and Scream were keeping a close eye on Deku during the entire fight while they sat in the podium. Scream. Many people here might see this fight honorable, but I see it as a waste of time since no blood was spilled. Momo. You must be really bloodthirsty to want that. Scream. Well, of course I am. I do feed on your species after all. Momo. Only if I allow it. Scream. Yes I know, but I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of blood being spilled here and there. Momo. Well, you won't have to wait long, because once we face off with Midoriya and his symbiote, we'll see who is the strongest even if it means killing the other. 1. Scream. Hee. I agree with that. Suddenly Momo then sensed something towards her right, so she quickly looked towards that direction and saw her friend Jiro, who was about to tap onto her shoulder but then stopped once she saw Momo face towards her. Momo. What is it, Jiro? Jiro. Oh, did I bother you? Momo. No, not at all. Jiro. Good. I just wanted to check up on you since I heard you talking to yourself under your breath. Momo. Oh, well, it's really nothing for you to worry about, Jiro. I'm fine, so let's just keep watching the fights. Jiro. Yeah, you're right. After that was settled, Momo back at the platform unwaited for the next fight to begin. After Deku's fight with Shinso, he went back to the waiting room he was in before his fight. Once he was inside the room, he leaned against the door he shut and began to slide his back down against the door until he sat on the ground. As he sat there, he looked up at the ceiling light and let out a breath relief. Deku. Hey Venom, you there? Venom. Yes. Deku. I wanted to ask how you felt about Shinso and our fight with him. Venom. Well, if that's what you want to know, I have to say the fight was much easier than I expected, especially when you fell into his mind control, and my thoughts about him is that he is lacking in many things that the heroes have, which is strength, durability, and reflexes, but besides that he has some good qualities to him, like his mind, determination, and most importantly his will. Deku. Is there any way we can help him get into the hero course? Venom. Perhaps we can talk to Aizawa or All Might about him, and if we are able to convince them, then Shinso definitely be able to join the hero course. Deku. You're right. After the sports festival we'll talk to them about Shinso's transfer into the hero course. Venom. Right, but before that, I want to thank you for what you said. Deku. You don't have to thank me, actually it's you who have to thank, since you were the one to help me to get here after all. Venom. That is true, but if I didn't find you that night then I'll probably be dead, so I will find a way to thank you someday. Deku. All right, if that's what you want then I won't object to it. Now come, let's head back to the stands where everyone else is. Venom. Right, but do you think we can head to the concession stand first? I'm getting a bit hungry. Deku. All right then, let's go. Venom. Yes. 20 minutes later, Deku returned to the stands with a bunch of food in his arms. Deku. Hey guys. Uraraka. Oh hey there Dek. As some of his classmates turned to face him, they were shocked to see the large amount of food he had in his arms. He goes down the short steps and takes a seat which was next to Uraraka and Iida. Iida. Wow Midoriya, you sure have a lot of food with you there. Deku. Haha. Yeah, I guess I do, but I get really hungry after a big fight like that. Uraraka. Oh yeah, you usually eat large amounts of food after training. Deku. Yeah I do. Oh, would you guys like some too? Uraraka. Sure thing, thanks Deku. Deku. No problem Uraraka. What about you Iida? Iida. No, I'm good, thank you though Midoriya. Deku. You're welcome. So what did I miss? Iida. Well, after your fight with Shinso, Todoroki and Shiro were up next for the second fight. Uraraka. Yeah, but it was over before it even started though. Todoroki trapped Shiro in a large amount of ice that reached up to the audience. Deku. Wow, really? That explains that rumbling sound I heard when I was at the concession stand. Iida. Well, it's sort of a shame that you missed something like that, but luckily you're here to see the third fight with Kaminari and Obara Shiozaki from Class 1B. Deku. Great. I hope Kaminari does his best. As Denki and Obara's match soon started, Denki started it off with a huge electric attack, but Abara easily blocked it with her vined hair. But while she was blocking it, she also slipped some of her vines under the stream of electricity. Doing so, she then wrapped those vines around Denki, which she then used to lift him up and squeeze him tightly. Doing this, he let out a large amount of electricity which fried his brain, making him do that stupid face he does when he overuses his quirk, and since he was now in that type of condition, he was deemed defeated. After the fight, he gained his senses and returned back to the stands, feeling complete misery from being beaten that easily. Iida, well, it seems that my fight is up next. Deku. Good luck, Iida. Uraraka, yeah, go kick some butt out there. Iida, thank you, you too, I appreciate your encouragement. After saying that, Iida then left to go get himself prepared for his fight. Minutes later, he stood on the platform along with his opponent, who was Mei Hatsume, the girl who helped Deku's group during the cavalry battle. As soon as the buzzer rang for their fight to begin, Iida immediately blasted his thrusters straight towards Mei. But as he was heading straight towards her, Mei stood there looking unworried about the situation. But as soon as Iida got close, Mei's boots repels her out of the way, making her boots shoot out a pool on the side, which Iida trips over but doesn't fall. Instead, he gets back on his own 2 feet and turns to face Mei, who began talking through a microphone, explaining her invention about her boots. While she did this, Iida kept trying to get close to her, but each time he did, she get out of the way by using her boots. After a few short minutes of talking about her invention, she announced that she gives up, making Iida the winner of this match. Once Iida returned to the stand, he was quite upset for being used for marketing. Uraraka, it's okay, Iida, I'm sure your next fight will be better. Deku, yeah, Uraraka is right, so just keep your head up. Still feeling upset, he didn't want to say a single word. Minutes later, the 4th fight began with Mina against Aoyama. It started off with Aoyama shooting his belly button beam at Mina, but she easily dodges it with her fast movements. Aoyama did his best trying to hit her with his beam, but Mina was so fast that she soon got close to Aoyama, where she then uppercuts him, knocking him out and making her the winner. Uraraka, wow, Mina really won that fight so quickly. Deku, yeah, she moved so fast that not even Aoyama's could have kept up with her. Suddenly, Deku and Uraraka heard 2 chairs creak behind them. When they turned the heads around, they saw Momo and Tokoyami standing up and proceeding to leave. Uraraka, oh yeah, those 2 are fighting up next. Hearing that, Deku was curious on who was going to win this fight. A couple minutes later, Momo and Tokoyami stood on the platform and looked at each, but as Momo stood there, she glanced up at the stand and noticed that Deku was staring at her. Seeing that, she gives off a small grin, but suddenly her senses then kicked in, making her move to the right. Doing this, she dodged one of Tokoyami's attacks. After doing so, she looks back at him with menacing eyes. Momo, let's end this quickly. Saying that, she then begins sprinting straight towards Tokoyami. Seeing her do this, he let out Dark Shadow, who attempted to attack her, but she was so fast that she easily dodged each attack that Dark Shadow threw at her. Eventually, she got past Dark Shadow and was now in front of Tokoyami. She threw her first punch straight at him, but he manages to dodge it, only letting it graze against the left side of his feathered face. But even from dodging that first punch, Momo kept throwing more punches left and right, which made Tokoyami back away so he wouldn't get hit by one of the punches. But as he kept backing away, he knew he couldn't continue this without throwing his own attack, so he jumped far back enough to let out Dark Shadow one last time. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, go now. Dark Shadow lets out a roar and begins heading straight towards Momo. As Dark Shadow got super close, Momo pulled back her right fist and lost it straight towards Dark Shadow. Doing this, her fist and first it into his chest and out its back. Doing this, Dark Shadow disappears, which shocks Tokoyami. And before he can even think or do anything, Momo ran up to him and threw a punch straight towards his direction, but stopped midway before it punching. Doing this, he falls back onto his butt. Suddenly, a buzzer goes off and it is announced that Tokoyami is out of bounds, which means he is disqualified. Hearing this, he looks down and sees that he's over the line. He looks back at Momo, who gives him a devilish grin. After doing so, she begins to walk away from him, but halfway she stops and looks back at the stands where the rest of her class is. Looking up at their stand, she raises her right hand and points only at Deku. Momo, you're next. Izuku Midoriya. Saying that no one else heard her, so she lowered her hand and began walking away, but after doing that Deku knew that she was pointing at him. After Momo's fight against Tokoyami, Kirishima and another student from Class 1B named Tetsu begin their fight, which seemed to be evenly matched, but during that whole fight Deku noticed that Momo has not returned after her fight, which made him and Venom curious on where she has gone. But in the middle of his curiosity Deku suddenly heard a buzzer go off. When he turned his focus back to the fight he noticed that Kirishima and Tetsu were completely knocked out, which made their first fight end up in the tie, so they were taken away to the infirmary. But Midnight announced that there will be a tiebreaker against the two once they regain consciousness. After that they announced the next fight, which was Uraraka and Bakugo. A few minutes later the two of them were ready to fight one another. But everyone knew that there was a complete power difference between the two. But Uraraka did not give up, since you desperately wanting to win against Bakugo. But in her attempt she got hurt a lot. Seeing this Deku did his best to hold back Venmo, who really wanted to jump into the fight and bet Bakugo senseless. But in the end Deku held Venom in, as they then announced Bakugo as the winner. After that Deku went to meet up with Uraraka to see how she was doing after that fight. But once he met up with her he saw that she was taking the loss with ease, which confused Deku but not Venom, who knew exactly what she was feeling. But he didn't say anything since he also knew that she wanted Deku not to worry about her. So after they left Uraraka got a phone call from her parents congratulating her for getting this far in the sports festival, but even after hearing that she let out some tears from her loss. Once she had some time to clean herself up, she returned back to the stands, but from returning she noticed that Deku wasn't in his seat. 1. Uraraka: Hey Iida, where did Deku go? Iida: He went to go get ready for his fight against Todoroki. Uraraka: Oh, then if that's the case, we should get ready to hype him up once he starts his fight. Iida: Right, it's good to cheer on it a friend. Uraraka: Yeah, so let's make sure he hears us cheering him on. While Uraraka and Iida practiced their cheering, Deku was preparing himself in the waiting room. 1. Deku: All right Venom. Our next opponent is Todoroki, which is going to be one of the toughest fights yet. Venom: Yes, it seems so, but I am certain that we will win in the end. Deku: Haha, yeah, I hope so. Suddenly Deku then heard a knock on the door as it began to open. As he looked over towards the door he saw Present Mike standing at the doorway. Present Mike: Hey there kid. Deku: Oh Present Mike, do you need something? Present Mike: No. It's just that I wanted to tell you that there's been a recent change in your fight. Deku: What? Present Mike: Yeah, sorry about that kid, you won't be facing Shoto Todoroki in this fight. Deku: Then who will I be fighting? Present Mike: Well, your new opponent is Momo Yaoyorozu. Hearing that news, Deku felt shocked and surprised at the same time, knowing that his next opponent was going to be the girl who has been giving off a sense of danger recently. Present Mike: Well, that's all I want to tell you. Good luck out there and your fight is in 5 minutes. As Present Mike then left, Deku began speculating that Momo secretly had something to do with the sudden change. Deku: Did Yaoyorozu hack into the system and to change on matches, or did she bribe to change the fight? As Deku continued muttering on, Venom soon knocked him out of it as it was nearly time for their fight to begin. Venom: Hey, calm down Izuku, this doesn't change a thing for us. Deku: It doesn't. Venom: Yeah, because in the end we're going to be the ones that win this. Deku: Why, you're right, as long as we have each other then we can win. Venom: That's right, now let's go kick some butt. Deku: Yeah, let's go. So Deku went over to the door and proceeded to leave the waiting room. After leaving the waiting room he was soon standing right in front of the entrance that led into the center of the arena. He took some deep breath until eventually he proceeded to walk out into the arena, where he was then greeted by cheering all over. Once he approached the steps to the platform he soon proceeded to walk up then until eventually he was on top and saw Momo on the other side with a cocky smirk on her face. Deku looked at her with a serious face as he punched both of his fists. After they were announced the buzzer soon rang, which started their fight, but instead of either of them walking or running towards the other they just stood there looking at one another. Suddenly Momo P was the one to cut the silence. Momo: Midoriya, can I ask you something? Deku: Go ahead. Momo: Thanks, now tell me, how do you feel having all that strength squirming around in your entire body? Deku, what? Momo, because I know how it feels, and it has to be one of the most amazing things I've ever felt in my entire life. As Momo said that, the sense of danger began to come off of her, which Deku and Venom immediately felt. Venom, oh shit, suddenly Momo's entire begin to get covered by yellow and red goo. Deku, Venom isn't that, Venom, yes it is. As they looked at Momo, they finally realized that she was covered in her own symbiote, who then looked at Deku and let out an ear-piercing screech. From her doing this, Venom and Deku were affected by her high-pitched scream, which made Deku cover his ears to block out the sound, but it was still too strong and eventually he fell onto his knees. Seeing him on his knees, Scream stopped her screeching and began running straight towards him. As she was getting closer, she then leapt up into the air and headed straight down towards him with her sharp claws in her right hand ready to strike down on. And she was now close enough to him. She swiped her clothes right at him, but instead of making impact, she felt her hand being grabbed, so she looked past her own arm and saw that Deku's entire right hand was covered with venom. Deku, you're going to need more than that. Venom. To stop us. Venom soon came out of Deku's body, completely covering in head to toe. Now that he was out, he gripped his fingers on Scream's hand and tossed her back where she came from. But Icy flew through the air. She then slammed her hands onto the ground and sunk her claws into the cement, which then stopped her momentum. After doing this, she looked at Venom and smiled. Scream, we finally meet again. Venom, Venom. It seems so, Scream, and it looks like you found yourself a worthy host like I have. Scream, that's right, and we want to see how strong you and your host really are. Venom, well, if the two of you are dying to know so badly, then bring it on. With that said, Venom and Scream begin charging straight towards one another, until eventually clashing by grabbing the other's hand and slamming their heads against one another. From doing this, the ground they stood on began to crack due to the pressure under their feet. As the crowd saw this, they began cheering this epic monster fight they were not expecting to see. Scream, it seems that we're giving them quite a show. Venom, yes, I guess we are, but that's not the reason why we're here. Suddenly, Venom used his strength to push Scream off of him, and from being pushed back, she was then grabbed by the neck and slammed into the concrete ground. But that wasn't all. Venom removed his hand from her neck and began punching Scream's face over and over again. After a few 15 punches, he stopped and took a few steps back, but from doing so, Scream's hair suddenly shot towards Venom and wrapped around his neck, which then lifted him off of his feet and began to strangle him. Scream, now it's my turn. Scream got up from the ground and stood back on her own 2 feet and looked up at Venom, who was desperately trying to break the strains of hair around his neck, but each time he tried he couldn't even snap one strain at all. Scream, try as you might, but you can't break free. After that was said, Scream stretched out her hair up into the air and slammed Venom into the ground, but even after doing this, Scream knew that this wasn't going to be enough to stop him, so she lifted them up into the air again and began slamming him all over the ground over and over again until eventually she had him hanging in front of her. As she looked at him, she noticed that he wasn't moving a single muscle. Scream, ah, did I already break you? Venom does not say a word, instead he just hangs there looking completely lifeless. Seeing this, Scream began to pull him closer to her. As she was bringing in closer and closer, 4 black tentacles suddenly came out from Venom's back. Seeing this, Scream tried to toss him away, but Venom's tentacles were faster and managed to wrap around Scream's entire body. Venom, you're not the only one with the few tricks up their sleeves. With Venom wrapping his tentacles around Scream, he was then put back on his feet, which he then grabbed onto her hair and began slamming her into the ground like how she did to him. Doing this, the hair around his neck completely let go. But he didn't. He gripped onto a hair tightly as he slammed her onto the ground over and over again until eventually jumping into the air and unwrapping his tentacles from her body. He then threw her back to the ground from the air, and as soon as she hit the ground, she looked up and saw Venom coming straight down towards her. So she used her hair once more to try to wrap it around him, but as soon as the hair got close, Venom ripped through it and slammed his right foot onto her stomach. After this, he looked straight down to her and knew that she was far from finished. So he pulled back his right fist and launched it straight towards her face, but right when his fist was about to make impact, he suddenly stopped, due to Momo's face appearing under his fist. Momo, so the two of you are stronger after all. Has she said that, lifted his foot off of her and stepped back as he begins to go back into Deku's body. Deku, yes we are. Momo, well if that's the case. More than began to get up from the ground and raised both arms up as she looked at Deku with a smile. Momo, I give up, knowing we can't beat you too. From saying that, Midnight announced her forfeiting, which meant Deku will be moving on to the next fight, so instead of walking back where she came from, Momo went up to Deku and leaned into his ear. Momo, I know the two of you want answers, so don't worry, you'll get them from the both of us. Deku, all right then. With that said, Momo turned away from Deku and began walking back to where she came from. Deku also did the same, but while he was walking away he couldn't help but to wonder about Momo's symbiote. As Deku returned back to the stands, he noticed that Momo, and even asked where she has gone, but no one knew at all. At that moment the others asked him on how Momo could replicate his quirk. Not wanting to explain the truth, he lied by saying she must have used her quirk to make the same stuff that comes out of him. At first the others didn't really buy it, but soon convinced themselves since they knew Momo's quirk could create nearly everything. So with that settled, Deku took his seat in between Iida and Uraraka. As a sports festival went on, Deku got into two more fights. First with Todoroki, who he ended up beating since he used Venom Break through all of his ice attacks. In the end of the fight Deku told him why he lost, and it was because he wasn't using his quirk fight. With that said, Todoroki took that to heart and decided to use his flame side as well. After a few fights later, Deku finally faced off against Bakugo, who Venom knew was going to be a tough opponent to beat. But Deku had already formed a plan to beat him, so once the buzzer rang Deku ran towards Bakugo. From him doing this, Bakugo just raised his right hand and blasted him away. But even after that Deku kept running at Bakugo no matter how many times he was being blasted with the explosions. This frustrated Bakugo since Deku wasn't going down or wasn't using his monster-like quirk. He got so mad that he charged Deku and grabbed him by the face. But right when he was about to shoot out another explosion from the palm of his, he felt instant pain in his wrist, which meant Deku's plan wasn't going exactly as you thought. So he called out for Venom, who immediately came out of his body and wrapped himself around Deku's entire body. Seeing this, Bakugo tried to use his explosions, but his wrists were too injured to continue on. So he decided to get some distance, but it was already too late. Venom grabbed him by the wrist and lifted him up into the air and slammed him onto the ground on his back, making all the air in his lungs get completely blown out. Due to this he couldn't move a single part of his body, so they announced Deku as the winner since Bakugo couldn't move. As Deku got his first place medal, the second and third medals went to two others in his class, but there was supposed to be a fourth, which was for Iida, who suddenly left without a word. But after everyone got their medals, All Might thanked the students and audience for being here and even said a cheesy one-liner. Weekend. After the sports festival, all the students were given some time off to either rest or recover, but for Deku, he spent that time looking through the recorded fight with Momo late at night. Doing this, him and Venom were able to get a better look at her symbiote. So Deku was sitting on the couch, he kept pausing each time there was a new angle on the symbiote. Deku, her symbiote is quite unique compared to you, Venom. Venom took that as an offense, and came out from Deku's back and got in his face. Venom, hey, do not think I'm unique enough for you. Deku, no, I didn't mean it like that, it's just that Yaoyorozu's symbiote is different in appearance and abilities. Venom, well of course, all symbiotes are different in their own way, especially on the type of host we have. Deku, what do you mean? Venom, well, with each compatible host a symbiote has with a person, they are either more docile or more aggressive. Take us for example, you don't have violent intentions towards others, which makes me not so aggressive, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy harming those who hurt us. Deku, I see, but what about Yaoyorozu and her symbiote? Venom, well, judging how our fight ended with her, I have to say that she's in the same boat as we are, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be cautious around her. Deku, right, but I wonder why she hasn't contacted me yet. Venom, I'm curious about that as well. As Deku and Venom begin wondering about Momo, they soon heard the door to the living room open, so Venom quickly went back into Deku, who turned around to look at the door. Doing so, he sees his mom, who must have woken up from either the TV or his conversation with Venom. Inko, Izuku, you're still watching that recording? Deku. Yeah I am. Did I wake you? Inko. No, I just needed to get a glass of water, but still seeing you up, I suggest you should go to bed. Deku. Right mom, I'll do that. So with that said, Deku turns off the TV and begins heading back to his room. As soon as he was in his room he immediately fell on top of his bed and looked up at a ceiling, but as he did this he couldn't fall asleep since he still wondered about Momo, but suddenly at that time he heard his phone vibrate on the counter of his desk, so Venom's tentacle comes out of his shoulder and grabs the phone off of the table and hands it over to Deku. As he held the phone in his hand he saw that it was an email from Momo. Venom. Well, speak of the devil. Deku prices onto the email and begins reading what she sent to him. Momo's message. Hello Midoriya. I know you and your symbiote must have been waiting for me to contact you. Well, now that I wish to meet you and your symbiote tomorrow afternoon so we can have a proper discussion, and don't you worry, I will answer any question you have for us. After reading that, Deku went ahead and replied back to her email. Deku's message. Alright then, tomorrow, I'll send you a location where we should meet. Sending that message, Momo immediately replied back to him with her own message. Momo. Alright, I'll see you two tomorrow. With that settled, Deku placed his phone next to his pillow and immediately fell asleep. As the next day soon came, Deku was in a park sitting and waiting for Momo to show up, but as he did so Venom was still so cautious about this meetup. Venom. Izuku, this is still a good idea. Deku. Yes I do. Venom. What if they attempt to attack us? Deku. They won't. Venom. Oh yeah, what makes you so sure about that? Deku. Because we are in a public place surrounded by people, and just like us they're not stupid enough to attempt to do anything bad. 2. Venom. Well, if that's what you think I won't object to it, but I'll still keep my guard up. Deku. Alright then, you do what you need to do. Suddenly after saying that, Deku soon heard a familiar voice call out his last name. Momo. Hey there Midoriya. Hearing that, Deku looked over towards his left and saw Momo, who was looking at him with a smirk on her face as she had her hands inside the pockets of a jacket she wore. Deku. Good, you're here now, take a seat. Momo. Whatever you say. Momo went over to the bench and sat right next to Deku with her arms extended out on the back side of the bench. Momo. So should you go first or shall I? Deku. I'll go first. Momo. All right then, ask away. Deku. Okay, first things first, when did you get your symbiose? Momo. Well, I got it after school when I was waiting for my chauffeur to pick me up. As I waited a stray cat came up to me, so out of instinct I began petting it until something jumped out of it and latched onto me, which also made me black out for a few seconds. After I returned home I immediately noticed that something was wrong with me since I was eating more food than I usually do. Next thing I noticed, I heard a voice. At first I thought it was my imagination until I looked into the mirror and saw her. 1. Deku. Your symbiote. Momo. That's right. At first I was completely terrified of he, but she explained yourself and said that I should address her as Scream. Having her with me, she helped me break free from the responsibilities that I constantly had on my shoulders. Deku. So that's why you change all of a sudden. Momo. Right again Midoriya, but I'm still my old self. 1. Deku. I see, so answer me this next question I have. How did the two of you know about me and Venom already? Momo. Well, this is where our explanation comes in. Before Scream took me as her host, she began searching for other symbiotes that managed to survive the fall to Earth, and turns out she found one, and it turned out to be you Midoriya. Deku. Well, now that you found me and Venom, what now? Momo. Well, she's telling me right now that we should make an alliance. Deku. An alliance. Momo. That's right, and the reason why is that there could be others out there, either like us or you know. Deku. Yeah, I do. If there's more hosts out there, then many people could be in danger. Momo. That's right, and if we make this alliance, we'll both take care of the bad ones, and for the good ones, we will recruit them into our cause. So what do the bus did you say are? Venom. She has a point about this. My kind tend to be attracted to those who crave violence, so it is clearly the best option for us to join up with her. Deku. All right, we came to a decision and that's yes, we'll join you. Momo. Well, it's good to have your board, leader. Deku. Wait, leader. Momo. That's right, you beat us during our fight, so it's only fair to declare the strongest the leader, and that's you. Deku. All right then, that does sound fair, but I should tell you that there are two people that know about Venom and I. Momo. Who? Deku. All Might and Aizawa, and if we tell him about you and this little alliance we have, then I'm sure that they'll help us. Momo. All right then, I'll trust you on this, since you are the leader after all. Deku. Thanks. Momo. No problem. After saying that, Momo got up from the bench and turned to face Deku. Momo. Now that all that is settled, how about we get a bite to eat? Deku. Wait with me, Momo. Of course, we are going to end up working together after all. Deku. You're right, and I'm sort of hungry as well. Momo. Great, then let's go. So Deku got up from the bench and began leaving the park with Momo. League of Villain Hideout. Inside the hideout of the League of Villains, Tamura Shigaraki was in his room sitting at his desk rewatching the sports festival. Doing so, Venom soon popped up on screen, which he then placed the palm of his hand against the screen, making it disintegrate. After doing that, he slammed both of his fists onto the table out of anger. Shigaraki. That damn brat, I'll kill him and that quirk he has. As Shigaraki sat there completely angry, he had no clue he was being watched and listened to. Inside the vents above, a rat was looking through a hole, watching Shigaraki. As it did so, something swirled around its eyes. Once all the students returned to UA from their break, Deku and Momo were immediately pulled out of class and were taken to the room that Deku told the truth about him and Venom. Once inside the room, they were greeted by Aizawa, and sitting next to him was All Might, who is not in his buff form, which made Momo question on who the skeleton-looking man was. Momo. Hey, who's the skinny guy? Deku. Well, that's All Might. Hearing that, Momo began staring at All Might, which she was having a hard time believing that man who looks so fragile that even a hug can probably break him into. Momo. And no, there's no way that guy can be All Might. All Might. Maybe this will change your mind about that. With that said, a cloud of smoke suddenly appeared around the skinny All Might, and once the smoke begins to clear up, Momo was baffled to see the classic All Might she knows well, but after just a single second, All Might turned back into skinny man he was. Momo. But how is this possible? Aizawa. I promise everything will be explained to you, but right now you need to take a seat next to Midoriya and explain yourself about that symbiote of yours. Momo. Why, yes sir. So Momo sat down next to Deku on the couch across from Aizawa and All Might. She then began to explain her symbiote and its purpose of being here. Once hearing that there are more symbiotes out there, they all decided to work together to track down all the other symbiotes. So after that was settled, Momo was then told by the explanation about All Might. From hearing, she was quite shocked to know that the number one hero what times in such a way that he can't even go beyond plus ultra anymore like he used to back in his prime. But he also explained that he'll find the successor to carry on his quirk, but until then he will help them find the remaining symbiotes before any wrong can be done around Japan. But little did they know there was about to be a match made in hell. League Hideout. Inside the League of Villains hideout, Shigaraki was still completely upset from seeing Venom and Deku win the sports festival, even though that was just weeks ago. So as he was in his room throwing and trashing things around, he eventually got so exhausted that he ended up collapsing on top of his bed and reaching out to the ceiling, making a vow. Shigaraki. Once I have enough power, I will kill you and your damn quirk. Eventually, after saying that, he soon lowered his arm back to his bed and ended up falling asleep immediately. But while he laid there sleeping, a rat suddenly and squeezed through the bars of the vent and fell onto the ground on its legs. The ratman scurried its way towards Shigaraki's left hand, which was hanging off the bed. Once the rat got close, it then shortly began sniffing it until eventually a silver goo suddenly came out from the rat's body and latching on to the palm of his hand. Once the goo completely went straight into Shigaraki's hand, the rat then quickly ran away from the danger. So as Shigaraki slept there, he then began to have a strange dream which had flashes of his childhood, being abused by his father who constantly beat him, but while he was saying that, he was also hearing a monster-like voice speaking to him. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Look at you, all pathetic and weak. Hearing that voice speak to him in such a way, Shigaraki wasn't going to just stand by it. Shigaraki, who are you? Show yourself. Question mark, question mark, question mark. No, I will show myself to someone that's weak as you. You talk of slaughtering and purging, but here you are completely weak to your own emotions. Shigaraki, shut up. Shut up. Question mark question mark question mark. You can't even beat a little boy who owns a far weaker version of my species. Shigaraki, what are you talking about? Question mark question mark question mark. I'm talking about this. Suddenly, the monster-like voice showed Shigaraki the memory of when he was scared of Deku and Venom. Question mark question mark question mark. They are weaker, but if we combined forces then they will be easily dealt with, so what do you say to Mura Shigaraki? Hearing all, Shigaraki was easily persuaded on the thought of Deku in the most horrible way. Shigaraki, fine, I accept, so what do I need to do? Question mark question mark question mark. Well, this is the easy part, all you need to do is let me in. From hearing that last part, Shigaraki immediately sat up in his bed in a cold sweat and panting for air. Doing so, he then began to look around his room to see if there was anyone talking to him, but he did not see a single person. So he got it from his bed and started to make his way over towards his door to head to the bar. But right when he was walking towards the door, he suddenly passed a mirror, which he then looked at and saw a monster that looked somewhat like Venom. Seemed that he got so scared that he eventually tripped over his foot and began falling backwards, but before he could hit his back onto the ground, a silver goo suddenly came out from his back, preventing him from falling. The goo then lifted him back up to his feet and brought him closer to the mirror, where he is then face to face with his own symbiote. Shigaraki, what are you? Riot. We are Riot, and you and I have a common enemy that we must kill before it is too late. Shigaraki, too late for what? Riot, to gather my brothers and sisters so we can slaughter those who dare to defy us, so will you help me? Shigaraki, if it means killing that brat and that damn monsters he has, then I'm in. Riot, good, I think we are going to get along very well. Shigaraki, yeah, same here. After their conversation with All Might and Aizawa, Deku and Momo returned to the classroom and were immediately rushed by some of their classmates, who asked them numerous questions of why they were pulled out of class all of a sudden. But before they can answer any of their questions, Aizawa stepped into the classroom and ordered everyone to take their seats, which none of them hesitated to do. Once everyone was seated, Aizawa went in front of the class to tell him something very important. Aizawa, all right students, what I'm about to tell you is something so important that it will affect your career as pro heroes. Hearing this, everyone grew nervous and were on the edge of their seats waiting for Aizawa to explain further on. Aizawa, today all of you will be. There was a long pause between the students and Aizawa until eventually. Aizawa, choosing your hero names. From finally hearing that, all the students in the class cheered in excitement to be finally choosing their hero names. Aizawa, all right, calm down. Choosing your hero name is one of the most important things to becoming a hero. Love you, because once you have your name chosen, it's with you forever, trust me, I know. Aizawa says that as he gets a flashback of how he got his hero name from Present Mike. Aizawa, and helping you choose your names wisely will be a special guest we are having. Right after saying that, the door to the classroom slides open and all the students looked over and were immediately excited to see the rated R hero, Midnight, who some of the boys were especially happy to see. Midnight, hello boys and girls, I hope all of you are ready to choose your hero names. Class 1A, yeah, Midnight, good, now I need all to come up and get a whiteboard and marker, which you will be writing down your hero names and presenting them to the class. With that said, everyone got up from their seats and went over to the front and were given their own whiteboard and marker, which they then returned back to their seats and began thinking of suitable hero names. As the other students were thinking their hardest, so was Deku, who was actually having a hard time deciding what name to write down, but luckily he had Venom to help him out with this. Venom, hey Izuku, I have a great hero name for us. Deku, what is it? Venom, Venom and Izuku, the fantastic two. Deku, it's not bad, but I think we should still keep on thinking on other names. Venom, oh then I got another one, what about Monster Duo? We'll break your bones and eat your face, sounds good right? Deku, again the name's not bad, but that little slogan of yours, I don't think it sounds too hero-like, so I still think we should keep on brainstorming. Venom, fine, then I'll do my best to give us the greatest name ever. Deku, okay then, you do that. With that said, Deku then began to think of hero names that could suit him and Venom, but nothing was coming to mind. So he then began thinking of hero names he made up when he was just a kid. but as he was thinking of them, realized that they were just names that were inspired by All Might's hero name. Deku's mind. Come on Izuku, we need a name. So while Deku contemplated with hero names, some of his classmates were already going up to the front of the class and presenting their hero names one by one. Some of them were praised by Midnight and the students, but the others that weren't had to go back to their desk and make a new name. This continued for a few minutes until eventually half of the class have already chosen their names. Midnight. All right students, it seems that some of you haven't came up and presented your hero name, so I'll be calling one of you up here to present your name to all of us, and to start off will Mr. Midoriya. As she says Deku's name, she pointed at him who wasn't ready to be called upon. Deku. Me. Midnight. That's right, now come up here and present your hero name to us. Deku. All right then. Deku gets up from his seat and holds his whiteboard and marker as he begins to approach the front of the class. As he did so, Venom began blurting out random names that sounded only cool to him. Venom. What about the Black Death? Or maybe Ven Izuku. How about Twin Devils? Come on Izuku, you have to choose one. But it was too late for Deku to choose a name. As he stood in front of the class, he looked at the whiteboard and saw that it was completely Midnight. Come on Mr. Midoriya, don't be shy, let us see the name you have chosen. Deku really didn't want to show his blank whiteboard, but being in this situation he really didn't have a choice, so he closed his eyes and was about to show everyone his blank whiteboard, but before he could flip the board, Venom spoke to him. Venom. Izuku, I know you don't want to show your blank board, and I also know you don't like any of the names I've chosen, which is fine with me, but do know that there is a name suited for you alone. Hearing that, Deku finally realized why he was having so much trouble choosing a name, and the reason was that he was choosing a name for two instead of one. Venom. That's why I think this should be your name. As Deku looked down at his whiteboard, he saw the name he disliked for years but grew to like due to someone calling him that name in a friendly way, so with that he flips his board and shows everyone his hero name. Deku. My name is Deku. After everyone chose their hero name, Aizawa then announced to the rest of the class that they'll be choosing a hero agency for their internship, which they were excited to do, so Aizawa gave the rest of the class time to the students to decide what agency they would want to attend as an intern. Some of the students divided into groups to talk about agencies they want to attend, while a few were deciding on their own. One of those groups that were talking together were Deku, Uraraka, and Iida. Uraraka. So you guys, do you have a certain agency you want to enter into? Deku. Well, there's a lot of good agencies out there and it's a lot harder to just choose one. Uraraka. Yeah, I know what you mean, but I already decided what agency I'm heading to. Deku. Which one? Uraraka. Gunhead, of course. Deku. Gunhead. But he's all about close combat, and I thought you wanted to focus and support. Uraraka. I do, but ever since the sports festival I decided that I should learn some new skills that will most likely help me being a hero. Deku. I see now, I hope you get accepted into his agency. Uraraka. Yeah, I hope so too. What about you Iida, what agency are you deciding to go to? As Deku and Uraraka looked over at Iida, they saw that he was looking down at the desk and his hands were clenched into a fist. Uraraka. Iida, are you listening? From Uraraka saying that, Iida then raises his head and looked at Deku and Uraraka, who was looking at him with concern. Uraraka. Hey, are you doing all right? Iida. Yes, I'm fine. Izuku. Are you sure about? Because you've been acting a bit off since what happened to your brother. Iida. I understand that you are concerned, but it is like I said, I'm fine, so you shouldn't be concerned about me. Instead, the two of you should focus what type of agency you should be heading to. Deku. Well, I haven't decided, but Uraraka has already. We just wanted to know what agency you were going to. Iida. Well, if you must know, my internship will be with the hero manual. Uraraka. Isn't that the hero in Hosu? Iida. Yes, it is, and I hope I can learn a lot from him. As Deku and Uraraka looked at Iida, they couldn't help but to be worried, since they knew that his older brother was injured there by the infamous hero killer who has been targeting certain heroes. Uraraka. I just know that you will, Iida, and I also know that you'll be doing the wise decisions. Iida. Thank you, Uraraka, I appreciate those words. As Uraraka smiled from his words, Izuku still looked at him with a bit of worry and was about to tell him something until he felt a hand grab his right shoulder, which made him look over to his right to see Momo standing there. Momo, hey there you three. As she said that, Uraraka and Iida look over towards Deku and sees Momo standing on his right with her hand on his shoulder. Uraraka, oh hey there Yaoyorozu, what's up? Momo, nothing much, I'm just checking up if certain people have chosen their agencies yet. Uraraka, oh I see, well me and Iida have already decided what agency we'll be heading to. Momo, well that's great to hear, what about Midoriya, have you decided yet? Deku, no I haven't. Momo, well isn't that a coincidence, neither have I. From saying that Momo then leans down to Deku, getting real close to his face which made him blush quite a bit. Momo, you want to help me decide what agency I should have my internship at? Deku, well, as he was about to answer, Momo then leaned into his ear and began whispering to him. Momo, we need to talk. Hearing the serious tone in her voice, Deku knew it had to do with the symbiote problem. Deku, all right I'll help. As he said that, Momo pulled herself away from Deku and smiled as she placed both of her hands together. Momo, great, now if you two don't mind I'll be taking Midoriya here for a little one-on-one conversation. Uraraka, oh all right then. Momo, come on Midoriya, let's go. Deku, right. Deku gets up from the chair and begins following Momo out of the class. As they walked out, Uraraka couldn't help but to wonder why they needed to talk alone together and for their sudden closeness. Uraraka, hey Iida, do you think Deku and Yaoyorozu have gotten closely recently? Iida, well perhaps they have, it's good for other classmates to get close to one another, don't you think so? Uraraka, yeah I totally agree. From saying that, she still couldn't help but to wonder about those two. Under stairway, after leaving the classroom, Momo and Deku stood under the stairway and began talking about the internships and in their mission of hunting down the other symbiotes. Momo, look, this internship stuff is good and all but our mission still has the highest priority. Deku, I agree, but this internship is also a priority. Momo, how so? Deku, well we know that all the other symbiotes are most likely scattered around Japan, but we don't know where, so that's where the agencies come in. Momo, I'm listening. Deku, many of the hero agencies are scattered around Japan just like the other symbiotes, so if either of us can choose one of the agencies then we can at least find one of the symbiotes in that part of Japan. Momo, I see, but the question is, which agency should either of us attend, and which heroes should be trustworthy to hold our secret? As she said that, Venom's head came out of Deku's shoulder to speak. Venom, I think we know who can help us with two of those situations. From saying that, Scream's head also came out of Momo's shoulder. Scream, he's right, and I bet that person wouldn't mind helping us. Deku, who is it? Venom, you already know who it is, since you're his biggest fan. Venom, bingo. Momo, well what are we waiting for? Let's go see if All Might could help us in our little situation. Deku, right, let's go. So with that said, Venom and Scream went back into their host, as they then begin to make their way to All Might. After Deku and Momo had their conversation with All Might, he managed to get them into separate agencies with one pro hero that is willing to help them track the other symbiotes. So after a few weeks passed, all the students of Class 1A were gathered together at a bus station, so they can be taken to their agencies that they personally chose. As everyone began getting on their own buses, Deku said his goodbyes to Uraraka and Iida, who then wished him a goodbye as well. But as they all walked away to their own buses, Deku couldn't help but to look back at Iida and be a bit worried about him. Venom, he'll be fine Izuku. Deku, you think so? Venom, yes I do, now let's hurry to our bus. Deku, right. So Deku made his way towards the bus. Once he was about to step onto the bus, he soon felt someone grab onto his right shoulder. He turns his head to the right and sees Momo holding on to his shoulder with her left hand. Seeing her, he knew that she wanted to talk about something before they depart, so he stepped away from the entrance of the bus so no one would hear them talk. Deku, so do you want to talk about something? Momo, nothing too important. Me and Scream just wanted to tell you and Venom to be safe out there. We don't know what type of symbiotes we'll be dealing with if we find any. Deku, yeah we understand and we hope the two of you will be safe as well. With that said, Deku put out his right hand to Momo, who then grabbed which made the two begin shaking hands. After that they then let go of each other's hands and begin heading over to their own buses. Once Deku got onto his bus and took his seat, all the buses began leaving the station and started driving to different directions on the streets, separating all the students of Class 1A. After bus ride, 2 hours have passed and Deku has finally arrived at the agency All Might suggested him to go to. Once he got off the bus he saw an old-looking building that he thought could be abandoned. Making sure this was the right place he reached into his pocket and pulled up a piece of paper with the address that All Might wrote down. He looked back and forth at the piece of paper and the address of the building, and soon enough he figured out that it was the right building. Deku, this place is Venom, shithole. Deku, I wouldn't say that. Venom, then what would you say? Deku, that it could be worse. Venom, well let's just head inside and hope you were right about that. With that said, Deku did not waste any time and began heading over to the door of the building. As he stood right in front of the door he then knocked but didn't hear a reply back, so he knocked again but there was still no reply. Deku, maybe nobody's here. Venom, I'm not so sure about that. All Might said there'll be someone here no matter what time we came here at. Deku, then should we just welcome ourselves in? Venom, I don't see anything wrong about that. Deku, well alright then. Deku grabs hold of the doorknob which he then turns and begins opening the door. While doing so he peeked his head inside. Deku, hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, is anyone here? As soon as he opened the door all the way, he suddenly saw an old man face down on the ground, and just beneath him was a pool of something red, which he speculated to be blood. Deku, oh my gosh, is he dead? Venom, I don't know. Deku, we need to call for help. As soon as Deku said that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone where he then was about to begin to call for help, but before he could even turn on his phone, one of Venom's tentacles came out from behind Deku's back and smacked the phone right out of his hands. Venom, no we can't call no one. Deku, but we have to, it's the one true thing to do in this type of situation. As Deku said that, Venom's head came out of Deku's chest, to talk to him face to face. Venom, look, if you call for help then they're probably going to expect us, which means we'll be their enemy and we won't be able to find the other symbiotes when you're being hunted by heroes. Deku, but, Venom, listen here Izuku, we were never here and if anyone says otherwise then we'll deal with them, got it? Not knowing what to say, Deku just stood there looking at Venom, but while they were looking at each other they soon heard groans, so they looked back at the old man and saw him getting up. As soon as you stood back on his own 2 feet he looked at Deku and Venom who were both shocked to see him. Venom, zombie, old man, zombie, where? Venom, why you saying where? You're the zombie. Old man, I'm the zombie. Venom, yes you are, and we need to stop you before you bite and infect people, so let's kill him here and now. Before Venom could attack the old man, Deku quickly stopped him, by telling him something that zombies don't do. Deku, Venom wait, last time I heard zombies don't talk. Venom, oh yeah they don't, I can't believe I forgot about that. With Venom now knowing that there isn't a zombie, Deku began making his way over to the old man. As soon as he got close to him he kneeled down to see if he was all right. Deku, sir are you all right? Old man, yes I'm fine, I was carrying a player sausages with some pictures and ended up tripping. Deku, oh I see, old man, now, who are the two of you? Deku, oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya and this is Venom. Venom, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Gran Torino. Oh I see, you're the ones that Toshinori told me about. Well I'm Gran Torino, now come on in, I'll make us some tea and serve some taiyaki. Deku, oh alright, thank you. As Deku said that, Venom's tentacle comes out from his back and shuts the door. Afterwards Deku goes over to the couch and sits down. A few minutes later Gran Torino placed 3 cups of tea and a plate filled with taiyaki, which Venom went ahead and grabbed one with his tentacle and began eating it right away. Gran Torino, Toshinori told me why the two of you came here. That's being this old I don't remember much, so if you don't mind could you tell me everything yourself? Deku, yes sir. So with that said, Deku began informing Gran Torino about everything. After a couple minutes he finally understood the situation. Gran Torino, alright, if we're going to find these symbiote things, then we're going to have to look everywhere for them. Deku, right, Gran Torino, but first things first, let's enjoy this tea and taiyaki. Venom, I definitely agree with that. League hideout. During the exact time Deku was talking to Gran Torino, Shigaraki was talking to the hero killer named Stain. At first the two did not see eye to eye, but in the end they managed to struck a deal with one another. So after that Kurogiri opened the portal for him to go back to the city of Hosu, but as soon as he was gone Riot's head came out from behind Shigaraki's back. Riot, why let him go? We could have killed him and devoured him easily. Shigaraki, yes I know that, but he's not our true target. As days went by in Deku and Venom's search for other symbiotes, there was no luck. They searched day and night around the city and even in the sewers. But there was still no sign of a single symbiote, not even one that has already taken a host. Due to this they both knew they needed to expand their search even further. So Gran Torino suggested the three of them should head to the city of Hosu, which is the nearest city. Hearing that, Deku knew that he'll most likely bump into Iida there, which opened the opportunity to check up on him, so he agreed to Gran Torino's suggestion of going to Hosu. And from that they went ahead and left the old building and began making their way over to the bullet train station to get there faster. Once they arrived at the station, they got onto the train and immediately sat down in their seats. A short minute later the train began to move. During so Venom suddenly peeked his head out of Deku's right shoulder and looked at each end of the walkway in the train. Venom, where are they? As Venom said that, Deku immediately headed and looked at his shoulder and saw Venom's small head. Deku, Venom, is there something wrong? Venom, yes there is, I can't find them. Deku, who? A symbiote. Venom, no, the peanut people. Deku, peanut people. Venom, yeah, the people who serve you peanuts and some drinks, and also some other stuff as well. Deku, oh I see, well I don't think there'll be enough time for them to pass by since we won't be on the train for too long. Venom, but I'm hungry, we skipped lunch this afternoon. Deku, yeah I know, it's just that our search for the other symbiotes is very important. Venom, you know what else is very important? My hunger, and you absolutely know the consequences if you don't feed me, right? Deku, yes I know, I promise I'll get you something to eat once we're off the train. Venom, you better or else your liver is on the menu tonight. With that said, Venom went back into Deku's body. Afterwards Deku looked over at Gran Torino who's looking out the window of the train the entire time. Deku, Gran Torino, are we almost there? Saying that, Gran Torino looks away from the window, and looks at Deku. Gran Torino, yeah in just a couple minutes we'll be there in no time. Deku, that's good to know. As a few more minutes passed, the train finally reached Hosu, but as the train was only a few more minutes away from the station, something suddenly broke through the side of the train, making everyone fall out of their seats. Deku and Gran Torino quickly picked themselves up and looked over at the giant hole that was made on the side of the train and saw an injured hero. Hero, why you? The hero was then grabbed by a giant hand, which Deku and Gran Torino then saw a Nomu entering the train. Deku, it's a Nomu. Gran Torino, stay down kid. From saying that, Gran Torino then launched himself over to the Nomu, which even kicked in the face and tackled out of the train and into a building. Seeing this, Deku ran over to the giant hole of the train to see where Gran Torino has gone, but while looking out that hole he saw fires in certain parts of the city. Venom, Izuku, I think it's time for us to do that hero stuff. Deku, right. With that said, Venom wrapped himself around Deku's green suit, making it all black and putting his eyes over the eye holes of the hood. Now that his suit was venomized, he jumped out of the hole of the train and landed on top of a building where he then began running straight to the fire, but while doing so he had no clue that he was being watched from a distance. Shigaraki, it seems that our true enemy has finally arrived. Riot, finally. With that said, Shigaraki tossed over his binoculars to Kurogiri and jumped off of the water tanker he was standing on. Afterwards Riot then began to cover Shigaraki's entire body with himself until finally, Riot's true form was standing where Shigaraki once stood. Shigaraki, now let's go kill yourself some weaklings. Riot, yes, let's. Alleyway. As the Nomu were attacking the city, the hero killer was in the middle of killing his next victim, but before he could end the hero's life, Iida then appeared and attacked him with a kick with which he blocked but was pushed back by the force behind it. After blocking the kick he lowered his arms and looked over at Iida. Stain, who are you? Iida, I am Tenya Iida, the younger brother of Tensei Iida, also known as Ingenium, and I'm here to avenge my brother for what you did to him. Stain, fine, if that's what you really want then come at me. With that said, Iida blasted his engines on his leg and went straight towards Stain. As Iida got close he jumped and pulled back his right leg, where he was about to hit Stain with a side kick, but as soon as he launched his kick straight at Stain, he immediately dodged it by ducking down, but while he was ducked down he reached his left hand behind him and grabbed the handle of a smaller knife, where he then unsheathed and used to cut the left side of Iida's stomach. From being cut he hits the ground hard in his landing, but he manages to pick himself up enough to be on his knees, but before you can even try to stand back up, he suddenly felt his entire body be paralyzed. Stain, having trouble standing up. As Stain said that, he then made his way over to Iida and stood right in front of him as even pointed his jagged katana right in front of his face. Stain, it wasn't smart of you to try to take me on your own. Iida, I had to take you on my own, because if I couldn't then I wouldn't be able to avenge my brother. Stain, sigh, you are truly a complete fool, and I won't spare you like how I spared your brother. With that said, Stain raised his katana above his head and was about to strike Iida down, until suddenly he quickly sensed a presence coming from above and immediately jumped back. Doing so something landed in front of Iida. Once Stain landed back on the ground he looked over at the cloud of dust which began to blow away and saw Deku standing right in front of Iida. Stain, now who are you? Deku looks over at Stain with a menacing glare and clutches his fist tightly. Deku, I'm Deku, and I'm here to protect my friend. As Stain looked at Deku, he could tell that he was a true hero, which made him smile widely. Venom, hey Izuku, when we beat him, could I eat him? Deku, we'll have to see about that Venom. Iida, Midoriya, what are you doing here? Hearing that, Deku doesn't turn around to face Iida, instead he keeps his eyes on Stain. Deku, well it's obvious of course, I came here to help you. Iida, but this is my fight, I should be the one facing Stain alone. Deku, Iida, you have to learn that you can't do everything on your own, I learned that a long time ago. Hearing those words, Iida finally realized that he shouldn't have came here alone. Saturn, look here kid, you are truly the only hero here at this moment, so I'm going to tell you that I don't plan on killing you, but I expect you to give it all in this fight. Deku, don't worry, we will. Saying that, Stain was puzzled on why he said we. But before you can figure that out, he saw Deku begin rushing straight towards him. So he also began rushing straight towards him as well. As they clash with one another, Stain attempted to stab Deku in the stomach with his katana. But Deku easily dodged it by moving out its way. Doing so he then made his left fingers into claws where he attempted to slash at Stain's face. But he managed to dodge it by just a hair. Dodging it he then saw an opening and raised his katana up once more and strike downwards towards Deku. Seeing it coming straight down, Deku knew he couldn't dodge it in time, so he raised his right arm and shielded himself as the katana then struck his forearm. Thing that he finally struck Deku with his katana. He attempted to pull it out but for some reason it wasn't budging from his forearm, so you looked at the blade of his katana and saw some sort of black goo wrapping around the blade. Stain, what the? Stain immediately looked back at Deku and didn't see an expression of pain on his face. Instead he saw him smirk as he then raised his left arm once more and strike at the blade of a katana, snapping it in two. Thing that his katana has been snapped. He gripped the handle of his knife and slashed at Deku's left cheek, giving him a small cut. After doing so he let go of the handle of his katana and jumped back before Deku could attack him back. Venom, damn it, he managed to get a hit on us. Deku, it's just a small cup, nothing to worry about. Venom, right, then let's finish him before. Venom suddenly cut himself off, noticing that Stain is raising the knife that cut Deku up to his mouth. Seeing this he spots some blood on the blade, which immediately alarms him. Venom, Izuku, don't let him lick your blood off that blade. Hearing the tone of his voice, Izuku did not waste any time and begin rushing over to Stain, but as he extended his arm out he saw Stain's reaching the blood. Right when he was about to lick up the blood from the blade, something big landed on top of him, which also pushed Deku, but he manages to land back on his feet. Product as he looked over at the cloud of dust where Stain was, he then saw a giant figure in the dust. Venom. Izuku, this isn't good. Izuku, why? Did Stain ingest my blood? Venom, no, something far more worse has arrived. As the dust finally blew away, it revealed Riot, standing on top of Stain, who was crushed and killed due to the landing. Riot, finally, we meet again, Venom. With Riot saying his name, Venom begin to come out and cover Deku's entire body, revealing himself to Riot. Venom, I was hoping that you burned up during the fall to Earth. Riot, well, it seems that you were wrong, and I see that you got yourself a host that is equally as weak as you. Deku, Venom, who is this symbiote? Venom, it's Riot and he's one of the strongest symbiotes. Deku, do you think we can take him? Venom, maybe, he's got tricks that electric stuff not even I do. Deku, well then let's try to beat him. Venom, right. As Venom and Riot stood there looking at one another. They then charged each other, but as Venom was getting close, Riot quickly made his right arm into a ball and chain would you then use to hit Venom, slamming him against a brick wall and into a building. After doing so, he turned his arm back to normal, and began walking towards the hole in the wall. But as soon as he got close to, tentacles suddenly came out from the hull and wrapped around Riot's neck, pulling him inside the building. After being pulled inside, he sees that he is inside a grocery store. But he doesn't see Venom around, so he quickly picks himself up so he can go searching for Venom. But before you could take a single step, Venom suddenly dropped down on him, making him fall back to the ground again, while on top of him. Venom grabbed the back of his head and began slamming his face into the tiled floor over and over again, until eventually Riot grabbed Venom's wrist and flipped him off of his back into the ground. Doing so, Riot could we picked himself, now back on his own 2 feet. He raised his right leg over Venom's head and lost it downwards, but right when he was about to step on his head, Venom quickly rolled out of the direction of his foot. Doing so, he quickly kicked himself back onto his feet and then faced over to Riot. Riot, well, it looks like you've gotten better, but you still need to improvement. Riot then turned both of his arms into scythe blades, which he then used to attempt to attack Venom. But he was quick to act and jumped into the air as Riot slid through the shelves of the convenience store. After dodging his attack, landed back onto the ground and started charging Riot. As soon as Venom got close, he wrapped his arms around Riot's body and began pushing him back. But while he was pushing him back, Riot grabbed hold of his shoulders and stopped him from going any further. Afterwards, he then pushed them off and charged towards him this time, and as Riot got close, he then wrapped his arms around Venom's body and lifted him off of his feet. Doing so, he kept running and breaking through the shelves of the aisles, until finally they broke through the glass doors, and Riot threw Venom to a car. As Venom was on the ground, he began to pick himself up, but before you can pick himself up any further, he was then grabbed by the neck and lifted off of his feet again by Riot. Riot, Venom, still a pathetic weakling. Venom, screw you, I'll defeat you and eat you. Riot, sorry Venom, but I won't be the one being eaten today. Riot then opened his jaws widely and began getting closer to Venom's head. But as he was just inches away of biting Venom's head, flames suddenly hit the right side of Riot's head, which makes him drop Venom as he then began to step back as streaks of pain begin coming off of him. As that was happening, Venom went back into Deku's body, and from him doing so, Deku looks over towards his left and sees Todoroki, who was the one to shoot that fire out of his, but after looking at him, he then looked back at Riot, who extinguished the remaining flames on his face, and as Riot began to lower his hand from his face, Deku finally saw half of the host's face of Riot. Deku, Shigaraki. As Shigaraki and Riot looked at Deku, they were then blasted with a large amount of flames. Riot, any more of this then we'll both be dead. Shigaraki, right, let's get the hell out of here now. With that said, Riot then leapt into the air and landed on top of a building, where he then began retreating away. Once he was now long, Todoroki ran over to Deku. Todoroki, Midoriya, are you all right? Deku, yeah, I'm fine. You should go check up on Iida though, he's the one that's injured. If you go through the hole in the wall through that grocery store, then you'll. Todoroki, all right, how to do that? Todoroki then does as Deku says and runs into the grocery store. Once he was gone, Venom's head came out from Deku's shoulder. Venom. We really just got our ass handed to us. Deku. Yeah, we definitely did, but we're still alive. Venom. But next time when we face him again, I don't think we'll be so lucky. Deku. I definitely agree with that. After a few days have passed, the news was still talking about what happened in the city of Hosu and about the death of the hero killer Stain. But no news reports talked about the fight that Deku and Venom were in against Shigaraki and Riot. Which was a good thing for them since they didn't want the public to know about the symbiotes. But ever since that fight, Deku and Venom were completely worn out. So Gran Torino suggested that they should rest until they get their energy back up, which Deku and Venom agreed upon since they've been working very hard in their search for the other symbiotes. So after making that decision, Deku went upstairs and went to his room, where he then collapsed on top of the bed. But while laying there, he kept thinking about Shigaraki and Riot. From him thinking of this, Venom's head suddenly came out from Deku's chest. Venom. You're thinking about those two, aren't you? Deku. Yeah, I am. Those two were so strong together, I thought we were going to be killed. Venom. But we didn't, and it's all thanks to our classmate. Deku. Yeah, but still they were so compatible. Venom. So are we, Izuku, and I'll make sure next time we will be the ones handing their ass to them. Deku. Sigh, I hope so. With that said, Deku closed his eyes to try to go to sleep. Seeing this, Venom went back into Deku's chest to begin resting as well. Soon enough Deku fell asleep, but as he laid there sleeping, he began to hear noises of people screaming, crackling fires, and even some sort of roaring from a distance. Hearing these noises, he opened his eyes. Doing so, he doesn't see the ceiling of the room he was in. Instead, he sees the sky, which is covered in smoke. He sits up immediately, accessible meeting, and looks around to see that he is not in the room but instead in the middle of a street surrounded by burning buildings and cars. He picks himself up from the ground and looked at his entire surroundings and saw that the city he was in the middle of being destroyed. Deku. What's going on? What's happening? What? He looked at his surroundings. He suddenly heard screaming coming from a nearby alleyway. Hearing this, his hero instincts kicked in and began running straight to the earlier. As soon as he reached the entrance to the alleyway, he saw a woman on the floor crawling towards him. Right when he was about to run into the alleyway to try to help her, a tentacle suddenly came out from the darkness of the alley and wrapped itself around the woman's ankle, where it then pulled her into the darkness. Seeing this, Deku begins to hear flesh tearing and bones breaking. Soon enough the screams from the woman fell silent, and so did the sounds of flesh tearing and bones breaking as well. Instead, he begins to hear footsteps coming towards him. And soon enough, emerging out of the darkness was a silver-colored symbiote who stared right at Deku. As he stared back at the symbiote, he got into a fighting position. Deku. Venom. As Deku called out for Venom, he did not appear or even responded back. Due to this, he looks back at the symbiote, who then begins charging towards Deku. Seeing this, Deku had no choice but to run. While running away from the alleyway, the symbiote ran out of the alleyway and looked at Deku, who was running down the street. From seeing him run, the symbiote then let out a loud roar. After doing so, it then began chasing Deku down. Hearing his loud footsteps, Deku turned his head around while he ran and saw the symbiote running after him. Deku. Shit. He looks back ahead of him and continues running as fast as he could. While doing so, he kept trying to call out for Venom. Deku. Venom, it'll be a good time for you to come out now. Come on, I really need your help. As he kept calling out for Venom, there was still no response from him at all. But he still kept trying to call out for him. While doing so, he suddenly saw another symbiote dropped from above on top of a car he just ran by. Seeing this, he began to see even more symbiote come out of nowhere, and soon enough a whole herd was after him. As he was reaching a crossword, he saw a group of symbiotes blocking his way, so as he was deciding to either go left or right, he reached the center of the crossroads, where he then saw the left and right side being blocked off by other symbiotes as well. Looking around, Deku sees that he's completely surrounded by symbiotes who are slowly approaching him. Deku. Venom, I really need you right now, so please come out, or else we're dead. As a symbiote were now really close to Deku, they then leaped towards him with open jaws to devour him. Seeing this, he shields his eyes shut and called out for his friend one last time. Deku. Venom. Doing this, he opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. From doing this, he sees that he is in room and is breathing heavily, as he was also in a cold sweat. As he was in this state, Venom suddenly came out of his chest to see what was wrong. Venom. Izuku, are you alright? Deku, Venom, you're here. Venom, of course I'm here, where else will I be? Seeing Deku breathing heavily and sweating profusely, Venom immediately knew something was wrong. Venom, Izuku, what's wrong? Did something happen? Deku, no, nothing happened, I just had a really bad dream. Venom, looking at you, I'm guessing that it was more than bad. Deku, yeah, I guess you can say that, it wasn't nightmare. Venom, do you mind telling me what it was? With Venom saying that, Deku began telling Venom about his nightmare. After telling him everything, Deku looked at him and waited for his response. Venom, listen here Izuku, your dream is what all of the other symbios want. They want to destroy this planet and every living thing on it, and one of them is Riot especially. If he's able to gather more symbiotes on his side, then you can kiss your planet goodbye. Deku, then what are we going to do? Venom, the one thing we can do, which is to kill Riot before it's too late. Deku, I see, then if you kill him my nightmare won't come true. Venom, that's right, so are you willing to help me kill him? Deku, then if it means saving this planet then yes, I'm willing to help you all that I can. Venom, great, but we're going to need more help than Yaoyorozu and Scream. We're either going to have to ask people who are trustworthy for help or... Deku, or what? Venom, ask another symbiote for help. Deku, isn't that a bit risky? Venom, yes it is, but if we can find one that is willing to cooperate, that we might have a new ally on our side. Deku, I see, but how are we going to fin? Venom, Japan isn't that big of a country, so we'll find one soon enough or they'll find us. Deku, alright, but I think we should run this plan to Yaoyorozu and Scream as well. Venom, agreed. So Deku grabs his phone off the counter of the drawer and begins calling Momo. After a few rings she picked up, which Deku then began telling her everything about what he talked about with Venom. After his explanation she agreed upon this decision and will keep him updated if she finds an ally symbiote. With that said they ended their phone call. A week later, after a week of rest, Deku and Venom had all of their energy back and continued their search for either enemy symbiotes or allies. Months later, as a few months have passed, Deku and Venom internship soon came to an end and so did their search as well. Sadly they didn't find a single ally or symbiote, neither did Momo or Scream as well, but that didn't mean they were going to stop. Deku and Momo decided to meet up once they get back to school to talk about their next plan. Ocean Docks. Since the internship finally came to an end, Tsuyu Asui thanked the crew of Oki Mariner, and especially Selkie and his sidekick Sirius. After thanking all of them she began to head to the bus station that brought her here. While on the way she suddenly heard the sound of croaking which grabbed her attention. As she looked on the floor she suddenly spotted a small frog to her left. Seeing the frog she couldn't help but to kneel down and put her left hand out to it. Doing this the frog hops onto her hand. Then brings her hand close up. She notices that the frog is quite different than any other type of frog she's seen. The frog was colored black and green, but the most noticeable thing was on it was its red eyes. Tsuyu, what type of frog are you? As Tsuyu looked at the frog also looked back at her with his bright red eyes. Coming back to Ua, all the hero course students went back to their usual school routine. But as everyone else did so, Deku and Momo had conversations with All Might and Aizawa explaining that they should have more allies of either symbiotes or people who could be trusted by keeping the symbiote a secret. Aizawa was against the idea at first but was later convinced by All Might, who thought it was a good idea to have other symbiotes as allies instead of enemies and to have some help from people who could help against enemy symbiotes. So after agreeing to this, All Might and Aizawa suggested some pro-heroes who could be possible allies. But Deku had already thought of some allies who could help them and could keep the secret of the symbiotes, so with that, Deku and Momo did not take their offer of having some pros as allies, which they were fine with. After making that decision they left the room they were talking in with All Might and Aizawa. From leaving they began walking back to class together, but on the way Momo wanted to know the allies that Deku has thought of. Momo, so do you mind filling me in on our future allies? Deku, I will. But it's best that you see who they are after school. Momo, sigh, all right then, so where will we be meeting them? Deku, in a karaoke place that is really close by. Momo, karaoke place huh? Deku, that's right, Venom suggested it since those rooms are soundproof and no one else will be able to hear us. Momo. That's quite a wise decision. Deku. Yeah it is, and I've already slipped anonymous notes to the people we'll be meeting there, so until then let's continue our school day as usual. Momo. Alright. So after walking to the hallway, they soon arrived to the classroom where they then went over to their seats and sat down. A few minutes later Aizawa arrived and began teaching the class. Dropped the entire school day, everything went its normal. Once it ended, Deku and Momo left together, which some of the students noticed. Denki. Well, there they go, leaving class together once again. Uraraka. What do you mean? Denki. You haven't noticed? Those two have been strangely close for some reason. Hearing that, Uraraka knew what you meant, since she's been noticing after the sports festival. Mineta. If I found out that Midoriya is secretly dating Yaoyorozu, then I'm never going to talk to him for the rest of my life. 1. Denki. Yeah, I'm with you there, dude. As those two were making that strange pact, Uraraka then looked away from them as she then saw Tsuyu walking out of class. Seeing her, Uraraka quickly made her way over to her. Uraraka. Hey Tsu, wait up. Hearing that, Tsuyu stopped walking and turned around to face Uraraka, who was now in front of him. Tsuyu. Oh hey Ochako, what's up? Ribbit. Uraraka. Well, I was wondering if you wanted to walk to the train station together. Tsuyu. Oh sorry Ochako, but I have something very important to do today. Uraraka. Ah, I see. Tsuyu. Don't worry Ochako, we'll walk to the train station together tomorrow. Uraraka. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow then. Tsuyu. Yeah, you too. With that said, Tsuyu turned away from Uraraka and began walking away. In the city. From leaving the school, Deku and Momo were already at the karaoke place where they will be meeting their new allies. But since they were there a bit earlier than their allies, Venom began ordering a boatload food over the phone that was hanging on the wall. After doing that, a few minutes passed by and the food was soon delivered. With a bunch of food and drinks laid out onto the table, Venom and Scream came out of their hosts and began drooling, controlling from between their teeth as they stared at the food. Scream. There's so much to devour here. Venom. Yes there is, now let's eat. As Venom and Scream lunched towards the food, Deku and Momo heard the handle of the door turning, making them quickly grab their symbiote and pulling them back into themselves. After doing so, they looked towards the door and saw Iida and Todoroki, who opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing them both, Deku and Momo stood up from the couch to welcome them. Iida, Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu, what are the two of you doing here? Deku. Well, the reason why is because I was the one to slip those notes to you. Iida. Oh I see, so why have you asked us to come here? Deku. I will tell you, but on the meantime could you wait? There's still one more person that still hasn't arrived. Todoroki. Alright, we'll wait. So Iida and Todoroki went over to the couch and sat down. As they did so, Momo grabbed hold of Deku's right arm and pulled him aside to talk to him in private. Momo. Hey. I know you're the leader and stuff, but are you sure we could have these two allies? Deku. Yes, I'm sure, and I think they'll understand once we tell them about the Symbolink. Momo. Alright, fine, but I hope you could say the same about that one other person you mentioned. With that said, Momo let go of Deku's arm and made her way back to the couch, where she then sat back down and crossed her arms and legs. While sitting there, she stared at the food and began to hear Scream talking to her. Scream. Oh Momo, could you please feed me? Hearing Scream say that, Momo couldn't help but to feel hungry herself as well. Momo. I don't see why not. As she reached out for a kebab, Todoroki suddenly grabbed the one she was reaching for. Seeing this, she looks over at him, who was beginning to eat the kebab in front of her. Scream. That damn scarred bastard, how dare he steal our food? Kill him now. As Scream was tempting Momo to kill Todoroki, she was soon calmed down once she felt a hand grab onto her shoulder. Feeling this, she looks over towards her right and sees Deku and immediately know that he is preventing her and Scream of doing something horrible. From doing so, they soon calmed down, which made Momo grab the other kebab. From her doing so, Deku sat down next to Momo. As they sat across from Iida and Todoroki, it was completely silent until the door then opened and Shinso walked into the room. From doing so, he noticed everyone in the room looking over at him. Shinso. I got a note to come here. Deku. That was sent to me. You could take a seat next to Iida and Todoroki. Shinso. All right then. With that said, Shinso went over to Iida and Todoroki, and sat down next to them. Deku. All right, now that everyone is here, I think it's time for me to explain the reason why. Saying that, Deku and Momo stood up from the couch and looked at Iida, Todoroki, and Shinso. Deku. Well, for starters, I had you come here to tell you something very important, so important that you cannot tell anyone about it. Shinso. Don't worry about me, my lips are sealed. Iida. Likewise. Todoroki. I can keep a secret. Deku. Well, how right then, I would like you to meet our symbiotes. From saying that, Venom and Scream came out from their host's back and looked over their shoulder at Iida, Todoroki, and Shinso, who sat there in shock from seeing such creatures coming out of Deku and Momo. Deku. I know all of you are quite surprised of this, but just know they don't mean you no harm. Venom. That's right, so all of you can calm down, we won't hurt you. Scream. Unless you give us a reason to, he. Momo. Don't believe her, she just likes scaring people. Iida. Oh, good to know. Well, it's a good thing to meet you too, so is that all you want to show us? Deku. No, there's much more. Saying that, Deku began explaining everything about Venom and the symbiotes. He even mentioned that Momo and Scream's alliance to work together to find other symbiotes. After that, Deku told the three of them to be part of their alliance to help to either find or fight against the symbiotes. Hearing this, they quite hesitant, but since Iida and Todoroki saw firsthand what an enemy symbiote could do, they decided to join, leaving Shinso to wonder if he should join or not. Shinso. All of this is a lot to take in. Deku. If you don't want to join, then I understand, just please don't tell anyone about the symbiotes. Shinso. You don't have to worry about that, because I'll be joining you. Deku. Really? Shinso. Yeah, and by seeing your friend there, I can see that you were talking about him back at the sports festival. Deku. Yeah, I was. Shinso. And if he is helping you, then I want to help you as well. Deku. Thank you. Me and Venom appreciate your help. Now that Deku and Momo had 3 more allies, they all grabbed a glass of soda and cheer for the new alliance. After that, they talked about the symbionts and what they could do and how they can deal with them. They talked about this for hours until eventually they all decided to leave. So as they all left the karaoke place and went their own way, but Deku had no clue he was secretly being watched from the rooftops. As Deku just got off the train, he began leaving the train station to walk back home. While walking, he was on his phone looking at some text messages he recently got from Momo. Momo's text message. Hey Midoriya, are you home yet? Deku's text message. No, not yet, but I'll be there soon. Momo's text message. Good. I'm just checking up on you and everyone else, since when we departed from one another, me and Scream had a strange feeling. Deku's text message. What about? Momo's text message. I don't know, when I felt that strange feeling it only happened for a second, which made me think was probably nothing, but later on I started to get worried, so I decided to text everybody to see if they were okay. Deku's text message. Ah, I see, well, I'm fine. Momo's text message. Well, if that's the case, then I guess there's truly nothing to worry about, I'll see you tomorrow then. Deku's text message. Yeah, you too. With that last message sent, Deku turned off his phone and placed it back into his pocket and continued walking back to the apartment complex he lived in. After a couple minutes later, he still arrived at the apartment complex and began heading up the stairs until he reached his floor, but as he stood in front of the door of his apartment, he heard a voice other than Venom in his head. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Behind you. Hearing that unknown voice, Deku slowly turned his head around and saw the outline of a large person standing at the ledge of the neighboring apartment complex. As he continued looking at this person, he noticed their bright red eyes staring right at him. Deku. Venom. Is that person a symbiote? Venom. Yes, it is, but I don't sense any dangerous than it. Deku. Then why is it here? Venom. I have no idea. Suddenly Deku and Venom then heard that unknown voice again. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Follow me. Hearing that, they then begin to see the person on the rooftop beginning to run. So Deku takes off his backpack and placed it by the door of his apartment. Afterwards he then grabs onto the rally and jumps over and begin to fall all the way down to the ground. But as he was about to hit the ground, Venom soon covered Deku's entire body, landing on the ground with no harm. After doing so they looked up and saw the outline of the person leaping off the apartment complex and towards the nearby park. Deku. Come on Venom, let's go. Venom. Right. Venom the squats his leg and leaps up into the air towards the same direction the person is heading towards. As soon as they landed at the park they saw the person beginning to run through the park, so they chased after them. As they ran towards the person, Deku and Venom noticed that they were a bit faster compared to the two of them, but they're able to keep up with the person as long as they don't slow down. Deku. They're pretty fast, huh? Venom. It seems so, but I know they won't be running forever. Suddenly they then saw the person stop running as they then leapt up back into the air. Venom and Deku reached the place the person jumped up and saw them land on a rooftop, so they need up towards the rooftop as well. Once they landed they saw the person running through on the rooftop towards the city. Seeing this Venom and Deku followed after. Deku. So Venom, who do you think this person could be? Venom. I don't know, but we'll find out soon once we'll catch up with them. Deku. You're right, now come on let's hurry. With that said, Venom began picking up the pace. After running through many rooftops, the person soon reached the city. They then leapt towards the side of a skyscraper, which they began climbing up until they reached the top. Once Deku and Venom reached the other rooftop that the person jumped from, they looked up and saw the person looking down towards them at the edge of the skyscraper. As they looked up they then heard the voice once more. Question mark question mark question mark. Up here. Hearing that they leapt towards the skyscraper and began climbing upwards. After a couple minutes of climbing they reached the top of the skyscraper where then saw the person they were following, just a few meters away. Looking at them, Deku and Venom were able to see the coloration in the body of the symbiote, which was very large and muscular, and the coloration of it was all black and had some lime green on its body, but the most noticeable thing was its bright red eyes, which Venom could see his reflection in. Venom. All right now, we followed you just how you asked, now tell us who the hell are you? The symbiote or the host does not say a single word towards Venom and Deku, instead they just stay silent and then looks at them. Venom. Not answering, huh? Well, how about I beat the information out of the two of you? Deku. Venom, wait. As just said that, Venom already rushed towards the symbiote with his right fist pulled back. Once he got close he launched his fist towards the symbiote's face. Blessing as his fist was about to make contact with the symbiote's face, it was then blocked by the symbiote's left hand. Seeing this Venom tried to pull his fist away, but the symbiote had his fist in a tight grip preventing him from getting away. Venom. Let go. As Venom said that, the symbiote then leaned towards his face. Unknown symbios. We do not wish to fight you, all we want is to talk, and I'm sure that's what you want as well. Izuku Midoriya. Hearing the symbiote say his name, Deku had Venom go back into his body. After doing so Deku looked up at the symbiote with the serious look. Deku. All right, we can talk, but first things first, I need to see your host. Unknown symbiote. Very well, but you will be surprised to know that the two of you already know each other. Hearing that, Deku didn't know what to say. Suddenly the large figure of the symbiote began shrinking into a small female figure whose body structure looks so much familiar. As Deku continued looking, he then saw the symbiote separate away from the host's face, which reveals the person that Deku was not expecting to see. Deku. Asui. Tsuyu. Hello Midoriya. Deku was so shocked that he couldn't say a single thing to her. He said he just looked at it was surprised. Tsuyu. I know this is all surprising, and you probably have many questions for me, but just know we're not your enemy. Hearing that, Deku was a bit relieved to know that his other classmate has not chosen violence first. Deku. I believe you Asui, but if you don't mind me asking, how did you get that symbiote? Tsuyu. Well, on my way to the bus station from Internship, I found this little frog who turned out to be this symbiote you see now. Ribbit. Deku. I see, then what happened? Tsuyu. Well, after me and the symbiote became one, he began telling me about the other symbiotes and even mentioned that they were two in our school, and it turned out to be you and Yaoyorozu. When I found that out I wanted to talk to the two of you about this, but the symbiote told me to wait, so I did, until today when I heard that you and Yaoyorozu had gathered new allies, which are Iida Todoroki and Shinso from the sports festival. Deku. Yes we did, but how did you know about that? Tsuyu. Well, because of the symbiote of course. I'm able to do so many things with his abilities that I could never do with my own quirk. Deku. I see, then that voice that was speaking in my head was your symbiote. Tsuyu. That's right, he is able to let out a certain toxin that could do certain amount of things that I have not yet discovered. Deku. Wow, that's amazing. Is there anything else that your symbiote can do? Tsuyu. Well, I can turn the symbiote's hands into bladed. From her saying this, she raises her left hand, which is covered by the symbiote, and turns her hand into an axe. Deku. That is really amazing. I can't even do that with Venom. 1. Tsuyu. Oh right, Venom is your symbiote. Deku. Yes, he is. Tsuyu. Is it okay if I speak to him? Deku. Yes, it is. With that said, Venom's head came out of Deku's back and began looking at Tsuyu. Venom. So you're the host. Tsuyu. Yes, I am. Ribbit. Venom. You don't seem like much. Deku. Venom, be nice. Tsuyu. It's all right, Midoriya. I may not look it, but I am strong even without this symbiote. Venom. I can see that, since you are able to use one of the stronger symbiotes. Deku. Wait, one of the stronger? Venom. That's right. Just like Riot, this symbiote here is equally strong compared to him. Deku. I see now. Then is the reason why you decided to meet up with me, is to join me and the others. Tsuyu. Yes, it is, but I don't know much about the situation yet, so I would love for you and Yaoyorozu to explain it to me personally. Deku. All right, we will. With that said, Tsuyu smiled at Deku and hugged him tightly, which made him blush from not expecting a hug from me, but while she hunting, then I'm looking Deku and started raising his so-called eyebrows, which made Deku blush bit more, annoying what Venom is doing. After the hug, she stepped back and went over to the ledge of the skyscraper. Tsuyu. Thank you for hearing me out, Midoriya. Deku. Why, you're welcome, Asui. But before you go, do you mind telling me what your symbiote's name is? Tsuyu. His name is Sleeper, and speaking of names, call me Su. Deku. Oh, all right. As Tsuyu smiled at Deku one last time, she then began to lean back and fall off the edge of the skyscraper and land on a rooftop below. After doing some, she began running back home. While she was leaving, Deku and Venom were still on the rooftop of the skyscraper. Venom. Well, that was something. Deku. Yeah, it was. As Venom looked at Deku, he noticed the blush on his face, which she smiled out of amusement. Venom. You looking at your face, I think you might have a thing for Su. Deku. What? I don't. Venom. Whatever you say, Izuku. Deku. I swear I don't. Venom. On the very next day, Deku texted Momo and Tsuyu very early in the morning, telling them to head to UA before any of their classmates or other students arrive at the school. Texting that to them, they were quick to respond back with all right. Seeing that, we went ahead and began changing into the school uniform. Once he was done, he then grabbed his backpack and stepped out his room, as he then went over to the front door, where he then began to put his shoes on. But while he was putting his shoes on, he has a door open, so he turns around and sees his mom stepping out from her room. Inko. Izuku. What are you doing up so early? Deku. Oh, well, I forgot to tell you that I'll be heading to school very early today, so that's why I'm up so early. Inko. Ah, is that so? Well, if that's the case, then be safe on your way there. Deku. I will, Mom. Have a great rest of your day. Inko. You too, Izuku. Hearing that, Izuku smiles at his mom. After that, he stepped out the apartment, where he then began to leave the apartment complex to head over to the train station. Once you arrived at the train station, he got on to the early morning train, which only had a few people on it. After getting on it, then began moving, taking him to his destination. But while he was on the train, Tsuyu and Momo shortly arrived before Deku. Momo got there much earlier due to her family's chauffeur. A few minutes after her arrival, Tsuyu also arrived. But as the two were in their empty class together, Momo still had no clue about Tsuyu and her symbiote Sleeper. Due Izuku not telling her after he discovered she had a symbiote, so while the two were in class together, Momo just kept looking over at Tsuyu while sitting down at her desk and wondered why she was here so early as well. A couple minutes later, Momo got tired of wondering and still up from her desk, where she then began to make her way over to Tsuyu. After doing so, she then stood on the left side of Tsuyu's desk, which grabbed Tsuyu's attention to look over at Momo. Momo. Morning, Tsuyu. Oh, good morning, Yaoyorozu. Can I help you with something? Momo. A matter of fact, you can. Saying that, Momo places both hands on Tsuyu's desk. Momo, could you tell me why you here so early? Tsuyu. Well, it's the same reason why you're here, of course. Momo. And what's that? As Tsuyu was about to say the reason why she is here, they've been here the top door slide open, which make them look over toward the door to see Deku enter the classroom. Seeing him, Momo takes her hands off of Tsuyu's desk and faces towards Deku. Tsuyu get up from her seat and also looks over at Deku as well. Deku. Ah, so the two of you are here already, good. Saying that, Deku then goes over to Momo and Tsuyu. Tsuyu. Good morning Midoriya, how are you doing today? Ribbit. Deku. Pretty good, thank you for asking. Tsuyu. You're welcome. Ribbit. As Momo saw this small interaction, she wondered when did these two got so friendly all of a sudden. Momo. So Midoriya, did you explain to me why you said the two of you are she already, while entering the classroom? Deku. Well, because Sue here is one of us. Momo. What do you mean one of us? Deku. Well, it's best that Sue shows you. From saying that, Sleeper then begin to come out of Tsuyu's chest and begin spreading throughout her entire body until eventually Sleeper covered her from neck to toe. Seeing this, Momo was so surprised to finally see another symbol besides Venom. Momo. This is amazing Asui, when did you get this symbiote? Tsuyu. On the last day of my internship. Momo. I see, so what is its name? Tsuyu. His name is Sleeper. He told me all about the symbias and mentioned that there are others who also have symbiotes in my school, which turned out to be you too. Deku. That's right, she told me this and more yesterday night when I returned home. Momo. Then if she told you yesterday, why didn't you tell me? Deku. Well, I thought you would have liked to see it in person than to tell you over the phone. Momo. Well, appreciate that you wanted me to see Tsuyu and her symbiote in person, but you still should have told me. Deku. I'm sorry. Momo. It's fine, because now we have another symbiote on my side which turns out to be a good friend of ours. Deku. That's right, but before we start working together, it's best that we tell her everything we know. Momo. I agree. So with that said, Deku and Momo begin explaining everything they know to Tsuyu, and even showing her their symbiotes on their bodies. After the explanation, Tsuyu finally knew everything she needed to know about the symbias and how she must help Deku and Momo in this situation. Tsuyu. Was that is everything? Then I guess you can count me and Sleeper in to help you. Deku. Thank you Tsu, and welcome aboard you too. Momo. Yeah, it's going to be great to have another symbiote on our side. Tsuyu. Hehe. I guess it will be, now let's give it all together. Deku. Right. With that said, Deku was happy to finally have another person with a symbiote on their side, especially one that was already a classmate and a close friend, and now that there are 5 people working alongside him, Deku and Venom knew that Shigaraki and Riot were definitely going to have a hard time dealing with all of them, or so he thought since he didn't know that Shigaraki was already obtaining allies himself. A few minutes after Deku, Momo, and Tsuyu's conversation, all the other students of UA begin showing up along with their classmates as well. Once all the students of Class 1A were now together in the classroom, they took this free time to chat with one another until eventually the bell rang and Mr. Aizawa stepped into the class. Aizawa. All right students, take your seats. With that said, the students did not waste any time and quickly took their seats at their desks. Once everyone was seated, he stood in front of the class and took attendance. After you finished, erased his clipboard where he will announce something to the students. Aizawa. All right students, with summer vacation nearly here, I have an announcement that all the Hero Corps students will be attending a training camp in the mountains. Hearing this, some of the students were quite thrilled that they'll be spending part of their summer vacation at a camp. Aizawa. All right, all of you calm down. I know all of you are excited, but just know this, if either of you fail on these upcoming exams, then you will not be attending the training camp. Instead you'll stay here and work on your failed exam. Do I make myself clear? 1A students. Yes Mr. Aizawa. Just a moment ago the students were feeling thrilled, but now they are filled with worry, thanks to what Aizawa told them all. Aizawa. Good, now I expect all of you to work very hard. He says that as he smiles and chuckles at himself. What's the students can see that he is finding enjoyment in this. 1A students mind. He's really enjoying this. After that announcement, class soon started with Aizawa turning to the board and beginning to teach. so throughout the rest of the day school continued quite normally with basic classes and hero training, but when school finally ended, Momo, Todoroki, and Iida were waiting outside for Deku, who was just finishing packing up his stuff. Deku, all right, that's everything, now let's go. With that said, Deku grabbed his backpack and put it on. Doing so, he then began to make his way over to the door, but as he was getting close to the door he noticed Tsuyu walking out of the other door with Uraraka. Seeing this, he remembered that he forgot to mention that he wanted to introduce her symbiote to the others after school, so he steps out of the class and makes his way over to Tsuyu and Uraraka. Deku, hey Su. Hearing her nickname, Tsuyu turns around along with Uraraka as well, where they then see Deku coming up to the two of them. Uraraka, oh hey there Deku, do you need something? Deku, actually I need to talk to Su. From him saying this, Tsuyu go ahead and approaches Deku, knowing that he must want to talk about something very important that has to do with the symbiotes. Uraraka sees this but doesn't think anything of it, and just watch the two from a distance as they talk. Tsuyu, what do you want to talk about? Deku, well, I forgot to tell you that I wanted to introduce you and your symbiote to the others. Tsuyu, oh I see, but I can't today. Ribbit. Deku, why not? Tsuyu, well, yesterday I told Ochako that I walked to the train station with her today. Deku, oh I see, then perhaps tomorrow. Tsuyu, yeah definitely, so I'll see you then. Deku, yeah likewise. With Deku saying that, Tsuyu then turned around and went over to Uraraka, where she then began walking away with her. Uraraka, so what did Deku want? Deku, it's nothing for you to worry about, now come on let's go. Uraraka, all right then let's go. So the two then began to walk through the hallway, happily enjoying each other's company. League hideout. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains hideout, Shigaraki was now meeting two people who wished to join the League of Villains. Shigaraki, now how about the two of you introduce yourself? Right away a girl with blonde hair and two messy buns stepped up and began introducing herself. Toga, I'm Himiko Toga, you can just call me Toga, and I'm here to join your little League of Villains because I heard Mr. Staney was part of it, so please let me join. Shigaraki, all right, how about you Scars, what's your name and why you here? Dabi, I go by Dabi, and my reasons to join your league is because I believe what the hero killer represented. Shigaraki, I see, but you didn't tell me your real name. Dabi, my real name doesn't matter. Shigaraki, well if that's the case I won't ask again, not to the two of you, you're in. Toga, yay. Dabi, wait that's it. Shigaraki, yes it is, were you expecting some sort of fighting contest to join? Dabi, no, it's just odd for you to just let us in like that. Shigaraki, I know what you mean, but as you can see I'm lacking in members, so I need as many people who are willing to join me. Dabi, well her rights then, I won't say anything further. Shigaraki, good, Kurogiri take our new members to their new rooms. Kurogiri, as you wish. With that said, Kurogiri then began to take Dabi and Toga to their new accommodations. Once they left Sojirin, who was the one to bring those two here. Now that Shigaraki was alone in the bar, Riot's head came out from Shigaraki's back. Riot, I told you it was right to recruit them right away, now they'll follow any order we'll tell them to. Shigaraki, that's right, and if any of them dare to disobey us, we'll just have to get rid of them. Riot, hee that's right, Shigaraki, but we'll have to worry about that later on, right now we have a bigger fish to catch. Shigaraki says that as he looks at a picture of Deku. After finals, summer finally came, which meant the hero course students were heading to the training camp. Even the ones that failed the last part of the finals got to come due to Aizawa telling them that he lied about what he said back in class so they can work harder than ever. So after a couple hours on the bus they finally reached the mountains, where they then stopped near a cliff pseudo where they could see the entire area where they will be training. But while they were there, two pro heroes part of the group, the Wild Pussycats, showed up along with a little kid with a hat with horns on it. The two heroes introduced themselves as Pixie Bob and Mandalay, which some of the students of Class 1A knew very well. After the introduction, the two went ahead and threw the entire class to their first training regiment, which was just down the cliff they were near. So with Pixie Bob's quirk, she shifted the ground below the students' feet, making them slide all the way down the cliff into the ground, where they were faced off against stoned creatures. which the entire class began attacking all together. Eventually, after fighting and walking for a miles, they eventually reached a building where they'll be staying. I'm standing in front of that building was Aizawa, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and the little kid with the hat. The two pussycats congratulated the entire class for making it to their destination. After they congratulations, Deku asked them who the little kid was and why he was here. Asking that question, Mandalay went ahead and answered by telling everyone that the kid they see is her nephew Kota, who is in her care. Hearing that, Deku decided to go over to Kota to introduce himself to him. But as he stood in front of him and had his hand out, Kota punched Deku in his crotch, which he then walked away from doing so. Iida quickly made his way over to Deku and caught him before he could fall and even badmouthed Kota for doing such a thing. But after that situation, the students were then brought inside the building where they then begin getting settled in the rooms they'll be staying. Once they got settled, they then took a bath and had dinner that was prepared by the wild pussycats. Once everyone was sad, they were immediately sent back to their rooms. Well, they will have to get a good long sleep for tomorrow's early training. The next day, as the sun was just rising, the wild pussycats woke up the entire class and told them to go outside wearing their PE clothes. So after a few short minutes, all of Class 1A gathered outside looking very tired and with some having bad head. But as they stood there, they finally met two other members of the wild pussycats, who were Tiger and Ragdoll, who was the newest pussycat. But now that all four pussycats were gathered, they immediately began putting the rest of the class into quirk training. So as everyone was separated to train with their own quirk, Deku and Venom were pretty much on their own, which wasn't really a bad thing for the both of them. But before they could start their training, Tiger went up to him. Tiger: all right, young man, I heard you have quite a strong quirk. Venom: haha, yeah, quirk. Venom says that in a very sarcastic way. Deku: yes, so I do. Tiger: well then show me what you got, young man. Deku: right. With that said, Deku got into a fighting stance where Venom then came out and began covering Deku's entire arm with the symbiote. With his arms completely covered, Deku then began striking some trees, which left deep scratches on the trunk of the tree. Seeing Deku do this, nodded his head in approval. Tiger: you impress me with your strength, young man, but I can tell you can get even more stronger. Hearing this, Deku turned to face Tiger, who had his arms crossed as he looked at Deku. Deku: you think so? Tiger: yes, I do, and with hard work and dedication you might even be able to reach to the same level that All Might has. Hearing these words, Deku was quite happy to know Tiger believes in him. Deku: thank you, sir. I promise to work hard just as you say. Tiger: good, now go. With that said, Deku went off to go train as well, but as he was doing so, then began speaking to him. Venom: Izuku, we are already strong, I don't think we need to train. Deku: that's what you think, Venom, but I know if we work hard just like Tiger said, then we might be able to take down Riot. Venom: you might be right, but still it's going to take a lot more than some measly training to beat that bastard. Deku: if that's the case, then we're going to have to work harder than anyone else here. Venom: I like that dedication you have, Izuku, you're making me fired up. Deku: hee thanks, now let's give it all. Venom: yeah. Deku and Venom then immediately begin training in the forest as one. A few hours later, the students of Class 1B finally showed up the train as well. During the arrival, they saw all of Class 1A training very hard, which looked quite intimidating by the sight of it, but even from this they didn't let it bother them, as they then went to train as alongside their fellow hero course classmates. So after many hours of training, both classes soon stopped once the sun was setting. So once all the students were coming in, Aizawa soon noticed that Deku wasn't in sight. Aizawa: hey, has anyone seen Midoriya? As Aizawa said that, the students of each class began looking around and didn't see Deku anywhere. Aizawa: all right, it looks like no one has, so I want you all to spread out and find him. Hearing this, the students went ahead and split it up to find Deku. As all the other students searched, Uraraka was the one to find traces of deep scratches left on trees, which she knew Deku was the one to make. So she followed the trail of scratched up tree trunks. She soon spotted Deku right up ahead, who was standing right in front of a very big tree. Uraraka: hey Dek. Before she can finish that word, a hand covered her mouth, which made her look over to her right to see Momo, whose left hand is covering her mouth. Momo, shish, he's trying to focus. As Momo said this very quietly, Uraraka then looked back Deku, who then pulled his right arm back and crunches this tightly as it was then wrapped with the symbiote, and with the deep breath he then launched his fist straight to the tree. Who once his fist hit the tree nothing happened at all, but as soon as he pulled his fist back the tree then fell straight to the ground, which made Uraraka's widened. Momo, this is their true strength. Hearing Momo say this, Uraraka glanced over at her. Uraraka's mind. There. Momo removes her hand from Uraraka's mouth and then calls out for Deku. Momo, Midoriya. Hearing his name, Venom quickly retracts the part of the symbiote back into Deku's skin. Accident turned around to see Uraraka and Momo. Deku, oh hey you two, what's up? Momo, it's time to go back. Deku, all right then. After that he goes over to the two of them and begins heading back with those two side by, but as they were walking together, Uraraka couldn't help but to wonder why Momo there as she looked at Deku. A few days have passed since the Hero Course students have arrived at the training camp. And since then the entire class of 1A have improved greatly. Especially Deku and Venom, who worked harder than anyone else. But after days of training, the teachers and the wild pussycats decided to stop the training much earlier. And the reason for this was to let the students enjoy themselves at the camp by participating in a test of courage through the forest. But those who failed the test back at UA weren't allowed to participate. Instead they will be doing some makeup work due to their failure. So as Aizawa took the students who failed over to the building they'll be working at. The wild pussycats had all the other students of class 1A and 1B where they put them in pairs of 2 and begin their test of courage by sending them in the 1 by 1 through a pathway in the forest. But as some time passed, the students and the wild pussycats noticed some of the students who went in haven't came out yet. Due to this, the hero Mandalay decided to use her quirk telepath to contact Ragdoll, who was on the side of the pathway up ahead, but as she called out to her there was no response from her at all. Suddenly one of the students noticed black smoke rising from the other side of the forest. Due to this, everyone looks over to the direction and see the smoke and also sees blue flames that began to light the forest. I'm seeing all of this, they all knew something was completely wrong here. Tiger, what in the world is going on here? Pixie Bob, don't know, but it's something big. As the wild pussycats stood there looking at the flame, they knew that they needed to get the rest of the students out of harm's way before they can go into the forest and search for the other students and fellow pussycat. Tiger, Mandalay, take the rest of the students here back to headquarters. Mandalay, yes sir. As Mandalay was about to gather up all the students, she noticed that her nephew Kota wasn't with them. Mandalay, wait a minute, where's Kota? As she said this out loud, Tiger, Pixie Bob, and the students looked over at her with worried expressions. Tiger, I thought he was here with us. Mandalay, he must have slipped away when we weren't looking. Pixie Bob, do you have any idea where he could be? Mandalay, no I don't, but I'll use my quirk to reach him. So while Mandalay began using her quirk, Deku and Venom heard everything they said. Deku, hey Venom, do you think Kota could be in danger? Venom, I don't know, but I do know where he is. Deku, you do. Venom, yes, his sentence close by, if we leave now we could reach him. Deku, then let's go. Venom, right. So Deku turned around and began running into the forest. Pixie Bob sees this off the corner of her eye. Pixie Bob, here, where are you going? As she said this she began running towards his direction. But before she can get any closer to the forest she was suddenly pulled back by a strong force which then knocked her to the ground. Tiger and Mandalay quickly look over at Pixie Bob and see her on the floor, for a giant man stand over her and slams a large object that is covered up against her head, knocking her out, and standing next to that person was a lizard man who was dressed like the hero killer. Big sis Mag, well, looks like I got myself a little kitty, Spinner. Spinner, good job Mag, now there's only 2 more cats to deal with. Big sis Mag, then let's hurry and take care of them. As Tiger and Mandalay were ready to fight against Big Sis Mag and Spinner, Deku was running through the forest while Venom was telling him where to go. Cliff's side. Well, all of that was going on, Kota was face to face with a large man in a cloak who was approaching him. Question mark. So kid, you want to trade that hat of yours for something I got? Kota stood there not saying a word and was completely scared of this man he saw in front of him, and he was the reason why Kota didn't respond back to his aunt when she called out to him with her quirk. Question mark question mark question mark. Come on kid, I need an answer now. While Kota stood he began wishing for his dad and mom to come and save him. Question mark question mark question mark. You know what, forget your answer, I'll just take it. The man then began to reach out his large right hand to grab Kota's hat, but before he could, Deku suddenly appeared by leaping up in the air behind Kota and landing in between them, where he then punched the man straight in his stomach, which sent him sliding back until he stopped himself by digging his heels into the ground. Deku, you okay Kota? Kota, why did you come? Hearing Kota say this, Deku looked over his shoulder and smiled at him. Deku, because you were in danger, and I just knew you needed to be safe. After saying this to Kota, they then heard laughing from the man, so they looked over at him. Question mark question mark question mark. So you've come to save this kid, huh? It's very brave of you, but also stupid. He says this as he grabs hold of his cloak and rips it off of him, and exposing his face, which Kota recognized at first glance. Kota, it's you. Hearing Kota said that, Deku looked back at him once more. Deku, you know him. Kota, he's Muscular, the villain that killed my parents. As Kota said this, Muscular looked at him and remembered the two people who took his eye. Muscular, wait a minute, so you're the kid of those two damn heroes who took my left eye. Seeing his scared expression, Muscular was certain of it, since you've seen Kota's mother make it. Muscular, there's no doubt about it, you were their kid. Looking how scared you were reminded me of how pathetic those two were when I killed them, ha 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 ha. Deku, shut up. As Deku yelled that out, Muscular looked over at him and remembered him as well. Deku, how dare you speak of his parents that way, you're a monster. Muscular, well of course I am, and I'll show it even more once I kill you, and that's not those brat. Deku, you don't lay a hand on Kota. Muscular, oh yeah, and are you going to be the one to stop me? Deku, not me, us. As soon as Deku said that, Venom came straight out of his body and began wrapping himself around Deku's body as he also began growing in size. Once Venom was now out, he towered over Muscular. Venom, so do you want to try and kill us now? Muscular, bring it on. Venom, oh I'll bring it. As Muscular then began to approach Venom, he stood there just to tell Kota something very important. Venom, Kota, do whatever you do not move from that spot, got it? Kota, all right. Once Kota said that, Venom began approaching Muscular, but as each step they got closer to one another they began to pick up their pace until they started sprinting and ending up clashing with one another by locking their hands together. Right away Venom began pushing him back, turn back with ease. Venom, your name is Muscular, right? Well I guess you're not living up to that name, huh? Muscular, oh I'll show you Muscular. With that said, Muscular began to use his quirk. Strings of raw muscle began to come out of his arms and wrap around each of his arms. From this happening, Muscular began pushing Venom back. Muscular, not talking so big now, huh? Venom, so you've grown a bit of muscle, huh? Well that's nothing I can't beat. Suddenly more tentacles came straight out of Venom's back, which was a surprise to Muscular. Two of the tentacles wrap around Muscular's arms and prise his hands off of Venom's. After doing so the tentacles then launching straight to the ground and holds down his arms. Venom, no I got you. Venom leads up into the air and goes straight towards Muscular. Seeing him coming, Muscular rips through the tentacles and quickly blocks himself as Venom then lands straight on top of him and begins tearing through his muscles. As Venom continued this, Muscular knew they'll be a matter of time until he reaches his arms, so he waited for his opportunity. Venom continued ripping through the muscle until he raised his left arm up, giving Muscular his opportunity to strike. He launches his leftist straight towards Venom and punches him across his face. After finally striking Venom, Muscular reaches out his left hand and grabs hold of his neck. Doing so he holds on tightly and begins to pick himself up back to his feet. After doing so he tightens his grip onto Venom, who is kneeling down. Muscular, not so tough now. Saying that, Muscular began to punch Venom in the face repeatedly, until suddenly Venom grabbed hold of his fist, instinctive sharp claws into his skin, making him fall to his knees and letting Venom beginning to stand right back up and tower over him. After doing so then looked down at him and smiled. Venom. Hee. Not so tough now. Hearing this makes Muscular so angry he launches his left fist straight towards Torch Venom's face. But as it got closer he then moved out of its way, letting it go past him and giving him the opportunity to open his jaws widely and bite down on his muscle-covered arm and tearing out a huge chunk out of it. Making Muscular scream out, but was then silenced once Venom grabbed hold of his face and slammed him straight to the ground. After doing so, Venom let go of his face and hand as he then kneeled down and grabbed hold of his straps of his tank top and began pulling him close as he opened his jaws up wide. Deku, wait. Hearing Deku say that stops Venom from inches away biting off Muscular's head. Venom, what? Deku, we have to know why they're here. Venom, sigh, fine. Saying that, Venom then let go of Muscular's left strap of his tank top as he then smacked him awake. Venom, hey, wake up. Muscular, groan, what do you want? Venom, I want to know why you're here, so you better start talking if you want to still be alive. Muscular, Finn, the reason why we're here is to capture that blonde kid who shoots explosions out of his hands. Deku, Kachan. Venom, is that all? Muscular, yeah. Venom, good. Venom then head-butted Muscular, knocking them out completely. Venom, now can I eat him? Deku, no, Kota is here and I don't want him to see that, plus we have to get to Kachan before any of these villains do. Venom, all right then, let's hurry. After saying that, Venom goes over to Kota and picks him up, where he then begins to take him to safety. As Venom ran through the forest with Kota in his arms, he soon bumped into Aizawa. Aizawa, what are the two of you doing out here? Venom, Kota was in danger, so we went ahead and saved him. Aizawa, well, that's good to hear. Now come on, let's head back before any more of those villains show up. Venom, sorry teach no can do. Aizawa, why not? Venom, because the villains didn't come here just to attack us, they came to take Kachan. Aizawa, are you serious? Venom, yes we are. Now take Kota, and let us handle this. Aizawa, fine. As Aizawa said that, Venom then handed Kota over to Aizawa. Doing so, he then began running to the direction of where the wild pussycats were. Venom, Izuku, Deku, yeah Venom. Venom, how do you think the others are handling this? Deku, well, for Momo and Tsuyu I believe that they're handling this very well, especially with their symbiotes, and for the others I think that they're doing just fine as well. Venom, if you think that's so do I. Deku, great to hear that we're on the same page. Venom, likewise. While running, Venom then leapt up high in the air where Deku and Venom saw Tiger and Mandalay fighting against two villains, and even spotting Pixie Bob, who has been knocked out. Deku, Venom, let's go help them. Venom, right. As Big Sis Mag and Spinner had Tiger and Mandalay against the ropes, they were certain they will beat them, until something big lands right behind them. Hearing this, they go ahead and look behind them to see Venom standing there as he stared at them. Big Sis Mag, who's this guy? Spinner, don't know, were we expecting another guy to help us out? Big Sis Mag, I didn't hear anything about Venom. Hee, sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not here to help you. Big Sis Mag, well, if you're not working with us, then you're against us. Big Sis Mag raises her left arm out and opens the palm of her hand so she could use her quirk, but before she could even activate it, Venom launched himself straight at her, and before she can even react, Venom grabbed hold of her face and slender straight to the ground, knocking her out right away. Spinner, Big Sis Mag, seeing that Spinner took a step back as he gripped the handle of his giant bladed weapon as he looked at Venom, who let go of Big Sis Mag's face as he then turned to look at Spinner. Spinner, you going to pay for doing that? Venom, am I now? Well, how about you come at me and prove that? Hearing Venom say that, Spinner began running straight at Venom. Once he got close enough, he jumped up into the air and held his bladed weapon above his head to strike Venom. Spinner, now die. A Spinner began to strike his bladed weapon downwards. Venom grounded before it could go even further down. From Venom doing this, left Spinner hanging in the air as he still had his hands gripped on the handle. Venom lifts up the weapon a bit higher so he could look Spinner in his eyes. Spinner, I'm in trouble, aren't I? 1. Venom, yep. Venom then grabbed hold of Splinter's tail and began slamming him back and forth on the ground until eventually Spinner was then knocked unconscious, which made Venom let go of his tail to let him fall to the grounds. 4. Venom. Well, that was easy. Now to move on. Tiger. Stop right there. Hearing Tiger's voice yell that out, Venom looked over at him. Venom. I don't know who you are, but seeing you do that to these two villains, I know damn well that you're more of a threat than them, so you aren't going anywhere. Deku. Tiger, wait, it's me. As Deku said that, half of Venom's right face split open, exposing Deku's face. Tiger. Midoriya. Is that really you? Deku. Yes it is, sir, and this is my quirk, but I don't have time to explain. I need Mandalay to use her quirk to tell all of the students that Kachan is in danger of being captured by the villains. Tiger. What? Deku. I know it's sudden, but just believe me and have her do it. As Deku said that, Venom then covered the other half of his face as he then turned and began running to the pathway that led to all the other students. While running through the pathway, Deku's message was being sent to all the other students. Venom. With that message being sent out, I'm sure the others might try to help. Deku. I hope so, but let's hurry and find Kachan before any of the other villains do. Venom. You got it. As they continued running on ahead, Venom and Deku began to hear branches breaking from their rights. Before they could speculate what it could be, a large black figure bursted out of the woods and began chasing after Venom, who looked behind him to see the black figure. Venom. What the hell is that? Deku. I don't know, but it doesn't look too happy to see us, so just keep running. Venom. You don't have to tell me twice. While running as fast as they could, they did not know that the dark figure chasing them was actually Tokoyami's quirk, Dark Shadow, who has gone out of control. 1. Dark Shadow. Ah, Venom. Shit, it's getting closer. Deku. Come on Venom, don't stop running. As they continue running, an explosion suddenly shot out the forest, almost hitting Venom. I've even stopped running, but as he then stopped, he looked behind him to see Dark Shadow scream out as the light of the explosion began to make it shriveled up. Seeing this, Deku immediately knew that it was Dark Shadow. Brand new to stop his rampage was to expose him to light, so once a lie to the explosion went away, Deku came up with a great idea. Deku. Venom, run towards the direction that explosion came from. Venom. Will do. So as Venom began running straight towards the direction of the explosion, Dark Shadows soon followed. Soon enough, Venom reached the area of the explosion and saw Bakugo shooting explosions at a villain who had his teeth come out of his mouth like sharp spears. But as he stood there seeing that, Dark Shadow soon came up behind Venom, who quickly jumped out of its way, letting Dark Shadow attack the villain by swiping it down to the ground and constantly hitting him with large fists. Bakugo. What is that? Todoroki. I think that's Tokoyami's Dark Shadow. Deku. Use your quirks. Hearing Deku's voice, Bakugo and Todoroki look over towards their left, where they don't see him as Venom behind going back into his body. Deku. Use your quirks to make some light to calm Dark Shadow down. Hearing that, they went ahead and raised their hand up to shoot out their quirk from the palm of their hand to make some light, which Dark Shadow was being hit by and was beginning to shrink, which eventually made him go back into Tokoyami's body. Once that happened, Deku, Bakugo and Todoroki began approaching Tokoyami slowly, but while doing so they then heard a twig snap behind them, which made them quickly turn around to see Shoji. Deku. Shoji, it's you three. Bakugo. What the hell are you doing here? Shoji. Well, when I saw that large amount of light and those loud yells, I knew Tokoyami had to be here. Todoroki. Well, he is here. Todoroki says that as he steps aside to show Shoji Tokoyami. Shoji. Am I supposed to see something there? As he said this, Deku, Bakugo, and Todoroki looked back at where Tokoyami is, but from doing so they did not see him there at all. Bakugo. What the hell, he was just right there. As Bakugo began approaching where Tokoyami was, a man in a mask suddenly dropped from above in front of Bakugo, but before you could react, Bakugo was then surrounded by a blue light which let out a blinding flash, make Deku, Todoroki, and Shoji cover their eyes from the blinding light. After the blinding light went away, the three then looked back at where Bakugo and the man in the mask were and saw that they weren't there anymore. Todoroki. Where did they go? Seeing that they were gone, Deku realized that the man in the mask must have been one of the villains who was here to capture Bakugo, and it seems that he has also captured Tokoyami as well. Venom. Izuku. I have their scent and I know where they went. Hearing that, Deku did not waste any time as he then began running into the forest. Todoroki. Midoriya. Where are you going? Deku. To save Kachan. As Deku continued running through the forest, to follow the scent of Bakugo and Tokoyami, that Venom was tracking, they soon arrived back at the pathway where they will have to run across it to keep following the scent. But before Deku could run to the other side, he then heard screaming getting closer and closer to them, which made him stop running. Venom. Why you stopping? We're losing the scent. Deku. Don't you hear that? Venom. I don't hear a thing, so let's go. Instead of listening to Venom, Deku began looking around to see where the screams are coming from as they got closer and closer to him. Eventually he looked up and saw the person who was screaming heading right towards him. But before you could even react to get out of the way, the person hit him, making him and the screaming person hit the ground. Venom. Izuku, are you all right? Deku. Yeah, I'm fine. Deku says that as he rubs the back of his head to sit himself up, but while doing so he opened his eyes and saw Uraraka on his chest. Uraraka. Ow, that hurt. She says this as she begins to lift yourself up. Deku. Uraraka. Hearing her name being said by familiar voice, Uraraka looks up and sees Deku. Uraraka. Deku. As those two looked at one another, they realized the situation they were both in, with Uraraka on top of Deku. Noticing this, they immediately backed away from one another as they then looked at one another with a blessed covered face. Uraraka. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry Deku, I didn't see you. Deku. No, it's my fault, I should have been paying attention. As they looked at each other with blush-covered faces, Deku noticed that Uraraka was bleeding on her left arm, which made him stop blushing as he began to worry. Deku. Uraraka, your arm. Hearing him say that, she looks over at her left arm and covers it with her right hand to try to stop her bleeding. Seeing her do this, Deku goes over towards her as he then gently grabbed her arm. Deku. Does it hurt real bad? Uraraka. No, it just stinks a little, but I can't stop the bleeding. Uraraka. Then we need something to cover it up so the bleeding can stop. As Deku said this, Uraraka decided to unbutton her pink blouse and take it off. Uraraka. We could use this. Uraraka says this as she holds her pink blouse in front of Deku. Deku. Good thinking. Deku takes the blouse from her hand and begins tearing it up until having a single strip of fabric, where he then begins to tie on Uraraka's left arm. Deku. There, that should do it for now. Uraraka. Thanks Deku. Deku. Don't mention it. As the two begin to look deep into each other's eyes, Uraraka then remembered about Tsuyu. Uraraka. Oh my gosh. Tsu. Without hesitation, Uraraka grabs hold of Deku's hand and begins to lift herself and him up as she then begins pulling him along. Deku. Uraraka. What's wrong? Did something happen to Tsu? Uraraka. I don't know, but she's fighting a villain by herself, so we have to go and help her out. Hearing this, Deku knew that Tsuyu could handle herself, especially since she has Sleeper on her side, so Deku stops running and pulls Uraraka back, which makes her stop running. From him doing this, Uraraka looked back at him to see why he suddenly did this. Uraraka. Deku, why you stopping? We have to go help Tsu. Deku. I know that, it's just that. Uraraka. Just what? At that moment, a small part of Deku wanted to tell Uraraka the truth behind the symbiotes and that Tsu has one to help her fight, but another part of him didn't want to tell her, so he instead made an excuse. Deku. It's just that I don't want to see you get hurt any further. Hearing this, Uraraka's cheeks blushed up. Uraraka. Really? Deku? Yeah, so please let me go help Tsu while you go back. Uraraka. But, Deku. Please Uraraka. Just from hearing those two words, Uraraka silenced herself, actually then nodded her head yes. Deku. Thank you Uraraka, I'll make sure Tsu comes back safely. Saying that, Deku then let go of Uraraka's hand as he then run past her and begin running straight towards the direction where Tsu is, but while he was running, Uraraka placed both hands over the center of your chest and felt a heavy pounding. Venom. Izuku, do you think it was wise just to let her go back on her own? Deku. Yeah, I do. She's strong and I know she can handle herself. Venom. Then why didn't you have her come along with us? Deku. Because I didn't want her to find out the truth about the symbiote. Venom. Well, if that was your choice, then I won't say anything further about it. Deku. All right. By the way, do you still have the scent of Kachan and Tokoyami? Venom. No, I lost it when Uraraka landed on you. Deku. Damn it. Now what? Venom. I don't know, but perhaps Sue and Sleeper can lend their assistance to us. Deku. You may be right, now let's hear over to them. Venom. Roger that. Deku's speed then began to increase greatly, until eventually he then saw Tsuyu standing way up ahead. Deku. Sue. Hearing her nickname, she turned around and saw Deku running over to her, so she raised up her right arm and began waving at him. Tsuyu. Hey there you two. As soon as Deku reached Tsuyu, he immediately noticed that she was an injured one bit, which he was expecting to see. Deku. Are you doing all right? Tsuyu. Yeah, I'm fine, but why are you here? Deku. I came here because Uraraka told me that you are fighting a villain. Tsuyu. Oh, is she all right? Deku. Yeah, she is. I had her go back to everyone else so she can be safe. Tsuyu. Oh, okay, that's good to hear. Deku. So about that feeling. Tsuyu. You must mean her. As Tsuyu said this, she stepped aside, letting Deku see the villain, who is a girl with blonde hair with messy buns and wearing a school uniform along with some equipment attached to her. Looking at her, Deku notices that she's just standing there not doing anything at all. Tsuyu. She said her name was Toga. She attacked me in Ochako out of nowhere. At first glance I knew she was a threat, so I used my tongue to throw Uraraka out of the area so I could use Sleeper's toxins. Deku. I see. So what type of toxin did you use on her? Tsuyu. A trance toxin. Right now she thinks that me and her are fighting right now. Deku. Well, if that's the case, then I guess she's no longer a threat to no one. Tsuyu. Yeah, so I think we should take her back to the teachers. As Deku looked at Toga, an idea popped up in his head to find Bakugo and Tokoyami. Deku. Or we could use her. Tsuyu. What do you mean? Deku. Well, before I met up with Uraraka, me and Venom were tracking down Bakugo and Tokoyami, who have been taken by one of the villains. Tsuyu. Oh no. Deku. Yeah, I know. But Venom lost the scent when Uraraka landed on me, but now that we have her, then you could use one of Sleeper's toxins to make her lead me to the other villains. Tsuyu. Yeah, that's a good idea. Deku. Then can you do it? Tsuyu. Sure. Just give me a sec. Tsuyu then looked back at Toga and began to use one of Sleeper's toxins. Soon enough Toga then turned towards the forest and began walking into it. Tsuyu. There, now she'll be heading straight to her friends. Deku. Good, then we'll take it from here on out. Tsuyu. Wait, I thought me and Sleeper were going to go with you. Deku. Sorry Sue, but me and Venom have to do this on our own. Tsuyu. All right then, but be careful with you too. Deku. We will. Now head back to the others. Me and Venom will bring Kachan and Tokoyami back if it's the last thing we do. With that said, Deku then began to follow Toga into the forest, leaving Tsuyu to go back on her own. As it was nearly time for the League of Villain members to finally go, they all begin heading to a cliffside where they will be leaving. The first people there were two male villains. One of them were Dabi and the other with a black and gray bodysuit that covered in head to toe. Twice. Hey Dabi, you think the others made it out all right? I bet they all got beaten. Daddy. I don't know Twice, but I can care less about that. Twice. Yeah, me too. I'm so worried about them. Hearing Twice's personality switching here and there, Dabi shook his head in annoyance as he then let out a sigh. Well, it looks like the two of you made it out fine. From hearing that voice, Dabi and Twice turn their heads towards the forest, where they then see one of their allies step out of the dark forest. Dabi. I can say the same to you. Compress. Me. Compress. Well, it was fairly easy getting away from those children after all, so is everyone here? Dabi. No, we're still missing that crazy girl, Twice. Yeah, Toga. Let's ditch her, Mr. Compress. Well, if she doesn't show up soon, then I guess we'll have no choice but to leave her. Twice. Yeah. No. Suddenly, right after Twice said that, all three of them then heard a twig snap, so they quickly turned their heads straight to the forest and saw Toga stepping out with her head slightly down, making her bangs cover her eyes. Twice. Hey, it's Toga. Dabi. Yeah, we can see that, Twice. So did you get some blood? Toga doesn't respond back to Dabi. Instead, she remains silent and emotionless, which was odd since the three of them found it quite odd since they never seen her act this way during the time they've been. Mr. Compress. Toga. Are you all right? she still remains quiet, which raises a ton of suspicion. Dabi. Hey, we're talking to you. With no response coming from her at all, Twice stomped over to her, where he then grabbed hold of her shoulders and started shaking him. Twice. Hey. What's the matter with you? Knock it off. From being shaked around a bit, Toga began blinking her eyes a few times until eventually looking up at Twice, who then stopped shaking her once she raised her head. Toga. Jin? Twice. Toga, the shaking work after all. As Toga began looking around, she had a confused expression on her face. Toga. Where am I? Twice. What do you mean? You're at the place where we're all supposed to gather up. Toga. What? But I was in an intense fight with this girl named Sue. From saying this, Dabi and Mr. Compressed walked over to Toga and Twice. Mr. Compress. You say you were in a fight, but I see no injury on you or any type of grime on you at all. Hearing Mr. Compress say that, Toga goes ahead and looks at herself and see that her clothes and equipment are completely spotless. Toga. But how? Dabi, you say you were in a fight, but came here, why? Venom. So she could lead me to you. Hearing that deep voice, the four of them look back towards the direction Toga came from and see Venom walk out of the forest and stand there as he stared at them with his white eyes. Twice. Who the hell is this guy? Monster. Toga. I have no clue. Dabi. Well, if we don't know him, and he's most likely an enemy. Mr. Compress. Indeed, now let us take this monstrous creature down. Well, the four villains were getting in their fighting position. Venom soon found the scent of Bakugo and Tokoyami. Venom. Izuku, I have their scent. Deku. Really? Where are they? Venom turns his head over towards Mr. Compress, letting Izuku look at him. Venom. The man in the mask, their scent is coming off of him. Deku. Well, if that's the case, then he's the main target. Venom. Copy that. With that said, Venom firmly planted his feet on the ground until eventually blasting himself straight towards Mr. Compress. As Venom extended his left hand out to grab him, he quickly noticed a blast of blue flames coming straight towards him from his right side. From seeing that, Venom's tentacles shot out from his back and grabbed hold of a tree trunk, which then pulled him back, making him avoid getting hit by those flames. From evading the flames, then I'm looking over towards the direction they came from and saw Dabi, who had a bit of blue flames still in his hands. Twice. You missed. Don't worry, you have better luck next time. Dabi. I didn't miss. He got away from me before my friend could even hit him, but next time I'll make sure those flames hit him for sure. As Venom stared at Dabi, he quickly realized that this was going to be a problem. Venom. Izuku, if we're going to get those two back, then it's best that we take down that Scar guy first. Deku. Well, since he's using flames, then I guess that is the best option, so let's hurry and take care of him quickly. Venom. You don't have to tell me twice. From saying that, Venom used his tentacles to rip out the tree he was holding to throw it straight out the four villains. Seeing the tree heading their ways, the four of them quickly jumped out of its way. From doing this, Dabi was separated from the others. Venom. Got you. As Venom yelled that out, Dabi looked up and saw him coming straight down with his face heading straight towards him, so he quickly rolled away, letting Venom plunge his right fist into the ground as he landed. Seeing that Venom's fist is in the ground, Dabi extended his left arm out and opened his palm out widely. Dabi. Now I got you. Seeing that he was about to shoot up flames from the palmer's hands once again, Venom pulled his fist out of the ground and extended his arm out, a tendril of his arm, wrapping it around Dabi's wrist and making him raise his arm up and shoot out his flames up in the air. Once his flames died out, Venom's extended arm began coming back to him along with Dabi. Once his arm was back to him, he gripped onto Dabi's wrist tightly. With his other hand he grabbed hold of his neck, slammed him to the ground, but as he was being pinned down to the ground, he then began to raise up his other hand to shoot out flames once more, but before he could fully raise his arm up, Venom grabs hold of his wrist and smell like back to the ground. Venom. Did you actually think I wouldn't expect your other hand? With Dabi being pinned to the ground, Venom the only one way to stop him, and that was to open his mouth up widely as you begin to lean in. But as he was only inches away and biting off his head, some big rocks then hit him against his back, making him stop what he was doing to look behind him to see Mr. Compress throw a single marble, which then turns into huge rocks that hit Venom. From seeing this, Venom shot up 2 of his chemicals straight towards him, but right when Venom's tentacles were inches away from grabbing him, Twice suddenly came from above and sliced the tentacles in half with his sharp measure. Twice. Toga now. Toga. Got it. As Toga yelled that out, she then threw a knife straight towards the tentacle that was wrapped around Dabi's right wrist, cutting it and freeing Dabi. Dabi, I guess you weren't expecting all that, did you? From saying that, Dabi raised up his right arm and blasted a large amount of flames right into Venom's face, which makes him let go of Dabi completely as he yelled out from the burning pain. But while he was yelling, the League of Villains grouped up together and backed away from me. From doing this, they didn't see Venom fall to his knees and remove his hands from his face, exposing half of Deku's face, who has also attained some burning to his face. Twice. Wait a minute, that the kid Tamura told us to watch out for. Mr. Compressed. You're right, and now I see why. Dabi. Well, as long as we're together, I'm sure we can take care of this brat. As the boys were staring at Deku with serious looks, Toga was staring at him with a different type of look. Toga's mind. His face is hurtin'. It looks so cute. As Venom began picking himself up, he also began healing Deku's face as he began putting his face back together. Deku. Venom, you are right. Venom. Yes, I'm fine, but any more of those damn flames, then I'm in serious danger. Deku. Yeah, we feel so, but we still need to catch on and Tokoyami no matter what. Venom. I know that, but that's easier said than done. Deku. Either way, we're still not going to give him. Venom. You got that right. Saying that, Venom begins sprinting towards the League of them. Dabi. Here he comes. As Venom was sprinting towards the villains, they begin attacking him with everything they got. Dabi shut off things from his hands. Mr. Compress threw marbles that contained giant rocks. Toga threw a barrage of knives, and twice began to extend out his measure as long as he can so we could slice Venom if he gets any closer. But as they did all this, Venom was easily dodging each attack by either jumping, sliding, or even rolling. Eventually, after dodging so many of their attacks, he finally got close enough, so with the single tentacle coming out from his back, he quickly launched it straight towards Mr. Compress, who Venom then hit up into the air, making all the marbles in his pocket fall out as they then begin falling to the ground. Seeing the many marbles, Venom Cookie got the scent of Bakugo and Tokoyami. Venom. I see them. With his tentacle he then extended out and grabs one. But as he reaches out for the second, Dabi's flames get in between Venom's tentacle and the marble. From this happening, when I'm heading no choice but to extend his tentacle back to him and drop the marble into. From doing so, Venom and Deku look at it and sees a tiny Tokoyami trapped inside. From seeing him, a bright blue light suddenly came off the marble, and in just a matter of seconds, a regular-sized Tokoyami appeared in Venom's arms. But from that happening, he looked back at the villains and saw the marble he was trying to get being picked up by Dabi, and with another bright light, Bakugo soon appeared with Dabi holding on to the back of his neck. Suddenly a portal appears right behind Dabi and Bakugo, where they then begin walking back into. Venom. Deku. No, no. As put Tokoyami down to the ground, he began sprinting towards Dabi, then smiled as he used his other hand to make a wall of fire. After they got closer to the wall of fire, Venom wanted to stop. Deku didn't, so right when they were inches away, Venom stopped running completely, but from him doing, Deku ripped through Venom's chest and pulled himself out of him, launched himself straight through the wall of fire, then extended his arm out to try to grab Bakugo. Bakugo. Deku. No. But before he can get any closer, Dabi and Bakugo were already through the portal, which then closed completely, making Deku hit the ground in his landing. Being on the ground, he gets on his hands and knees and slant his fist against the ground. Deku. Damn it. As the wall of flames died out completely, Venom, who is now a black goo, begins crawling over Deku, until eventually reaching his foot and going back into his body. Breathing begins talking to him in his head. Venom. We failed. Hearing those very words, Deku raised his body up and began screaming into the air. But in the middle of the screen, he suddenly feels something pierced through his left shoulder, making him stop screaming. From that happening, he looks at his right shoulder and sees some sort of syringe connected to a tube. He uses his eyes to fall into where he then sees a portal that is still open, but from spotting the portal, the syringe soon get pulled out of his shoulder and back into the portal, which then shut. Around the time Bakugo was just taken away by the League of Villains. Police and paramedics begin arriving to arrest 2 villains who were left behind and to patch up those who were injured, but the students who weren't injured at all were in the building they stayed, where they were packing their belongings so they could leave, but as all the other boys were packing inside, Deku wasn't at all. He was on the roof of the building where sat at the edge. I was thinking of ways how he could have saved Bakugo. Deku, maybe we should have did a surprise attack, or maybe attack from above. As Deku continued listing ways him and Venom could have saved Bakugo, Venom's head came out of Deku's chest, which makes him stop speaking as he looked at Venom. Venom, I know you're bummed out that we couldn't save him. Deku, I'm more than bummed out, I'm disappointed with myself. Venom, don't be, we did our best and that's what matters the most. Deku, no it doesn't. We failed on saving Bakugo, and who knows what's happening to him now. Venom, I know we may have failed, but I know we can redeem ourselves. Deku, how? Venom, we'll find him and save him, and I know that sounds easier said than done since we have no clue where they're keeping him, but I believe we can find him no matter what. Deku, are you sure? Venom, I'm positive. Now stop looking so down and let me see that determination you have. Deku, all right then. As Deku said that, he then squished away from the ledge as he then stood up and looked at Venom with determination in his eyes. Venom, now that's the Izuku I know. Deku, thanks Venom, I can always count on you. Venom, well of course you can, we are more than symbiote and host, we are friends. 1. Hearing Venom say that, Deku couldn't help but to smile at him. Deku, yeah, we are friends. Venom smiles from hearing this, but it was shortly lived when they both heard the door to the rooftop opening, so Venom quickly went back into Deku's body as he then turned around to see the door fully open and eventually see Momo. Deku, oh it's just you Yaoyorozu. Momo, yeah it is. As Momo stepped out of the doorway, she then made her way over towards Deku near the ledge where she then looked out for the forest where she saw black smoke rising up to the sky. Momo, we're sorry that we weren't there to help you. Deku, it's all right, me and Venom thought we could have handled it, but it seems that we were wrong. Momo, I don't blame you, me and Scream would have done the same as well, but I didn't come up here to talk to you about what happened. Deku, then why are you here? Momo, I came up here so we could go somewhere. Deku, where? Momo, it's best that we show you. From Momo saying that, Scream then came straight out of her body and began wrapping herself all over Momo's entire body until eventually Scream was now the one standing next to Deku, who she then looked over at. Scream, let's get going you two. Deku, right. With that said, Venom came straight out of Deku's body and did the same as Scream did to Momo. As Venom was now out, he turned towards to face the ledge with Scream. Venom, lead the way. From Venom saying that, Scream then leapt off of the building, which Venom did the same as well. As they both then landed in the forest, they then began running as Scream was leading the way. Eventually, after running for at least a couple minutes, they eventually arrived at a cave, where Venom and Deku saw Tsuyu standing in front of it. Venom, wait a minute, what's Tsuyu doing here? Scream, before we went to get you two, we brought them here first. Venom, well you could have just told us that those two will be here as well. Scream, we don't have enough time for words, now come on, let's hurry inside. So from Scream saying that, she began walking over to Tsuyu, but while doing so she began going back into Momo's body completely. From seeing this, Venom did the same and went straight back into Deku's body as well. Once the two reached Tsuyu, the three of them then walked straight into the cave and began heading in deeper and deeper. Eventually, as they reaching the end of the cave, they soon saw a Nomu sitting on the floor with its back against the wall. Deku, what? Is that a Nomu? Mono, it sure is. Deku, what you doing here? Momo, well during the test your courage. This damn thing came out of nowhere and attacked me and my partner. But luckily Scream's senses alerted me of its presence. From being alerted, I had my partner run to the finish while I stayed behind and faced this thing, and long story short, I eventually put this thing down. But before me and Scream could finish it off, we heard a beeping sound coming off of it, which we soon realized that it was coming from the visor it's wearing, so we decided to keep this thing alive for now until I find out what that beeping means. Deku, oh I see now, so why do you have us come here? Momo, help me find out what that beeping is of course. Tsuyu, if that's the case then we can help with that, right Midoriya? Deku, yeah we can. Momo, great, now let's begin. With that said, the three of them went over to the unconscious Nomu, and begin looking at the visor around the tires. While looking at it, Deku notices a tiny flashing light. Looking at it, he quickly speculates what it could be. Deku: hey guys, I think I know what this advisor does. Momo: you do? Deku: yeah, I think it could be some sort of device that could control it remotely. Tsuyu: that does make a lot of sense. Momo: well, if that's just the case, then I guess we can just finish them off now. Deku: no, we can't. Momo: why not? Deku: well, I think around the time the League of Villains were leaving, one of them must have been controlling this Nomu, and if I might, they could have made it retreat around the time they were leaving. Tsuyu: yeah, now that you say it, that could be quite it. Ribbit. Momo: so if that's it, what do we do with this thing? Deku: I suggest you make a tracker with your quirk and place it on this Nomu. Momo: wait, are you saying we're going to let it go? Deku: well, yes we are, but with that tracker I'm sure we could find Kachan. Tsuyu: that does sound like a good decision. Momo: fine, I'll make the tracker then. Tsuyu and Sleeper will wake it up and make it go back. Deku: good, now let's hurry this up, I'm sure the others are wondering where the three of us are. League hideout. After the remaining League of Villain members returned back to the hideout, Shigaraki congratulated them and had Bakugo sealed away in a marble thanks to Mr. Compressed. After doing so, Shigaraki had everyone rest in their rooms, so while everyone went to their room, Shigaraki stayed at the bar with Kurogiri. Kurogiri: so what do the two of you have to say about your successful mission? Shigaraki: nothing really, we're just glad we got what we wanted in the end, isn't that right, Riot? From saying his symbiote's name, it then comes right out of his back and looks at Kurogiri with a large grin. Riot: right. From Riot saying that, him and Shigaraki begin laughing. Toga's room. As Toga finally arrived to her room, she then took off all the equipment she had on her body, but after taking it off she opens one of the canisters and grabbed the single vial of blood that she got from the camp. Having the vial blood in her hands, she goes over to the bed and lay down, where she holds up the vial blood and smiles at it. Toga: hee, Izuku's blood, it looks so good, I just want to drink it already, but if I do I know Tamura will probably be upset, so I'll just admire instead. So after admiring Izuku's blood for at least a couple of minutes, she eventually got tired and placed the blood down on the counter that was next to her bed. After doing so, she then began to fall asleep, but right around the time she was falling asleep, the blood inside the vial began moving. A few days have passed by since the training camp, and over those few days the pro heroes were still unable to locate Bakugo's whereabouts, which made many of the people in Japan question what the heroes were even doing to try to save this boy. But as all that was happening, Deku and his group has formed a plan to find and save Bakugo from the League of Villains. So once it got real late and each member of the group's parents were asleep, they all snuck out of their houses and went to a designated location where they will all be meeting. After minutes later, Deku was the first to arrive at the location, which was the area where the All Might statue was located. From arriving there, he begins checking his watch, but while doing so he then began to hear Venom speaking to him in his head. Venom: so, you sure that plan of ours will work? Deku: yes I do, as long as everyone plays the rules correctly then we will certainly save Kachan. Venom: you're really dedicated of saving someone that really hates you. Deku: yes I am, and I don't care if he hates me, he's still my friend and I have to save him no matter what. Venom: spoken like a true hero. Hearing Venom say that, Deku's morale rose greatly as he knew Venom saw him as a hero. Momo: hey Midoriya. Hearing his name being called out by a familiar voice, Deku turns around and sees Momo and Tsuyu walking over towards him. Once the two were face to face with him, they began speaking to one another. Deku: it's good to see you too. Momo: same here, so did the both of you have any trouble getting here? Deku: no we didn't, me and Venom traveled here by rooftop, which got us here much earlier than the two of you. Momo: yeah, I was thinking about traveling on the rooftop with Scream as well, but there was way too many heroes where I was coming from, so I took a taxi instead. Tsuyu: yeah, so did we, me and Sleeper didn't want to disturb anyone in my neighborhood. Deku: well I guess that's good to know, I'm happy that the two of you still got here safely. Tsuyu: So have the others not arrived yet? Deku. Yeah, they haven't, but I'm sure they'll be here soon. Momo. Well, if they don't show up or are hours late, then me and Scream suggest that we should leave. Tsuyu. Oh come on Yaoyorozu, you know we can't do that. Momo. Well, why not? All three of us here have symbiotes and we could clearly do this mission with only 3 of us anyways. Deku. No, we can't. The 3 of us may have a symbiose, but we're still going to need help in this mission. Momo. Sigh, fine. So with Momo saying that, the 3 of them then stop speaking to one another as they begin waiting and looking for the others to arrive. A few short minutes later Ida and Todoroki arrived. Deku. Ah, I'm glad your 2 of you made it. Ida. Thank you for waiting for us. Deku. Anytime. Todoroki. So is this everyone? Deku. No, we're still missing Shinso. Shinso. No, you're not. Hearing that voice, everyone turned their head to see Shinso approaching over to them. Once he was finally standing amongst them, thing that everyone was now there. Deku smiled. Deku. Well, I guess that now that everyone is here, we should be heading to where the tracker is. Ida. You're right, but before we do that I suggest we should disguise ourselves before we make our way there. Deku. Disguise yourself, but why? Ida. Well, people may recognize us due to the sports festival, so I suggest we should get some sort of disguise. Tsuyu. He does bring up a good point. 1. Deku. Well, if that's the case, then let's hurry and get these disguises. With that said, everyone agreed upon this, so all 6 of them headed to a clothing store where they then picked out some clothes which disguised them perfectly, and thanks to Momo she was able to purchase the outfits they wore. After now having disguises, they begin heading to the location where the tracker is located. 1. League Hideout. Around the same time Deku and his group were heading to the location where the tracker is, Shigaraki and his league were preparing to let out Bakugo again so they could convince him to join. Shigaraki. So twice, is that chair super yet? Twice. Not yet, but it'll be done soon. Yeah, so get off my back. Shigaraki. Well, good. As soon as that chair is ready we can begin. After saying that, he noticed that the other league members were beginning to enter the bar, but seeing the mentor he noticed one was missing, which was Toga. Shigaraki. Hey, where is Toga? Dabi. Maybe she's still in her room or something. Shigaraki. Sigh. Well, if that's the case I need one of you to go get her. Big sis Mag. Don't worry Tamura, I'll go get it. Shigaraki. Good. Now hurry up. While Big Sis Mag began to leave the bar, Toga was laying on her bed holding up the vial of Deku's blood which she stared at with fascination. Toga. Izuku's blood. Every time I look at it I just can't help myself but to fantasize what it tastes like. As Toga's temptation grew, it finally got the better of her as she then sat up on her bed and twisted off the cap of the vial. From doing so she then takes a long whiff of the blood and quickly notices how sweet it smells. So with just that she then began to bring the vial close to her lips as she began to tip the vial slightly. But while doing this she did not notice the blood beginning to extend itself towards the end of the vial. Right when her lips were only inches away from touching the vial, Toga then heard the door to her room beginning to creak open. From hearing that she quickly puts the cap back on top of the vial and begins closing it. Once the door opens she finished twisting on the cap and held the vial behind her back. Big Sis Mag. Hey Toga. You in here sis? Big Sis Mag says that as she opens the door. Toga. Yeah, I am. What's up? Big Sis Mag. Oh good. I came here to get you because we're going to try recruiting Blondie again. Toga. Again huh? Well, let's go. As Toga said that, she got off her bed and put the vial of blood in the pocket of her sweater for later use. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.